Test.
But now I'm not seeing anything coming.
It's early days. Maybe you'll still come.
No, it's not. ANA is not going to.
All right, yeah.
What? How did you get it? Qatar, the officials to hold
Okay, all right. No. All right, we'll just get started and we'll have people join as they can, realizing we're dealing with a global interest. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining our panel this morning. This is a 10-year discussion we had 10 years ago in IGF in Bali in 2013, and I'm really excited to have it today because there's so much that has happened, and a lot of it we didn't predict, but yet the internet was happy to take on all the new excitement of the next 10 years that we had from 2013 to 2023, and we're going to discuss how we're going to manage it going forward. So the key questions we're going to discuss today are: where were we 10 years ago? Where are we now? And where are we headed? And how is the forward planning that brought us into the healthy, vibrant ecosystem that we are currently enjoying going to bring us forward on this? So today on my panel, I have next to me Glenn Dean, who is a distinguished engineer at Comcast NBC Universal. Paolo Lanteri, who is at the World Intellectual Property Organization. And I've got Konstantinos, who is he's a non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Society and was a senior director at the Internet Society. And Jeff Houston is on, you look at me, you can correct that if you need to. Jeff Houston is with the chief scientist at APNIC, who should be online joining us. And then eventually we're going to come over to Stella over here, who is studying governance and policy and is with NetMission.Asia. So thank you all for joining us this morning. Let's start off, Glenn, we're going to start with you. So what have we learned in the past 10 years, and what do you think are the dominant issues that really helped the internet and the network infrastructure grow in that 10 years?
Thanks, Shane. Gee, that's an interesting question. 10 years ago when we did the Bali panel, it was really early days in terms of internet video. We had some streaming services were popping up. We had sort of the initial foray into scaling the internet to handle content with millions of viewers instead of thousands of viewers. And I think that looking back, we met those challenges pretty effectively. Despite dressing up today, trying to blend in with the adults here at the IGF, I am an internet engineer. And from an engineering perspective, we had a lot of challenges back then. Video takes a lot of data. Video is a lot of data. And as you add more video, you have even more data on the network. And as you add more video, you add more watchers, and that's even more data on the network. And we've scaled the networks very effectively in the last 10 years to the point where we don't really ask the question, can I do video over the internet anymore? We don't ask the question, can we do video easily between us? I can now walk down the street here in Kyoto and I can live stream back to my family in Los Angeles. That's remarkable that I can do that over the internet. And I don't have to ask anybody's permission, and I don't have to jump through a bunch of hoops, or I don't need a crew to do it. I just use my phone, and that's quite remarkable. So I think that looking back from where we were at 10 years ago to where we're at today, it's a success story from an engineering standpoint. That's my area, that's what I can talk to. We've succeeded. We're not done. There's new stuff ahead. One of the big changes that we're going to be talking about, I'll talk about this a little bit later, is we've done a very great job at video on demand, which is typically pre-recorded movies and television shows from a professional standpoint. And the next frontier is live stuff, live sporting events, live broadcasting your child's soccer game to your grandparents who are at home in maybe another state or another country. And bringing live to the experience of streaming and video on the internet. But we'll talk about more of that in a few minutes, I think.
Great. Paolo, you have been working in this space for quite some time, and there was a lot of concern about how IP rights were going to get managed back then. I don't know. It just seems like you have done a very efficient, effective job of getting the collaboration of a lot of people who didn't want to get along 10 years ago. So talk about your success.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So good morning, everyone. I rarely start my intervention with an apology, but given the context, I must do that. On top of being an international civil servant, I'm a lawyer, an IP lawyer, so I'll try to keep myself understandable, and I'm heavily jet lagged. And it's 8:30, 8:45 in Japan. So
We do that to handicap the lawyers.
So the situation 10 years ago was completely different one. We were very cautious and the best we could get out of that discussion was that copyright was still relevant for promoting content, but needed to adapt. Put it in other words, it was evolve or perish, basically. And among many people at the IGF, secretly or sometimes openly, I think the majority were sort of open towards, they are lagging towards the second option, like they were thinking that copyright was going to not resist to the technological evolution, or in any case could not stand through the evolution of the internet. I think 10 years later, we can all agree at least on 2 points. We're not saying everything is perfect, but copyright didn't perish, it's still here, and users had as an unprecedented access to the widest variety of content in all sorts of fields, meaning even on like live music and sports events, UGC, news, fake or quality news, anything. So basically that's already an answer. Copyright didn't stand in the way of the healthy development of distribution of content. I'm not saying everything is perfect, but there are still many challenges, but copyright succeeded to continue delivering the mission of incentivizing creation of content and therefore access to it, and went through this natural selection process, almost or Darwinian memories, I think matured from many lessons learned, but also stronger and reinforced, because the content creator industry is in much better shape compared to 10 years ago. Here I must make a disclaimer that not industries are the same, so it's not the same talking to the music industry than the press industry or like publishing or video games, of course, and among those sectors there are different players. So again, it's not the same talking to music producer or a session musician. That's we can delve in to that. How did we do that? Of course, there was a development and evolution that was much needed. It happened. It was revolutionary and covered several aspects. One, from a norm setting perspective, we had unprecedented changes in the norms in legislation. Nothing similar happened in the past. Copyright reforms were in the table of legislators all over the world and still was a headache of legislator. Countless directives at European level, Music Modernization Act in the US, Australia, UK discussing one, South Africa, Nigeria just implemented one, Uruguay yesterday, countless everywhere. So the system had to evolve and is evolving, but the most extraordinary changes, I think, are in the way copyright is exercised and licensed, and so stakeholders sat down at the table and found a way to make things that were unworkable finally workable. I won't dig into details now, but happy to do it later. There are many success stories, three very well related to what was discussed 10 years ago. One is open access, open source, open licensing, and all that. I think it's almost a settled issue. Back then, we were saying copyright is not fit for purpose because there are so many open crowd initiatives going on, and IP is not serving those purposes. That was not the case, is not the case, because actually it's flexible enough to make it happen, plus limitation and exceptions. Happy to develop on that. User-generated content. Literally, there was one of the outcomes of 2014 IGF was UGC, user-generated content, is a non-resolvable issue. Is showcasing how copyright and reality are completely displaced and mismatched. Why? Because for any one of us taking a video and synchronizing a song or modifying a picture found on the internet entails a number of copyright exclusive rights. So you need to ask the permission to do that individually. Back then it was individual. You want a piece of music on your video, you need to go and knock at the door of the producer to get that. Similar, you get a picture online, you need to ask the permission to do that. So we're saying it's not going to work. And rights holders will say, yeah, but you cannot do that. 10 years from now, we have TikTok, we have Meta, we have Instagram, we have countless UGC services that are legal, and we can discuss. People are unhappy about how much money they're getting, but that's another issue. So copyright showed it can be adapted. That's a business bargaining power discussion. The other great success story is streaming, but it would give me, I mean, I would need at least half an hour to end, but streaming in 2013 was like, wow, it's gonna destroy the music industry. This cannot happen. And now the music industry is built up on, I mean, over, I think it's 63% of the music market is digital these days. And of course, not everyone is equally happy, but things are working well from everyone, users and stakeholders. So I think those are the success stories, and we can discuss more about the details of those changes and what's next.
Thank you. We'll probably come back to several of those issues. Constantino, you were on a panel yesterday that was talking about fragmentation, and when I thought about it, I thought, you know, this came up as well, that some people's fragmentation is actually just a distributed network. It depends on where you sit and where you're thinking about this. And so in the 10 years that we have been discussing this since 2013, how are the distribution networks faring on this? And are we getting into more challenges with governments because of what we just heard about with all this new content, or are the networks not affected by the fact that we just have lots of content and it's making it where people want it to go?
Hi, everyone, and thanks for having me here. Just a small correction, I am no longer with the Internet Society.
Sorry.
So
thought I said was,
just
but
make
yes,
sure that,
okay.
you know, this is on the record.
Right.
So one of the things, I think that over the past 10 years, there have been a lot of lessons learned. I remember when I started 10 years ago at the Internet Society, funny enough, I was hired to do copyright, and I was hearing that, you know, there were some strong voices that was claiming that we need to kill the internet because it's going to kill copyright. And of course, this didn't happen. And of course, both copyright, and Paolo is absolutely right, both copyright and the internet adjusted, and they found a way to collaborate, right? They found a way to coexist in a system that, and in an environment, better yet, that is evolving so fast and it's changing so fast. And I was having a conversation with Glenn this morning, and we were talking about, oh, perhaps we, you know, could we have predicted the TikToks or the user-generated content that exploded, or the streaming services, and if we had predicted that, what we would have done. And we both concluded that it's actually really good that we didn't predict, because it demonstrates both the flexibility of copyright, as Paolo said, but also the ability of the internet, you know, to bring us new challenges all the time, and adapt to those challenges. I think that what we're seeing currently, and what is really fascinating for me, is that the way content is created has exploded, right? There is really not, content creation is no longer a monolith. In the old days, you had very specific actors that were creating content, and they were very much responsible for the distribution of this content. But right now, literally everyone is creating content, and the tools that allow you to create content have multiplied exponentially. ChatGPT, so AI tools, augmented reality. You have influencers that are creating content and they're claiming copyright. You have all these different services that allow you to be part of this copyright regime that was so very much exclusive in the beginning, or before the internet and the early days of the internet. Now, I think that networks had to adjust to that reality, and they had to figure out how to cope with exactly what Glenn said in the beginning, video. Because that is where we are right now in terms of the internet from a user perspective. Users want to stream. users want to watch video. Users, I mean, you know, they want to have access to content that is as interactive as possible, right? And I think that this is going to accelerate as the new tools are coming in. So there is a very, very valid question, and I am very, you know, Glenn and I met 10 years ago, practically, and 10 years ago he was telling me that I am working in order to make networks better and more efficient. So I saw him this morning and I said, oh, what are you working these days? And literally he said what I was working 10 years ago. And in the beginning I was like, oh, but then, you know, you realize that this is exactly what we need to be working on, right? How to make the internet more efficient for users to create and consume content, because not everybody wants to create content, but there's a lot of consumption. So we are at a place, I think, we are at a very interesting place where I have to admit, and I never thought that I would say that, we are seeing, you know, if copyright and the internet were in a relationship, were in, you know, in the beginning, and they were not really getting along, right now, they're sort of, you know, they have figured it out, they have their tensions, they have their marital problems, but they're not divorced, which for me is a really, really healthy place to be in many different ways.
So we have a healthy relationship that is continuing to blossom. We were going to go to Jeff. Did you need to get in there? Are you having an intervention already?
Intervention. I do have to ask, do I need to update my job description as marriage counselor?
Yes, perhaps. Perhaps, all
That would
right.
be great, actually.
Do we have Jeff online?
Yes, you do. Hi.
Okay, fabulous. All right, thank you for joining us today, Jeff. Sorry we're not having you here in person. So you joined the gentleman here, but you are also, how are we doing technically? Have we done, has it survived as well as it feels like to the common user? It seems like the technical aspects of the internet have just flourished, and you guys have been doing an amazing job on the back end, making sure all this content gets delivered to where it wants to go.
Over the last 10 years, oddly enough, I think we've rebuilt the internet completely. It's not what it was 10 years ago, and it's certainly not what it was 20 years ago. The transformative technology, oddly enough, was the evolution of mobile phones. Mobile telephony, after a very torrid start, took over telephony. The sheer convenience of having it in your pocket all the time transformed that industry. And when that industry then turned, in the initial sort of offering of the iPhone, but then everybody has a mobile internet device, it completely transformed the internet. Because all of a sudden, this wasn't the library anymore. We weren't curating data. These weren't institutions of knowledge. We'd become an entertainment business. And our population wasn't just a few million. All of a sudden, we were looking at a global market of billions. Now, that massive expansion, the mobile industry certainly coped in giving everyone cheap internet devices. And the content industry was under extraordinary pressure. I suppose the prize motivated the money available to create entertainment across that platform. Now, a long time ago, 15 years, the network was used to get users to the services they wanted to find. It was like a road system. Where are you going? Let me take you there. But you can't scale that. It's too hard. And so under the enormous pressure of volume, of scale and money, we rebuilt the internet completely. And it's just as well Moore's law came and helped us. These days, computing is just prolific. Supercomputers on your wrist is just what we wear. Storage is just abundant like crazy. Terabytes of information on your phone. This is insane. And of course, what we're also finding is carriage is now cheap. We talk about moving terabits per second of information on fiber optic cables as if it was commonplace, and it is. That combination has changed the network. Instead of going to find your content, content comes to your door. Content is right beside you. We've rebuilt the network using content distribution techniques to actually make sure that the content is there just in case you need it across all the major markets of the internet. We've transformed a just in time, oh, puff, let me get the packet for you, into a just in case model, where within a few small miles or kilometers, there is literally petabytes of content. And oddly enough, it's not learned volumes of written data, it's video. It's all the other things we do. And then we've leveraged that infrastructure to actually provide real-time services, such as this video conversation, where we're actually talking not directly over the internet, but from data center to data center. So we're now living in an entirely different internet. The role of the internet service provider is now local. The larger move the data around the planet, oddly enough, is now being privatized. And in essence, that's no longer a public carriage function, but an attribute of the large-scale content data networks. And the role of how to publish content has changed enormously. The citizen publisher is now a customer of Azure, Akamai, or any of the other commercial service providers. So it's changed where the money is, it's changed where the content and focus of engineering is, and it's actually changed the engineering and architecture of the internet. Why? Because as long as we can build it like this, it's cheaper, it's faster, and it meets the demands of literally billions of people every hour of the day. So yes, the last 10 years has been a wild ride. Thank you.
That's very helpful. One of the issues 10 years ago was the challenge between North and South. So is part of this equalization and the rebuilding of the internet, and this is just an open question for you all, was that there was still this feeling of there was a division of where they were spending money on infrastructure. It's still a bit of a challenge, but I think, and the point of mobile is a great one, that the mobile carriers and the ability to use the network, I think we've done some work on that, but are we still struggling with a north-south divide, or have we done a better job of making sure that everybody who wants to put content up on the internet or watch content on the internet now has the ability to do that with some level of device in their hand or in their presence? That's an open question for any of you. No? I mean, it was a question 10 years ago. I'm thinking, have we done better?
I gotta say, no one's asked that question in years.
So I think
maybe
we solved
that's the
it?
measure that actually it's not. Nothing's ever solved,
Okay.
but it's no longer the hot button that all of us are talking about. As Jeff said, we've re-engineered the internet. Part of that has been to make it scale, and part of it is evolving it so that the way the content creators can interact with it and use it has evolved, and it's not. I mean, is it ever perfect? It will never be perfect, and that's good because I like keeping a job doing this work. But we've had great progress.
Okay.
Could I relate an experience?
Yep.
Coming from India, one of the most dramatic rollouts in the last 10 years has been connecting up hundreds of millions of folk across the entire Indian subcontinent. It's an engineering feat. It's truly a wonder of the last 10 years. But one of their major targets and major roles was to integrate content provision, those boxes that sort of deliver the streaming data and whatever, deliver that inside their network. So this wasn't a subcontinent pulling data from the rest of the world on demand. Largely, it was trying to contain this problem into feed the data once and then deliver the data to users many times. And the entire rollout actually had as much emphasis on integration of content and service into those networks as it did in actually building the network infrastructure that connected the users. So we're now seeing the network and content coupled more closely in terms of the service model we deliver. And that for the internet is a dramatic change in the way we do architecture, the way we do infrastructure, and oddly enough, the way we pay for it as well. So big changes, yes.
Great. Konstantinos?
So I think that, the north-south conversation about content is really the conversation that we have been having about digital divides, right? Because in order to create content, you need to have connectivity. It's as simple as that. I think that with, of course, the emergence of smartphones and the fact that everybody has really gone mobile, we are seeing more content creation, and certainly going back, you don't need to ask permission to upload anything on the internet as long as you have this access to the internet. And that's why it is always important to go back to these very fundamental values of the internet and try to remember that the internet's architecture overall is based on some very basic principles, and we always need to reflect on how the things that we're doing, whether it's technological things, whether are policy things, also reflect those values as much as we can. Glenn mentioned permissionless innovation. He didn't use those words, but he said, I can upload something without permission, and I know that this is a term that 10 years ago was, whoa, no one can really talk about it because everybody was misinterpreting it. But right now we're at a place where we see the value of that principle and of that value. So it is very important to remember that I do not have data. I suspect that there is more content created in the North and in the global North, and the global South consumes more content than it creates. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done to create those networks, right, that are resilient enough and are able to support content creation in those countries. So there is some sort of a chain reaction happening, so we cannot really talk about how the global south is sort of creating content if we don't have first a conversation about how it is connected and how meaningful this connectivity is, to use a term that the UN loves.
But that seems to be, and I have a Brazilian brother-in-law, and he's always introducing me to things that are highly entertaining that I, like the Capybara song is my favorite thing right now. So, but it's that is actually just my use of like my network to learn about things that are going on. It isn't a technical feasibility challenge of, the haves and the have-nots that I think that we had 10 years ago. But I think you mentioned several things in your opening statement about, and your point about you can put anything up, but the question is, should we keep all these things up and realize this is a technical, not so much a content-driven conversation? But thoughts on, what do we do with the fact that everybody can put everything up all the time, yet you've found a way to kind of manage through the challenges that 10 years ago were just hard no, take it down, and now, because so many people are creators, they want to be in on this as well. They don't want to be taken down. They want their content up as the rest of the world does.
Let me also add something about North-South debate and availability of content. I think in terms of creativity and cultural products, the North-South debate is a bit old. In terms of content creation, we have countries that are not considered as North, like
Well, I
Brazil,
think part of it is
Cuba,
that we've gotten rid of that thought
like
process,
many
which you
countries
mentioned. Yeah.
in Asia that made a revolution out of their creative economy, like Indonesia, South Korea, and African. So countless example of countries that cannot be considered North that are actually overflowing the world with their content. The best example is if you look at the charts all over the world about music streaming, who is leading Latino music. And you cannot, and that's a fact, and was enabled also by the technology. In terms of, if you go to a completely different sector, publishing, education, news a day, those remains local content, high in demand, needed. And the technology is enabling all that. Beyond, and I think there is Bertrand in the room, so he may tell something. The technology is also enabling things that were unthinkable 10 years ago, like serving the language diaspora. You get people, Italian diaspora in the US, or like African diaspora everywhere. They get to access the super compelling, top-notch content produced in their home countries. And this is another extremely good story to tell. There was some fear that it was going to lead to a sort of affect the cultural diversity, the fact that the channels were sort of handled by a handful of people coming from the north. In certain instances, it may be the case, but there is a recent study about music charts all over the world, and in countries where there are not English speakers, like Korea, Japan, Italy, Sweden, and the top chart are all national artists. So how did we? I don't think copyright was only part of that solution. If you get rid of copyright, that would have never happened. Because those, and I go back to the first question, it depends which country we're talking about. Copyright applies both to my small cousin birthday video uploaded on YouTube, your pictures walking around Kyoto, copyright is applicable. But it also needs to function when you put hundreds of millions of dollars in producing a blockbuster video games, a movie, or you have to pay the salaries of journalists that are informing the world about what's happening. So copyright work well in be flexible whenever we are talking about UGC, not necessarily commercial created content that allow you to do many things, but at the same time did well in continuing to incentivize and rewarding the investment behind professionally created content. That was a huge challenge 10 years ago, and there were like the many saying needs to change because it's not working for UGC. In fact, we are showing that it can work for both scenarios.
Great. Jeff, I'm just checking in. Any additional comments on this conversation?
Yes, so part of this issue is we didn't build the content network we had today in the way we had envisaged it. We had thought basically 20, 25 years ago of the citizen publisher. You know, my website is as big as your website, even if your name is Rupert Murdoch or someone else. We were all able to create and publish our content as equals. That unfortunately never happened. What happened instead, oddly enough, is as we transformed the internet with content and service, we empowered the intermediaries. We empowered the middle agents, the folk who aggregate and license this content and deliver it through content distribution networks. It is no surprise that Google has the size it does. It is no surprise that Akamai is a major player. These intermediaries are actually astonishingly powerful. And what they deliver, oddly enough, is a uniform product to a global market. And so while folks' demand for content may reflect a rich cultural diversity and may honor various forms of copyright, and that's true, underneath it all, we've actually built a relatively weird distortion where a small number of these content intermediaries are astonishingly powerful and astonishingly large, and they effectively dominate this entire industry. My own website, if I hadn't put it into a content distribution network, would be in a lost, forlorn, and very dusty corner of the internet. I couldn't get the market, the attention, the eyeballs, whatever, that we seem to want from this. And so in unleashing this enormous amount of content, we've also empowered a relatively small collection of intermediaries to actually assume a very dominant role of control in running and operating these content distribution systems. So winners and losers inside all of this. I think the underlying lesson is the way things pan out never works according to anybody's plan. What actually happens is technology produces surprising solutions, and the amount of, I suppose, money and the ability of markets to respond has actually meant we've leapt very quickly on solutions that work and then transform the industry every time. Moore's law changes the dynamics of computing and storage every 2 years. The industry reinvents itself every 5. There's no constancy inside this industry. Any business plan that's 5 years old is not a business plan anymore. It's a historical archive. That's not going to stop anytime soon. So yes, this is a very live area and demands an extraordinary amount of business agility and risk to play in this game.
Thanks. You brought up probably both sports and gaming, which we haven't gotten into, which seems to me have gotten to be a much broader worldwide audience than we might have had 10 years ago. Is that correct? Pick one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's those are areas where we see a constant growth in terms of demand and offer, and where there is also a busy activity of policymakers in order to make sure the people investing their money in getting the people to watch games and play video games around the world are safe. And it's very much linked to what was just mentioned about the power of intermediaries. And here, it was never, I thought at some point someone was going to say that copyright is the reason why everything is centralized. In fact, it's not. It's the one of the few areas of law that is standing in the middle, and that is called internet service providers liability or responsibility rules, safe harbors, that are still keeping busy countries all over the world. In this forum, those policies have been seen as the ultimate evil, but in fact are the only way you can actually give control to the producer of the content instead of the distributor of the content. And we also saw another trend that in many instances there is no more demarcation between producer and distributor. Netflix, Disney, they do them themselves. So it's partially true. So video games, huge, wonderful stories to tell. In those 10 years, their business models shifted completely from a console hardware-based business to mostly online, global, interactive gaming, all covered, but it's an IP-intensive industry. Video games is IP, not only copyright, of course, but video games, growing fast, over 200 billion US dollar projected for this year, meaning that depending how you count it, is larger than audiovisual or music, sometimes put together. And it's a wonderful story. No one is complaining about, and IP was behind it. Sports, it's I mean, it's a big complex debate. We had the WTO ruling on that. It's part of copyright in the sense that it's related to copyright. It's not creative content as such, but there are rights afforded to broadcasters or people that are organizing events to control who is getting access to it. And it has more money involved than the traditional copyright industries.
Did going to almost zero latency in many places, people used to always talk about Korea, right? It was like the reason why gaming was so big there, because it really felt like it was just, you were 100% interactive at the moment. And so more places able to come to as close to zero latency as possible, I imagine, has really helped that entire environment as well.
And yeah, absolutely. Technology enabled all that, and that's what I forgot to mention, but all these huge and fantastic deals that can be carefully crafted in meetings room with lawyers and business people, at the end of the day, nowadays, they count nothing unless you have engineers make it happen. That's and not only in terms of users, but even in the making sure the revenues are shared and people are identified. You need technology, and that is, of course, from both sides. We are nothing without engineers.
We didn't talk about the COVID effect of the fact that all the transit changed in its location, but yet didn't seem to cause any real problem on that. So first responders, engineers, we should give you guys more beer in places and say thank you. Yeah.
Gosh, that's a lot of interesting stuff. I'd like to bring all these thoughts from Paolo and Jeff together here and talk about today and the unique things that are going on now that weren't 10 years ago. So in some ways, you know, we've said I can describe myself as a marriage counselor. I like to say that I do IP so that you can do IP. I do IP networks, you do IP frameworks. But we both work in the world of IP. And that's kind of remarkable if you think about it. When I started doing this job about 10 years ago, and I came to my very first IGF, and I started participating actively at the ITF, a lot of people said, well, you're from a movie studio. What are you doing here? I mean, why? 10 years later, that's not even a question. You know, I was here at the IGF downstairs. Sony, I think it's their online entertainment, their games division, is downstairs with a booth at the IGF showing a technical solution for how they delivered game updates during COVID and how they completely re-engineered how they did that so that when people were home and wanted to play games, they could get the games and they could get the updates they needed. And it was wonderful. You know, nobody even questions you anymore why a content guy is at the IGF or a content guy is at the ITF. And I think that's the business really positive aspect of this progression we've seen. You know, we brought the IP frameworks and we brought the IP networking together. That enabled a platform for the business people that pay the bills, that pay for me to do my work and everybody else to do their stuff, to get comfortable with the internet as the platform for their next generation, right? Streaming. And that has caused an evolution that we only could have dreamt of, you know, back in the day. And what I mean by that specifically, you know, we went from, if you look back to 2012, most video on the internet was either standard def or lower quality. It was 320 by 280. It was really terrible quality video. We went from standard def to HD, now 4K is common on the internet. Each of those little jumps is easy to say. It's 4 times the amount of data. SD to HD is 4 times the amount of data. SD to 4K, 16 times the amount of data. NHK has even a higher resolution service that they have. And what's enabled that is that the business of content creation, content distribution, came to the party and said, this is important. They invested the funds, they invested the engineers in advancing those fields so that our codecs are much more efficient than they were in the past. Our network transports have much lower latency. 10 years ago, we never talked about latency. It was just a thing we lived with. Now at the places like the ITF, it's one of the things we talk about the most. It's, you know, there's L4S over the ITF, which is an initiative for, you know, lower latency. And it's you know, if people say, well, you know, what do you do in your marriage counseling business today? What's your number one thing? Latency is the thing I'm working on big time because live sports. And sports brings people together. It isn't just watching live sports, it's sitting in the stadium and be able to chat with your friends on your phone while you're watching the game. The friends may be at home watching it on TV. I've literally had the experience of being in the stands and a friend texted me and said, just saw you on camera. And he was sitting at home and we were waving to each other. That's cool. I mean, I couldn't even imagine doing that 10 years ago. But you know, I'm going to come off as, you know, sort of like, isn't this all wonderful? I think it is really wonderful. You know, we've had investment that made problems that we were afraid of go away. And it's opened new things that were interesting challenges like the latency problem to work on. That's really fascinating, and we continue to evolve. I find that very exciting because it means that, you know, we're not done. We're continuing to find interesting things to work on. But at the end of the day, IP networks and IP frameworks, we work together in harmony, not always perfectly, but we've worked together to enable the business guys to go off and do their thing. Now, we sometimes say we don't like what they've done. I myself will never appear in a TikTok video, but you know. Anyways.
Constantine, you have a comment on this topic?
Yeah, just very quickly, as both Paulo and Glenn were talking, I was thinking that effectively all of us that, you know, we're speaking at the IGFs or working at the ITFs or, you know, working at WIPO and thinking of these things. Ultimately, it's all about the user, right? Everyone is working for the user. And I think that what is interesting in the past 10 years is that the user really took us to the direction that they wanted, and they very much indirectly and silently in many ways, they said, we need those things in order to be able to participate and continue participating in the internet. We need better networks because we want these networks to be able to stream video if I walk downtown Tokyo. We need better policy frameworks because I am seeing that, you know, the licensing regime in copyright has created problems because when I'm traveling, I cannot take the content with me, having access to that content. So we're seeing also this change in the way those policy frameworks think about those things. So for me, it's really interesting that we always need to go back. And one of the things that I have realized in doing this and thinking about the internet is that ultimately it always comes down to the user. So it is very, very important in those conversations to not forget the users and what they want, and not to underestimate where they can take us. Because we are here where we are with all these new technologies and these exciting things happening, whether it's streaming, whether it is whatever, because of the users.
Jim, did you have
Yeah, thanks, Shane. So we actually have a comment and question from Kat Townsend from the Measurement Lab. 2.6 billion are not, 2.6 billion people are not online, and more do not have meaningful connectivity. Access is still very much an essential concern. We work on measuring the quality of connectivity at interconnection points and using those to support increases in services and in infrastructure development in underserved areas. How might we do this better even without reporting from service providers?
Who would like to go first? Jeff, thoughts? Do you want to jump in on this one?
Yeah, yes, I have some modest thoughts here. Part of this is the beauty of markets is also a weakness. That in transforming this industry from one that was orchestrated from the middle out, which is where the telephone system was, the telephone company defined what the service was, how it was provided. And oddly enough, one of the defining instruments of that whole regime was universality of service and access. And that goes back over 120 years. Everybody had universal service. It was actually echoed then in electricity rollouts 10 years later. The internet was never built like that. It was built as a market response. It was actually unleashing that sort of stolid, quite conservative view from telephony into one that chased where users spent money. Now, the problem, as we all find with this, is that the richer the user, the more determined the chase for their money. And so rich markets are extensively served with extraordinary amounts of technology. And the hope is, amongst much of this industry, that as the technology improves, it gets cheaper and gets more accessible to those areas with lower versions of per capita GDP and similar metrics. But ultimately, wiring out high-speed networks in remote and impoverished areas demands a level of capital intensity which is challenging for any investor. Interestingly, solutions are appearing which are unorthodox. And I've certainly been tracking where Starlink is going with its service. All of a sudden, over every part of the sea and land on this planet, we can drop in excess of 50 to 60 megabits per second anywhere, at not eye-watering price, at prices which currently are affordable in a Western context. And if the pace of technology keeps on going, would be affordable universally. Because once connectivity is an abundant good, not a restricted and scarce good, everything changes. We fall into a trap of assuming the world we have today is constant. The silicon folk think an entirely different view. Everything doubles in 2 to 3 years. Stuff gets cheaper, stuff gets smaller, and stuff gets faster. And so the situation we find today will certainly change over the next few years. And I suspect that one of the enabling technologies will be space-based to get over some of these issues with the extraordinary amount of capital intensity required to wire up those parts of rural and remote that the existing technology models won't surface. I applaud an initiative in Mongolia, which certainly has a large amount of extremely remote and sparsely populated areas, and actually doing a service based around Starlink to provide modern, extremely high-speed connectivity to astonishingly isolated and remote communities who don't have extensive power. This is all battery power, and it works. So certainly I am optimistic about being able to drop the threshold into more challenging markets. And certainly I see that technology shifts are essential to do that, because the existing models won't carry us into those spaces. But, it's an evolving picture. So I'm optimistic.
Yeah, that's very helpful. I think Project Kuiper just put one of I think they launched 2 satellites this past week, and I know they were planning on a huge constellation. So is this just a case of we're expecting to see more coverage, and we will eventually see a lowering of the price point now that we've proven that if you're in Mongolia, you can probably go almost anywhere, but not necessarily pulling wire, but using the spectrum that we have in space?
There are 5 massive projects that are certainly on the drawing boards and in various stages of sophistication. So yes, Project Kuiper, the existing U3B. There is a Chinese project that's on the drawing boards, and of course Starlink. The launch costs are coming down. Because the launch costs are coming down, we're contemplating an entirely different future now in this area, particularly of rural and remote. And for countries like even Australia and New Zealand, which are plagued by large amounts of sparsely inhabited areas, these kinds of technologies make astonishing difference to a picture of a national community drawn together through a digital sort of medium. So yes, I am less concerned at this point that the situation we have with the remaining 2.6 billion, I don't think it's intractable. I do believe over the coming few years, technology solutions will actually apply to their part of the world as much as our part, the developed part of the world.
I always wonder if there's going to be somebody, 10 years ago it was Belize, who would say, come to Belize, we're not connected. So you like want to vacation someplace where you're like, don't talk to me for 5 days. I'm going to come over here to Stella. So you are studying a lot of this. And one of the things that you mentioned when we were talking in the very beginning is that it's interesting being here in Japan, because in Southeast Asia and the area that you are from in the world looks to Japan for a lot of the copyright laws and IP laws that you're currently studying. So talk about that. And also, you're a digital native. You really grew up with this. So a lot of this might seem like a bunch of wire talk because it's always been there to you.
Thank you for the question. Actually, I just want to hop back to a little bit on the topic of the global north and south divide. So actually, one of the issues that we saw during the COVID pandemic was that, yes, there may be importance and prioritization in network access, but one of the key barriers was the cost of devices. So a lot of households in Malaysia, for example, bottom 40 of the population, you would see that one household would be sharing one device, and it's a matter of prioritization of who gets to use that device and who ultimately gets that access, which relates to what we're talking about for the youth. When it comes to more of the privileged side of perhaps those who have their own devices, so one of the issues or one of the worries that we have regarding content and open access content and fair use of content is that a lot of youths may start out as content creators related to maybe fan-related content, so fan-created art, fan-created videos, etc. And so I would like to ask the panel later about their thoughts on how that may see, the future of that. Right, yes. And then on the topic of IP, one of the things that we also see is that as youth creators, sometimes some of the things that we create on and share online gets fed into the algorithms, and then ultimately that's an issue that we worry that later on as youths, our work or the work of those who are involved in that community ultimately will be used to feed into a larger program, and then we won't get the credit, and then we ultimately just have to fade away and choose a different kind of thing that we want to do. So yes, if there are any thoughts on the youth role and their youth presence, especially in terms of fan-created art and fan-related content.
That's I'm extremely surprised to hear these comments. It's for the first time youth components of the IGF is actually claiming for better copyright protection to make sure their works is not going to be used to train machines, right? Or get lost and attribution of your work is granted. Well, on paper, everything should work. It's settled. You have rights in all the countries of the world, not all 181 countries of the world, so practically all countries of the world, that would assure that you have the right of being recognized, attributed as the author of a work. And you cannot waive it. When you can renounce to exercise it, you cannot transfer it to your employer. That's the moral right. Then the real answer is how do you make sure, the question, how do you make sure this actually happen? Again, we have to turn to technologists. But there are watermarking technologies, there is a protection also of rights management information enshrined in copyright laws that are there exactly to serve the purpose you are mentioning. Anything else would be way too technical, but the law is already there, and also the technology. There is a huge debate, and it's not about youth, it's about all sorts of professional content creators that they don't want to see their content used to train machines that would eventually put forward output that compete with them. Think about if you were a professional composer, or if you are a journalist, or but that's not specific to youth, and this IGF is devoting, I guess, 80% of its meeting time to that debate. The first question, but I think it's the fan art is part of the UGC debate. It's oftentimes derivative work. So if it's done in the context of platforms like TikTok or Instagram or Meta, Facebook, those practices are often covered and regulated by the terms of use, taking into account copyright. So in certain frameworks, this is solved by terms of use and licensing practices, and that's something didn't happen in the past. Outside of those platforms, if you create something based on someone else's creation with a commercial purpose, I have a bad news, you need to go and get the permission, but there are clearing houses, there are places like collective management organizations where you go to one place and you get the right to do that.
So my understanding that to be, it's having tool sets that are built into maybe the platform that you choose to put your information on. So you don't have to do it from start. You know, it's like the old days where you think, Jeff, you're mentioning your blog and having to make sure that it gets in the right place. And so when you're doing this, having those tools will help you protect your work from the beginning.
So very, very practically, I don't know whether, I'm not using TikTok, but if you do something on TikTok, a video, and you pick a soundtrack, it's identified, and part of the money that TikTok is generating through advertisement of their business model would go through a collective management organization to the owner of that song you are using in your video, so that you can do that without infringing copyright. But that's within the TikTok framework. If you take that video and you put it and you broadcast it on TV, no, you can't do it. You should get, so it's extremely complex, but frankly, there are meaningful progresses in this space. If you ask rights holders, they would say the money received by those platforms are too low, it's not enough, but that's a business discussion supported by some principle established in the norms.
Did you have a second question you want to add?
Actually, yes, it's kind of related, but I'm not sure if it was already covered. But on the topic of the language barrier as well, so I do know that, for example, youths, we have like strong online presence, as you said, digital natives. So during COVID, there was an opportunity for a lot of us to connect if we had the opportunity to connect online. And what we saw was that, for example, there are like certain perhaps books or comics, etc., that are not available in the native language. And what happens is you get people who offer to translate for that particular piece of work, but it's not an official translation, and then they monetize that. So I think that's an issue in which, like, it's odd to see a youth creator who also wants to have their like IP protected, but they're also actively engaging in that kind of activity in which they're essentially taking someone else's and translating as well. So the issue, any thoughts on that issue?
So it can be a new market. The first question I have for you, are we talking about human translations, or are we talking about someone offering to take a text and put it into DeepL or ChatGPT translate it?
Actually, both.
Well, it's pretty different because anyway, from a legal perspective, if you take a book and you want to translate it into a language that is not offered yet of that version of that book, you can't do it. You have to ask the permission. You have to ask the permission. Oftentimes, I mean, if it doesn't exist, it depends on the specific market, because that would be literature. How would you go about translating a movie? That would be dubbing. It's a completely different story. How would you do that for music? So it's literature. There are practices about doing that, but translation of literature is still managed individually. If it's done by a human, then that translation is a derivative work, is protected, and you can make money out of it. So go on, do it. That's how you expand and spread knowledge around the world. There is need for that, but cannot be done without getting the permission.
All right, we've done our first hour. Good job, everybody. I am going to open this to questions, and I appreciate that we have people here in the room. Thank you for joining us up here at the large dais. Do you have something online as well, Jim? No? Okay. Bertrand, how are you this morning? Do you want to join into this conversation? Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Shane. Fascinating discussion, wealth of perspectives. I would say, as somebody who works for the professional audiovisual sector, the first thing is I would agree with what I've heard about the false prophecies of 10 years ago whereby copyright was going to break the internet. It's refreshing to hear that there's a fair degree of consensus that it hasn't. In fact, in terms of our observation of the milieu of professional audiovisual production, one of the hopeful stories in terms of capacity building in the last decade has been the eagerness and success with which young producers in certain areas of the global south have accessed the copyright framework, mastered the knowledge that they needed in order to support their activities of professional content production, and try to build IP values within their companies, which I remind people here is essential in order to have basic access to the capital that you require to pay your employees, to develop the next piece of content. We have a very complex product cycle in audiovisual. It takes months, years, sometimes to develop a project to the point where it can go into production. So this accessing of the copyright framework has proven a boon to content that ultimately ends up on internet services. And it's been, I think, conclusively proven that the two systems are meant for each other. The thing I would say, without meaning to rain on anyone's parade, the very upbeat story we heard from Jeff in particular, which is indeed very positive, is not always borne out by circumstances on the ground. I participate in a network called the Policy Network on Meaningful Access. We have a session tomorrow afternoon, I think 3:15. We'll be hearing in particular from two women who run a company in Kampala, in Uganda, a production company. They've been trying to run a sustainable audiovisual production company in this neck of the woods for a while. It's proving quite complex. One of the reasons why we've seen in certain parts of Africa, countries jumping a technological paradigm, and where you would have had a more complex value chain for audiovisual output in the past, you now basically are relying on internet services to pre-buy or buy your content in order to access your public and satisfy consumer demand. These people play a crucial role because they're making local content in local languages. Luganda may be spoken by 25 million people plus. In terms of its non-participation in the globalization, in economic globalization, it still makes it a minority language. Therefore, if it's not spoken, if it's not used to reflect people's lives back at them, it's going to disappear or become marginalized. So the work they do on the ground is essential in the participation it constitutes to maintaining linguistic diversity and cultural diversity. The trouble they have very often is that the content they make is vulnerable to market failure. And if they cannot find a buyer in the streaming environment, then they are left with a very problematic situation. One of the things they observe on the ground also is that the broadband mobile services that consumers and citizens have access to, the pricing points are not always adequate to the spending power of local people. That if you need to spend 7 Gs of your 8G bundle you've pre-purchased, and that you've run out of Gs by the time you reach episode 2 of a series, there's something's not quite working to the adequation between supply and demand in this area. So and also the quality, reliability of the signal is now is problematic. So back to perhaps what Konstantinos was saying, it really is important to continue the work of deploying a reliable infrastructure with a variety of pricing points that reflect also the local purchasing power, and to enable, again, the making of content that is culturally relevant. These people have made recently a film about a neurodivergent kid growing up in a traditional village in Uganda and subject to the prejudices of his milieu. And they regard their mission as being one of educating and engaging people on women issues, on educational issues, and so on and so forth. If they don't have a sustainable model to do it, then something is not quite working.
So stay with the microphone there, because you brought up a very interesting point on just the economics and the challenges. In the very beginning of the internet, there was just this hope that we were democratizing and people be able to, find each other anywhere very easily. And part of our challenge now is the societal bubbles that we live in, that we get our own, the algorithm kind of repeats what we want to see over and over again. So in the case of, I might want to watch this Ugandan, content. I didn't know it existed until now. How do they break through that barrier? I mean, it isn't just a, network issue, it's also just finding out that it's there and getting it out into the wild.
Well, I mean, first of all, there is good news. I can't remember who. I think Jeff made the point, which I think is a contention point, that there's a tendency of concentration in the marketplace for services. I sort of beg to differ. It's not that intense that there isn't competition arising. In fact, the rollout of the large American streamers in some of these markets has often triggered a kind of dynamic response with local services arising to kind of balance the equation. So they're finding, these two ladies, and they'll talk about it tomorrow, that their situation compared to 5 years ago has improved. They have more markets they can go to try and sort of persuade someone to put money up front so that they can make the content in the first place. But it remains quite at its first stage of development, and I think we need to see more competition in the type of service. There's two things that's really important here. One is we talk a lot about UGC, and we respect UGC, and there are forms of licensing for UGC as we've heard. It's a very important part of the creative ecosystem. But damn it, it's also a career for people. It's a professional career, and why not? Why could you not build sustainable audiovisual production businesses at an SME level in the tier, where you can be nimble, you can address different market segments, and you can make a living and pay your employees. And so that is a very important notion to the people on the ground who are actually trying to create career tracks for this type, and based on the delivery of this type of content, based on living there and having their fingers on the cultural pulse and socioeconomic pulse.
Thank you. Yep.
So, Bertrand, I really like your point about the market. The point you made about the markets, it made me think, to Konstantino's point, that we've always said we build the internet for users. And that's something it's a truism. But it made me reflect that one of the things that is also true is that who that user that we build that internet for has evolved and changed. When I started doing my career many years ago, that user at the other end was probably another computer scientist like myself. Now it's everybody. It's creators, and it's the market. It's the people participating in the markets. These markets are built around these frameworks that we've created and enabled through the technology. But the user is a much more sophisticated, very diverse entity now, right? It's the viewer, it's the creator, it's the creators that are also viewers, but it's these markets at the end of the day that are enabling the next generation, the next evolution of where we're going. It's, because the market enables people to exchange, and it enables them to get paid for it. And that brings us back to the IP frameworks that, the IP networks enable the IP frameworks to enable the markets for all of us to participate in. And I used to go around saying everybody's a creator, and I think I'm going to go back to saying it because I think it's still true. Everybody is a creator. But the difference may be that I'm starting to get paid for it.
But there's a fundamental point here, Glenn, that I think is a shift of thinking in this digital world. The auto industry scaled up by making one car, one color, one artifact. they scaled by uniformity. The telephone system scaled to reach an astonishing number of people with one product, one concept. And so scale and uniformity went hand in hand. And I think we've grown into thinking that markets the size of billions is product the size of one. But what we're actually finding, and you can see it, I think, best in advertising networks, oddly enough, digital advertising, we are able to scale at billions, yet customize to a market of one. And if you think about how I can use a distributor like Netflix for my Ugandan language video, there is a conversation that works for both producer and distributor. What we're finding in this digital world is the power of this platform actually allows astonishingly fine-grained customization of individual markets inside this larger ecosystem. So you can have any color you want. We don't care. We can produce the artifact at affordable price across a highly diverse market of billions and actually create sustaining businesses and supplying that system across the entire world. It is a different way of thinking. And I'm personally quite optimistic about this. It's no longer one car, one size, one thing. It is actually a market where we can do highly diverse, highly customizable inside one framework. And that's where we're exploring right now. And I think we'll explore over the next 5 or so years. And oddly enough, things like copyright really help, because all of a sudden, these authors and producers can say, I'm a market of one with my copyright, and the distributor goes, sure, I can accommodate that within the frameworks we have that service billions of people. And this is kind of where we're heading with this technology. It is amazing stuff, I believe.
Thanks for that. Anyone else on the panel want to comment on that, and then we're going to go to another question? Microphone.
About the market discussion, I think there is a point that was never raised. I only mentioned that there are different stakeholders in the value chain and with different position. There are no first row artists here in the room and on the panel, so I need to anyway highlight the fact that we're talking about extremely positive situation, and I think the focus of our debate was the larger, I mean, IP system versus development on the internet. What is the impact on content production and access? So the picture is extremely positive. However, in all this debate, if you talk to musicians, so if you talk to artists, sometimes they don't feel well treated and they don't get the money they think they deserve or they're used to get from traditional media, from digital exploitation. This is a fact, is debated, is discussed, there are people negotiating that. I think it's mostly a matter of bargaining power, discussion according to deals. The trend is positive, but there is discussion over there. One question we ask those that are involved with policy and not with business deals is, if not mistaken, I haven't checked, but I think 13 years ago, the subscription fee of certain streaming services was exactly the same of those of today. No, not mistaken. I don't want to quote specifically, but my sense is that the
price stabilization, a little bit up. Yeah, just come on.
How much?
And they stopped sending
very similar, certainly not at the pace of inflation. But on the other hand, the content you get is certainly increased, so you have double. So is it sustainable in terms of, like, we have more product, more content, users get to do more stakeholders, same price or almost same price, how far we can go, that model. We leave it to, it's a question, I don't have the answer.
Just very quickly, I think this is a competition issue, right? I mean, the market will sort it out. We are seeing already some services survive and some services just die the quick death, in the case of Quibi, for instance, right? So I think that this is, we're going to go through a phase and where I feel that we are already into the phase of a hype where everyone wants to do streaming because it's the new golden thing, and then some players will survive and some players will don't, and content will play the predominant role in order to determine which ones will survive or not, as well as the engineering behind it and whether you are able to support what you tell me, what you're selling me, and you want me to buy.
Did you want to comment on just how much content's being done? We were talking about this the other day. It's just amazing.
Sure, I don't have numbers to
Concept.
but conceptually, we're in a golden age of content creation. There is more content being created both professionally and non-professionally than ever in the history of mankind. I don't know if this is sustainable. I'm not an economist, I'm an engineer, but wow, I mean, gonna look back in years to come and say there was this explosion in the 2020s of content everywhere like we've never seen before. When I was a kid growing up, you maybe got a new TV show here and there, and you're kind of very excited in the fall when the new shows would come out. And now I'm in this 24/7 cycle, 365 year where I'm always finding new content constantly. It's amazing.
But don't you think that this is also because the creation of content has become much cheaper because of the internet?
Absolutely. Somebody just pointed out to me the other day that there's a new tool that came out for your phone that you can now do cinematic quality video capture and processing. I think it has an AI component on the back end. That it's literally like a cinematic quality camera. And if you think about that, 10 years ago, we would have been talking about the RED camera professionally, which was like, a very expensive, very unique tool. And now people have it in their hand and their phone, and it's a downloadable app. I think it may even be free. Like, wow.
Thanks so much, Shannon. My name is Talan Sultanov from Internet Society Kyrgyz chapter, and I wanted to follow up actually on your question on Global South and contribute to this debate on copyright. So our work was mostly related to connecting the remote communities of Kyrgyzstan to the internet. And once we did that, we quickly realized there wasn't much content for the local communities because everything was in Russian or in English, and people wanted content in Kyrgyz language. And we thought it would be easy. We will digitize, for example, educational materials that Ministry of Education has, books. And we couldn't because they were all copyright protected. So we asked the Ministry of Education, can you give us the copyright? They said it belongs to the authors. So the ministry pays to have these books, but doesn't want to have the copyright because then the responsibility of the quality of the book goes to the ministry, and they want to have, no, if there is a mistake, it was the mistake by the author, it's not us, the Ministry of Education. But for us, it was a challenge. We couldn't digitize these textbooks. And it was actually for us easier to find copyright-free Creative Commons materials from the global experience and then translate it into Kyrgyz language rather than digitizing the textbooks that were produced locally. So I think having Creative Commons materials was a really kind of lifesaver for us. Thank you.
Has that market changed since you first started on that? Have you found that there's more in the Creative Commons than when you first were trying to use copyrighted work?
Now we're finding a lot of useful materials globally. For example, we've adopted GSMA's mobile internet toolkit into Kyrgyz language, Microsoft's materials. They were all, of course, by commercial companies, but openly available. Also, we wanted to bring scientific experiments to schools, rural schools. We thought we would produce them by ourselves, but it was very expensive. So we found biology, astronomy, physics, experiments, videos, 5-minute, 3-minute videos online, Creative Commons, and we translated them into Kyrgyz language using voices of real, local stars. So in the end, these videos were even more kind of user-friendly than the original, because the originals were voiced by scientists, and this time these were voiced by actors. And I just wanted to end with, through our work, for us, we developed several kind of principles that we've been applying now. One was local language first, so anything we do, we now do in Kyrgyz language. Then mobile first, because rural communities have very few computers, but everybody uses smartphones. And this means, for example, if we do textbooks, they can't be just PDF, they have to be kind of, you have to be able to kind of make the font smaller, larger, and they cannot be very heavy. So for example, during COVID, Ministry of Education scanned all the books that they have, but they were so heavy, and the kids, when they download one book, all their money was gone, so they couldn't use it. Same for video, and we found ways to make them very light without losing the quality.
I just want to jump in here and say, so one of my other hats is I'm one of the IGF trustees. And one of the IGF trustees, what we actually do is we manage the IP rights, the copyrights on all the technical standards that the IGF produces. I just want to chime in and say, when you get to the IGF standards, one of the things we have pre-baked into the authorized uses is you can translate them to any language you like. It's already enabled and already permission already granted. So when you get to the IGF RFCs, you're good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We have a question down here. And can you mind just identifying yourself? Sorry, I didn't get to ask the other gentleman to do that. It's fine. Just push the button up. There you go.
It works, yes. Thank you
There
very much.
There you go. Okay.
My name is Peter Bruck. I'm the chairman of the World Summit Awards, and we have started in 2003 with a business process to give a global, or to start a global mechanism of looking at high quality content. In the first year, we had 136 countries participating in 2003, and then today it's 182 countries, and we have a United Nations system, so that from each country, so talent, if he's working from Kyrgyzstan, he has one in the 8 categories of the Tunis Action Plan, and the same as from the US or from Australia or from anywhere else. What I'm actually struck in awe by the quality of your conversation here, and I have not been privy and part of it before. What I want to address here very much is the technologically fueled enthusiasm of Geoff Houston regarding different ways of thinking and how the technology is actually turning the table upside down every 3 or 5 years. Obviously, what we have is, when we look at quality of content, we have a promise, and Geoff, you related it to the library model of the internet, shifting it then to the entertainment model, and you referred then also to the mobile revolution. What the business process started off is actually looking at this transformation through the internet into a knowledge society. So that was the idea of the computerization, of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, I guess. What we see here is that the market is actually very successful, and many of you have really, stressed how from copyright, I think, Paolo, you did your 3 things regarding how the last 10 years have really, shown in terms of user-generated content, in terms of open source and so on, how this has actually really helped us shape the market in a positive way. But I would think that we have not a market failure, but a democracy failure. And the issue here is very much that the platform intermediaries, which Geoff is also talking about, and who have such a critical role, they have cannibalized the editorial intermediaries. And that is something which we have to really, start thinking about in terms of what you were talking about also, Shannon, regarding the democracy issue. So we are basically creating, not just one product for one taste on a scale of billions, but we are creating also uh, social monads, which are not relating to each other in a participatory way, but they are paralleling each other in their existence, and then they are fueled by, and I don't want to go into all the details of the analysis here. But it is, from my question is, what is it actually in terms of the positive thinking and what the technology can deliver and what the economics can sustain in terms of quality content regarding what I would think is something like the editorial value add. And that would relate then to something like the Enlightenment idea of the public sphere, but I don't want to go into that either. So thank you very much for listening to this.
No, I appreciate your comments. I'm just going to check back in over here. Luke, did you want to add anything? You've been very patient through all this whole conversation. You've got a microphone right next to you right there.
I just do have one question. I mean, coming from a youth perspective and about copyright. So on Instagram, there actually is a function to add a sort of audio that you do have to a reel. So when content creators, I'm just curious that, let's say you have a song and you record the song, but you upload it as your own audio. So what is the process then, and what happens, and how do we educate the youth to better maybe follow the best practices that are already in place, but the youth may not know about these practices? Yeah.
Great. I think we know who that goes to.
We can do copyright clinics at the IGF. I think would be extremely useful. We should suggest that. Look, you're talking about your originally created music uploaded on Instagram. Yeah. Well, I think it's something that is I must say I don't know the details of the terms of use, but it's something very similar to what happens on YouTube whenever you upload your video. Through that process, you are basically there is a disclaimer. You have to assert you have the rights over that piece of music you are uploading. That's the first thing. If you have the right, you are signing up a non-exclusive licensing agreement through which basically you allow Instagram to make it available. And unless you have a specific content ID or you are a professional author, you artist, you oftentimes don't get any good economic deals out of it. So it's a good start to make yourself known, to outreach the audience. But what we see is that professional artists normally get a specific deal in order to get some of the revenues generated through advertisement whenever your music is played. So read carefully the terms of use, and if you are planning to be a professional artist, then read even more carefully and ask someone to help you. But it's a copyright licensing, and once you upload that, you can also go somewhere else and do it if it's your song. But first step, you need to make sure it's your creation.
All right, we are at time. Thank you all for being part of this very good discussion. It looks like we survived the last 10 years. I'm hoping that we can do this again in another 10 and see where we have come in. So I just want to appreciate everyone's time this morning. Thank you, Jeff, for coming in remotely, and thank you for all of you who are participating here in the audience and those that helped us coordinate all this. So have a good day at the IGF.
Thank you.
Okay, time. It's start. Everyone. Oh, hello everyone. This is workshop number 149. VOD regulations, fair contribution, and local content contributions. Okay. So let's start the workshop. Oh, I wanted to. Yeah. Thank you. Here are the speakers of these sessions. Local speakers from here are venue from here in Tokyo, Kyoto. Dr. Nami Yonetani, and I'm Ichiro Mizukoshi. I'm also the session organizer of this session. And remote speakers, Dr. Toshio Jitsuzumi from New York. Can you hear me? Oh.
Yes, I can hear you, but I'm not from New York. I'm from DC.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you. And Miss Cho Shang from Seoul. Can you hear me? Hello? I can't hear you.
Hello?
It's okay. I can hear you. All right. Oh, each one's background will be talked about in their presentations. So, yep. Today we discussed about two regulations. One is fair contributions and the other is local content contributions. This is very, very rough explanation of these regulations. Fair contribution is redistributing the money from VOD to investigate the telecommunication infrastructures such as fibers and the towers and etc. And the local content contribution is redistributing the money from the VOD to the from VOD to produce the local content and ordering them to promote the local content. Again, this is very, very rough explanations. So after this workshop, I hope everyone gets the more correct understanding of these regulations. So we want to make this workshop a bit interactive with polling system by slide. So if you have the internet access, please access the slide with code 3965076 and click the URL that posted here now. Just a moment. Chat. Yeah, I'm sending the URL. If you post, could you click that URL and make the polling? Yep, sorry. What's going on? Yeah. Yes. This is a practice, and so now. Please choose one. Before this workshop, we want to know your background. Have you ever had a fair contribution or the local content contribution, or both or none? It's just wait for a polling. Yes. Oh no. Okay, polling is coming. Just a moment. Share the slide to the result. Yeah, still 5 people are voting. Oh, everybody knows about this session. Oh no, one knows only fair contributions. One knows nothing. Okay. So now, this is a practice. So I switch to the real polling now. Just a moment. Yep. This is, I want to hear your opinion about, it's too little, but you can see it in your display. Just a moment. Yeah. Oh Just a moment, please. Got it. It's okay, I go down. Okay, this is a question that, wait a moment, you will notice, and it changes screen. The polling question is, do you think the government should make rules for VODs to distribute some of their profit with local telecom industry or the local content industry, or both local telecom and content industry, or none of them? So even if you live in the middle of the workshop, please poll, and you can edit or just change the poll at any time. Okay? Oh, we'll show you the result at the end of the sessions. So go back to the agenda. Here's today's agenda. First, Toshio Jitsuzumi will talk about the fair contribution. Next, Ichiro Mizukoshi talk in the case study in Japan. Then Ms. Cho shows the situation in Korea. And finally, Dr. Yonetani give a presentation about local content contribution. After all presentations, we have a time of Q&A and discussion. So now, Professor Jitsuzumi, please, is it okay?
Okay, first let me share my slides.
Yeah, I stopped the slide.
See my slide?
Yeah, we can say it.
Okay, so let me start. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jitsumi of Chuo University and currently staying at Georgetown University and enjoying my sabbatical leave here. While I deeply regret not having the chance to meet you in person at Kyoto, but I'm grateful for this opportunity to present a brief summary of fair contribution debate. But let me first introduce myself very briefly. After an 18-year tenure at the Japanese Telecom Authority, the Ministry of International Affairs and Communications, I am now a faculty member at Chuo University and teach microeconomics focusing on network industries. And my research, recent research includes net neutrality, AI regulation, platform regulation, fragmentation of the internet, and fair contribution, which is a central theme of today's panel discussion, I think. All right, let me summarize 3 backgrounds that have ignited the discussion on the fair contribution so far. The first is, of course, the remarkable surge in global internet usage. This phenomenon is notably driven by the rapid expansion of internet video usage, which, according to Cisco estimate in 2018, has quadrupled in consumer usage and tripled in business usage over the last 5 years since 2017. As you can easily understand, this escalating internet usage imposes a substantial strain on the operation of underlying network. According to the estimate of Frontier Economics, the cost to European broadband network can range from billions to tens of billions of euros per year. Facing such robust surge in network utilization, telecom operators worldwide are channeling considerable investment into their network to uphold and, where possible, augment the quality of internet experience for their users. However, in Japan, the growth in investment by telecom carriers has not resulted in a proportionate improvement in network quality, leading to challenges in offering enhanced broadband services that need higher network standards. As my research in the 2010s reveals, as displayed in this slide, especially the left-hand side, network investment of the Japan operators initially led to notable improvement in latency and then gradual enhancement in effective download speeds. Unfortunately, as the right-hand side graph shows, download percentage, which is a ratio of effective speed, actual speed to advertised speed, has been declining, indicating that the Japanese telecom operators need to further expand the investment size in order to accommodate the demand of broadband users. As you can easily understand, this situation is just one example of the difficulties faced by telecom operators in many countries, and which is one of the biggest background of the fair contribution controversy. The second one related to the fact that in most countries, there still remains a substantial digital divide or digital gap in the rural and poor areas. In its 2019 report, the Broadband Commission, which was established by ITU and UNESCO, underscores the lingering global digital gap and calls for additional investment of network operators, which of course include OTT players. The third one pertains to the sustainability of universal service mechanisms. Currently, many governments bear the responsibility of ensuring essential telecom services for the citizen. This policy necessitates the provision of support to network operators which supply services in unprofitable remote regions. And the funds that support this subsidizing mechanism are often collected from users of very basic voice services. However, unfortunately, the proliferation of broadband has led to significant decline in voice service demand, raising concerns about long-term sustainability of such subsidy scheme. Therefore, in the US, this has prompted discussion, as you can see in this slide, regarding alternative funding sources, which I believe can be very compatible with a fair contribution concept. In order to address these three challenges, operators must find new sources of revenue. But in the real world, numerous constraints curtail their capacity to freely pursue this quest. First, telecom carriers are usually bounded by rate and entry restrictions originally attributable to their natural monopolistic nature. Second, considering the pivotal role of telecom services, even legally permissible actions may encounter political constraints. A notable example involves a significant reduction in mobile prices in Japan following an influential political statement of the chief cabinet secretary at that time, who then became our prime minister. Third, as shown in the graph on the right, the average revenue per users has diminished in recent years, indicating that any fee increase can risk significant user attrition. Fourth, in an area where IoT devices are penetrating all around us, acquiring additional frequencies or frequency licenses is imperative for telecom operators, demanding further investment to secure frequency licenses and ultimately thin the financial resources for physical network maintenance. As a result, telecom carriers' expansion strategy realistically shrink to just two options. First, augmenting revenue by introducing non-telecom services. I think this is eagerly pursued by Japanese mobile operators right now. Second, charging additional network usage fees on OTT operators that utilize broadband networks for content distribution and make money, which is of course the heart of the fair contribution debate. The debate about fair contribution has gained additional momentum due to the noticeable difference in profit between OTT and telecom operators. This contrast is clearly illustrated in a report by GSMA, a group of mobile operators, which states that while telecom operated profit has been declining, OTT operators continue to make high profit. Yet, the theoretical remedy for this issue is remarkably straightforward. The crux of the matter lies in the reality that network expansion by telecom operators inherently benefit OTT players, yet the compensation flowing from OTT operators is inadequate. Addressing this external economic properly is important to avoid underinvestment by telecom operators. The resolution, in theory, involves two approaches. The first entails appropriate taxation of OTT operators. This is an approach proposed by economist Arthur Pigou and known as Pigouvian tax. The second revolves around the direct negotiation between relevant parties, in our case, between the telecom operators and OTT players. This approach was suggested by another economist, Nobel laureate Ronald Coase. As an economist, it is a great pleasure for me to say that the economic theory produced such a very elegant pair of solutions. But I have to remind you that we should not forget the existence of another externalities. Investment by OTT players in content application can drive greater demand for broadband services, resulting in a positive external effect on telecom carriers. In order to properly deal with this externality, telecom operators need to pay compensation to OTTs in return. So, given this dual existence of externalities, determining whether OTTs or telecom operators bears the burden based on the case-by-case analysis. Although theoretical solutions are so simple, translating them into practice presents significant challenges, of course. First, the majority of interconnection agreements that makes up today's global internet are either settlement-free peering, where nobody pays the usage of other network, or unidirectional transit agreement where lower tier network always pays to the upper tier. Clearly, both of them do not work well with the regimes that enforces payment based on network usage. Second, for Pygmalion tax and Gaussian method to succeed, participant parties must possess sufficient information of the surrounding situation and can reach consensus without much difficulties. But achieving them in the dynamic broadband landscape is exceedingly difficult. Last but not least, theoretical resolutions can clash with net neutrality principles. Since net neutrality prohibits network operators from charging users outside direct contractual relationship and forbids QoS differentiation. So, under the strict net neutrality, fair contribution cannot be realized. Europeans notably recognize these issues ahead of the global curve. And just before the World Conference on International Telecommunication in 2012, European operators considered introducing a new approach, sending party network pay, to reshape interconnection dynamics, which consists of peering and transit. However, this proposal encountered substantial opposition and did not formally proceed to the international fora. And after this attempt, we have decades of stagnation for this SPNP discussion. However, probably influenced by the development in Korea, which I think will be explained by my fellow panelists, SPNP discussion began to resurface. Currently, Europe has published a proposal that calls for all stakeholders to make a fair and proportionate contribution to the cost of public goods, services, and infrastructure as a means of achieving the universal gigabit coverage by 2030. Of course, this proposal sparks ongoing debate with counter-arguments such as a concern of tighter regulation of broadband, disproportionate usage charges, and potential negative impact on broadband adoption. And while policymakers, industry representatives, and academia from various countries were engaged in heated discussion here, shocking news came on September 18 of this year. That is, after 3 years of heated disagreement, SK Broadband Networks suddenly announced a ceasefire and ended the lawsuit. The detailed terms of the agreement are still unclear, but in any case, the situation in Korea seems to have been settled to a point. But very interestingly, however, the issue of fair contribution is hardly discussed in the neighboring countries across the Sea of Japan. Several hypotheses are possible. The first one is that Japanese carriers have already installed a network of excessive capacity and coverage, so that the impact of internet video traffic is not severe. In fact, the average speed of over 80 megabits per second as of 2019 is sufficient for video viewing, and the fiber optic network has achieved more than 99.7% coverage nationwide. Therefore, there may be no need to ask OTT operators to fund new investment at this stage. However, this situation is limited to the investment expenditure and has no explanatory power regarding operating and renewal cost of the network. Furthermore, capital investment will continue to be required for mobile network because the mobile traffic is expected to skyrocket with 5G. As a result, I think this hypothesis alone is not sufficient. Second, because of a high degree of oligopoly in the Japanese telecom market, existing network operators have long been earning sufficient profit and thus do not feel the need to ask OTT to share the cost. At the very least, I feel this explanation applies well on the three largest companies, NTT, KDDI, and SoftBank. On the other hand, This has limited explanatory power with regard to small and medium-sized players, which are less profitable. The last but not least hypothesis is that Japanese mobile operators heavily utilize Wi-Fi offloading in order to manage the huge amount of traffic, especially in the peak times. Thus, if they loudly claim fair contribution, they may end up paying large usage fees to fixed network operators. Whether either of these hypotheses can explain the unique situation in Japan, which differs very different from that of Korea, this is a topic for my future empirical research. All right, let's turn on the focus on the Japanese telecom authorities. The Japanese telecom authorities have pondered the fairness of cost distribution within the context of net neutrality discussions, but has yet to implement definitive actions. Even the recent amendment of Telecom Business Act, which identified broadband as a universal services, failed to incorporate a mechanism to procure necessary costs from OTT players. So as a researcher, I maintain keen interest in the Japan's forthcoming decisions. With that, I conclude my presentation. Your attention is deeply appreciated, and now I yield the floor. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Professor Jitsuzumi. So the next presenter is me. Just a moment. Yes. And I send the URL again, so please post your opinion. Yep. Just a moment, please. Yes, yes. Oh my God. Where is? I can't see it. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, let me start my presentation with a case study in Japan about these two regulations for VODs. First of all, so my name is Ichiro Mizukoshi. I'm an internet engineer, especially for the operation of packet forwarding and security. I'm working for NTT East and also the external board of the JP-SAT-CC. But this presentation is solely my opinion and doesn't show my company's position, okay? Skip here. Yeah, first of all, VOD is also growing in Japan. This is market size of VOD in Japan. It grew by 18% in these 3 years and reached $3.5 billion in year 2022. And here's the detail. Oh, no. Yeah. VOD is getting more popular in Japan. 7 years ago, only 15% of the people had used the VOD, but now almost 40% have used it. And here's the detail of the Japanese SVOD, subscribed video on demand market. Yeah, familiar global VOD players, VOD players such as Netflix, Amazon Prime, DAZN, Disney Plus, and Hulu. Those of them have shared more than half of the market. Then, how about these two regulations are going in Japan? As Professor Jitsumi said, yeah, fair contributions is very inactive, and also the local content contribution is also inactive. Of course, I'm an ISP industry guy, so fair contribution is occasionally talks in the ISP industries, what's going on the EU, or how about the trial in the Korea is going. But there is no concrete actions has occurred as far as I know. And about the local content contribution, I'm not a content industry person, but based on my understanding, this topic is rarely discussed in Japan, partially because broadcasting regulations are non-existent. Yep, why? It's my humble opinion. There are 3 reasons adding to it. This is my hypothesis. The government stance, market size, and numerous stakeholders. First, government stance to the big tech. The Japanese government has a much more restrained stance compared to the EU. Here are the 2 recent activities in Japan. First one is requesting request for registration in Japan. Oh, the companies that do business in Japan are legally required to register not only their local arm, but also their global headquarters with authorities here. But such request has occurred. It means before June 2022, even Microsoft, Google, and Meta, such a global company, big tech, had not registered in Japan. Just requested, and some of them are going out, but almost them are registered now. And the second one is just subject to the regulation. This year, search engines and social media with more than 10 million users are newly subject to the regulation. But there's no heavy penalty fine like in the EU. Japanese government take the mostly name and shame approaches. If I may add, those two activities mainly focused on the protecting the personal information. So they not so much care about the market movement and so on. So anyway, this approach is much more restrained. The second one is, as Jitsumi-san also mentioned, but the market size. As I showed in the previous slide, the VOD market is 3.5 billion, but related industries such as telecommunications, television, and video productions, compared to VOD, these three industries are order of magnitude larger. The last finding is numerous stakeholders. It's not easy to define the ISP. However, assigning IP address to the customer is a core function of the ISP. Currently, over 500 organizations in Japan has been delegated IP address blocks to assign to their customers. Yes, it's including hosting, clouds, and so on. However, a fairly large number of ISP exists in Japan. The television stations, there are so many television stations in Japan. Terrestrial is more than 120, and cable stations 450, and satellites are 40 or more. And all size, the size of these stakeholder ISP and telecommunication sectors, television sectors, is too widely different. Large one targets the national market, and the small one targets the rural village. So it's too hard to discuss the issue in one table. So it means there are too many stakeholders to cope with the VOD industry together. Oh, in addition, that is in the VOD industry itself, there are various domestic players. It's also the kind of reasons, I think. Yeah, this is my last slide. I have been thinking about the fair contribution for more than 10 years and so on. And this statement significantly impacted me. In year 2010, my friends, executives of mobile operators said, we charge end users based on the volume of packets. So OTT is a goose that lays a golden egg for us. I think this is an important message to the whole world. Yeah, thank you. So let's pass to the next presentation. Ms. Cho, please.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. I'll start. Hello, I'm Jang Cho, a research fellow at KDDI Research. Thank you for joining our workshop. My research focuses on the broadcasting, ICT, and related policies. I have been writing about Korean ICT trends for various magazines of Nikkei BP, affiliate of newspaper, Nikkei newspaper in Japan. Today, I will be speaking about fair contribution and local content's contribution in Korea. Korean dramas, K-pop, and various other contents are gaining popularity in the world these days. Korea is not only a great content creator, but also an internet powerhouse. It was the first country in the world to spread broadband to ordinary households, and it had the highest broadband penetration rate among OECD member countries in 2022. It created new industries such as internet broadcasting, online game tournaments, and webtoons. When it comes to the internet, there are many instances where Korean starts first and influences the rest of the world. A recent example of this is debate over network fees. In Korea, platforms have usually paid network fees for ISPs. It has been taken for granted that both users and service providers pay for the network. There are many companies that want to provide services in Korea, but there are only four ISPs in Korea. The situation has changed when global big tech companies like Google, YouTube, and Netflix launched their services in Korea. With the majority of Korean internet users using Google, YouTube, and Netflix on daily basis, the platform began to become more powerful than ISPs. In April 2020, Netflix filed a lawsuit against SK Broadband, a Korean ISP which had a significant impact on the fair contribution debate in Korea. First, let's briefly explain what the lawsuit was about. Netflix asked the Seoul Central Court to rule that it was not obligated to negotiate or pay network fees for the delivery of content over SK Broadband's domestic and international networks and for the operation and expansion of this network. Netflix argued network neutrality, but the Seoul Central Court ruled the June 2021 that network neutrality is a principle that prohibits telecom companies from unreasonably discriminating against local traffic on their network and is not directly relevant to the network fee discussion. The court also recognized that Netflix was obligated to pay SK Broadband for the paid service of accessing, connecting to, and remaining connected to SK Broadband network. The court also ruled that the two companies should negotiate how the network fees will be paid. Korean media reported that Netflix lost in court and that all business with service in Korea must pay network fees. To understand how Netflix lawsuit against the SK Broadband began and why Korean court upheld network fees, we need to go back to 2006. In 2006, Korean ISP Hanara Telecom launched Hana TV, and an IPTV service that allows users to stream video over the internet with a set-top box on their TV. It was the first IPTV in Korea and gained a lot of popularity due to convenience of being able to watch VOD on TV using remote control. However, other ISPs did not like this and shut down Hana TV, claiming that it increased the traffic of subscribers who were using Hana TV VOD. Hana TV is currently still in service as SK Broadband BTV. By registrating the Internet Multimedia Broadcasting Business Act in February 2008, KT, SK Broadband, and LG Uplus, which are both telecom companies and ISPs, launched closed IPTV services for their own subscribers. With these three companies offering combined internet, phone, and IPTV discounts, most households now subscribe on IPTV. In 2012, Samsung Electronics newly released the smart TV become a problem. When a service emerges that allows smart TV to access VOD from various companies, the ISP KT blocked the Samsung Smart TV from accessing KT Internet, citing increased traffic. Or Smart TV ended up paying network fees to ISP or paying something even it wasn't called the network fees. Then in 2016, Netflix launched in Korea and subscribers started to grow, and YouTube users skyrocketed. Naver, a portal platform with the most users in Korea, raised the issue of network fee. Naver asked ISP to disclose how much YouTube paid for network fees, which account for 70.8% of video viewing time in Korea. Naver argued that network fee that strictly applied to Korean companies but not to global companies are problematic. The National Assembly also said that it was not fair to discriminate between Korean companies and global companies. The debate started over paying network fees fairly. The discussion on fair contribution to internet network maintenance and investment began honest. As Netflix subscribers grew, so did the traffic for Netflix VOD. When Netflix launched in Korea, two of the country's ISP, KT and LG U Plus, partnered to make Netflix available using their IPTV remote instead of network fee. They chose to share the profit when their subscribers signed up Netflix. SK Broadband decided to take network fee. Starting in 2018, SK Broadband expanded its network because it felt that the traffic from Netflix subscribers was damaging users who didn't subscribe to Netflix. Since it expanded its network for Netflix, it proposed to Netflix that Netflix should share the cost 50-50. Netflix insisted on installing Open Connect inside SK Broadband's facilities, claiming that it could reduce 95% of traffic. SK Broadband refused, and saying that Open Connect would not solve the problem, and asked the Korean Communication Commission to mediate to make Netflix negotiate network fee. Netflix rejected that arbitration and asked the court to rule that it did not have to pay the network fee and did not have to negotiate. The result was a de facto defeat for Netflix. In September 2021, SK Broadband sued Netflix under the unjust enrichment provision of Civil Act. It claimed that Netflix had ignored the first judgment, refused to pay network fees, and to negotiate. Netflix appeared in December 2021. Netflix insisted SK Broadband could not bill Netflix for the increased traffic because it is charged based on internet speed to their subscribers. Google and YouTube cited Netflix. The National Assembly was considering a law change that would require CPs to sign contracts with ISPs, stating that they must pay for network uses, which they opposed. In September 2023, Netflix, SK Telecom, and SK Broadband formed a strategic partnership and ended all litigation. The three companies announced that they would work together for good of their users. Korean media reported that following reasons for the end of the litigation. Netflix would have paid SK Broadband for its network behind closed doors because it was likely to lose on appeal, and setting precedent would have triggered lawsuits in other countries. Experts calculated Netflix network fees, which could have been up $180 million. In Korea, why do we have to pay ISPs for network fees? Korean Telecommunication Business Act defines interconnection as paid peering by default. Interconnection between ISPs is also paid peering. ISPs are contracted on bill and keep basis, so they don't pay each other, but it's not free. In Korea, there are only 4 ISPs, but there are many OTTs. The most popular OTT in Korea is Netflix, In September 2023, it was reported that more Koreans use Netflix than all other Korean OTT combined. For ISPs, the most important question is what kind of agreement they have with Netflix to address network fees and fair contribution issues. Korean ISPs are working with European telecom companies who have the same concerns. In Europe, the majority of traffic is dominated by a handful of big tech companies. But even in Korea, some people are questioning network fees. Civic groups argue that subscribers pay for internet every month, and ISP also collect network fee from service providers. This is like a toll tax. Does this mean that a popular K-pop content platform should pay network fees to overseas ISPs because it has a lot of overseas users? Civic group ask. The National Assembly is considering amending the Telecommunication Business Act to make network fee agreement mandatory. However, the legislation has stalled amid growing public opinion that it should be left to negotiations between ISP and other companies. In Korea, the Netflix Act was enacted in December 2020 following a lawsuit by Netflix, stating that big tech platforms are also obligated to keep internet network safe. Apart from network fees, platforms will be held liable if they cause excessive traffic and disrupt services. From here, I'll talk about local contents. As the Korean wave has become a global phenomenon, global OTTs like Netflix and Disney Plus are investing in Korean local contents. They are competing to possess Korean dramas. The government has given more tax deductions to video content produced in Korea. Korean productions are happy. But politicians think that Koreans shouldn't be a content production subcontractor for Netflix. For the sake of more profits for Korean companies, they are not satisfied with exporting contents and want to support for worldwide expansion of Korean OTT platforms. Finally, who should pay for sustainable internet service? In 2020, the Korean government designated 100 Mbps broadband as universal service. In any region, telecom companies must provide internet at the speed of at least 100 Mbps to all subscribers. This requires ongoing investment. The number of people using VOD services is growing, and a small number of companies are generating huge amount of traffic. We need to think about whether telecom companies and ISPs should take all responsibilities for the traffic or whether the business that caused the traffic is also responsible. The CEO of Korean ISP, Katie, said that in the future, not only VOD, but also AI may cause traffic problems. In the case of local contents, Korea will invest more in contents to maintain the economic effects driven from Korean wave. Global OTTs that distribute Korean local content are also important, so cooperation is important. In order to create an environment where everyone makes a fair contribution rather than an environment where someone has to sacrifice, I think there should be more communication between companies like the workshop we are doing today. Thank you for listening. 감사합니다. 아리가또 고자이마스.
Yes, thank you, Miss Jo. So then switch to the Miss Yonetani. Dr. Yonetani, is it okay? Just a moment, I will start your slide. There we go.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm Nami Yonetani. Today, in my presentation, I would like to talk about the regulatory responses around the world to the rise of global video streaming giants, with a particular focus on the discussions on local content contribution. And before getting down to the main point, please allow me to introduce myself briefly. Again, my name is Nami Yonetani. I'm a researcher at the Foundation for Multimedia Communications in Tokyo, Japan. This is my, this is my very first time attending IGF, and I'm very excited to share my research findings today. So let's move on to our main topic. First of all, I would like to give you a quick overview of the current state of video streaming. Although there are many types of video streaming services, they can be classified into 5 categories by their revenue model and distribution model. And the 5 categories are AVOD, FAST, SVOD, vMVPD, and TVOD. And among all of these, SVOD, which stands for Subscription Video On Demand, is leading the global streaming market. And as you can see in this table, SVODs based in the US and Asian countries have a great number of global subscribers, especially the 3 major US SVODs, which are Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, and Disney Plus, have targeted global expansion since early stage. One of the reasons for their global popularity is their original and exclusive content. For example, Netflix's original series called Wednesday became a global smash hit last year, and it is reported that it has been watched for more than 1 billion total hours by over 150 million households. And various previous studies have shown that such popularity of US SVODs is having a great impact on the traditional audiovisual media industry. For example, in the broadcasting industry, consumers are moving away from pay TV, from pay TV to US SVODs, which are rich in content and much cheaper. The same thing is also happening in the film industry. Recent studies have discovered that consumers, especially the younger generation, are moving away from the cinema to watch films on US SVODs. Given this situation, more countries are regulating video streaming platforms to counter US SVODs. There are several points of contention, but one of the biggest points is possible unfair market competition led by regulatory asymmetry between broadcasting and video streaming platforms. Although broadcasting and streaming are similar in the fact that they both distribute videos, law tends to lag behind video streaming, which is a relatively new technology. So since around 2020, to reduce such regulatory asymmetry, some countries have imposed similar regulations on video streaming platforms to the ones that they have done on broadcasting platforms, especially regulations on local content contribution, which is the subject of this presentation, are being introduced mainly in European and British Commonwealth countries. As you can see in this figure, governments are applying or trying to apply local content requirements such as content quotas and financial contribution obligations, not only to broadcasting platforms, but also to video streaming platforms. This table shows you the countries which introduced or are in the process of introducing local content requirements on video streaming platforms. As a side note, as Dr. Cho mentioned in her presentation, South Korea takes a quite different approach from these listed countries. While these countries are taking a defensive approach to protect their local audiovisual industry against US exports, South Korea is adopting a more aggressive approach to foster local industry that can compete with US exports. So here I want to point out that there are more than one policy approach towards large US streaming platforms, and my presentation is focusing on the defensive approach taken by the countries listed in the table. And in the next few slides, I would like to share the regulatory discussion in the countries highlighted in sky blue, which I consider to be important and distinctive. We'll start with the European Union, which is the pioneer in regulating local content contribution. In response to the accelerated influx of US content in the 1980s, the European Union introduced the Television Without Frontiers Directive in 1987 with the aim of protecting the European audiovisual industry from the US and required broadcasters to contribute to European works. Subsequently, in 2007, the Audiovisual Media Service Directive, AVMSD, was introduced to regulate video on demand, VOD platforms, and the directive was revised in 2018 to require VOD platforms to contribute to European works as well. Firstly, the revised AVMSD instructs member states to make VOD providers under their jurisdiction secure at least a 30% share of European works in their catalogues and ensure prominence of those works. It does not mention exactly how to give or measure prominence, but it is expected that European works should be immediately viewable on VOD platforms. For example, on their homepages, recommendations, and search results. And secondly, the revised AVMSD says that member states may require both domestic and foreign providers targeting audiences in their territories to contribute financially to European works. And among all member states, France is the one with the strictest requirements on VOD platforms. France transposed the revised AVMSD into national law in 2021, but with further strict requirements. Moreover, they have their own system called the Media Chronology Rule, an industry agreement on the release window of films which is formed in the government's presence. The latest version of the rule came into effect last February, and it was decided that SVOD can distribute films 17 months after cinematic release. However, it may be shortened to 6 months with agreement of film industry. And in fact, Netflix has succeeded in shortening the distribution period from 17 to 15 months in return for extra investment in French films. On the other hand, Walt Disney is raising a strenuous objection to this rule, arguing it's outdated. And they are protesting by refusing to release some new Disney films in French cinemas and distributing them exclusively on Disney+. In contrast to France, the United Kingdom transposed the revised AVMSD into national law with minimum requirements before Brexit. And after Brexit, they started to explore its own regulatory framework to ensure the Britishness of content and announced the draft media bill this March. the focus of this bill is to maintain and strengthening public service broadcasters, PSBs. So what is PSB? PSBs are broadcasters intended for public benefit rather than to serve purely commercial interests, and they are granted privileged access to spectrum in return for various content obligations. So returning to the bill, there are a number of proposals aimed at strengthening the presence of PSBs. But one of the most eye-catching proposals is to give prominence to PSB's video streaming services on connected devices, including smart TVs and streaming devices such as Amazon Fire Stick. What is more, the BBC has sent a letter to the Parliament calling for a dedicated button to provide a shortcut to PSB streaming services on all television remote control. So the current regulatory discussion in the UK affects not only the video streaming platforms, but also manufacturers. Now I would like to turn our attention from Europe to the British Commonwealth country, Canada. Canada is a country of immigrants and a neighbor of the superpower, the US. Therefore, the overriding issue of Canada has always been how to shape its identity as a nation. With this in mind, the Broadcasting Act was amended in 1991 to protect Canadian culture from the arrival of American television. The Act implements the so-called Canadian Content Rule for broadcasters and requires content quota and financial contribution. However, in 2015, the government expressed concern that Canadian content rules on broadcasters were becoming a dead letter as video streaming services grew in popularity. And they argued the need to support the discoverability of Canadian content. Finally, the Online Streaming Act was passed this April to modernize the Broadcasting Act. And this act will expand the definition of broadcasting to include video streaming in it and apply Canadian content rules to both domestic and foreign video streaming platforms. And now they are currently in the process of public consultation, public hearing to finalize the regulatory framework. Finally, it is neither Europe nor the British Commonwealth, but I would like to mention Israel. And first and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest sympathies and condolences to the victims and their families in Israel and Gaza. The situation is absolutely heartbreaking. So let me get back to their regulatory discussion. Pay TV operators are already obliged to make financial contribution to local content in Israel. And the Netanyahu government, which was formed last November, introduced the broadcasting bill this August to apply the same obligation to video streaming platforms. However, there are voices predicting that the government, which is said to be the most far-right and religious in Israel's history, might introduce stricter video streaming regulations, including content quotas for political reasons in the future. So here in this slide, I wanted to point out that there are possibilities that local content requirements may be imposed not just for cultural or economic reasons, but also for political reasons. And of course, this could apply to any other countries, not only Israel. Okay. The video streaming platforms are of course, trying to push back against such regulatory actions. Netflix claims legal compulsion to contribute to local content would be anti-consumer. Firstly, they point out that content quotas would merely encourage spending on quantity over quality and result in mass producing cheaper and low quality works. Secondly, they argue that tweaking recommendations in ways that undermine viewer choice and preferences to meet the prominence obligation would lead to a disappointing viewing experience. So let's say there's a viewer out there who loves romantic comedy, but Netflix recommends a zombie film to him or her, only because it's local content. Then it is easy to imagine that the viewer would be less satisfied and may give a low rating to the zombie film. What is more, he or she might even cancel Netflix. So Netflix is saying that prominence obligation would make no one happy, neither the viewers, the creators, nor the video streaming platforms. And thirdly, Netflix insists that the market forces have already made Netflix spend significant money on local content, thus there's no need to legally obligate. Finally, they point out it is discriminatory that foreign video streaming platforms are often obliged to contribute to a local content fund, but are not allowed to use it. On another front, Walt Disney mentioned a new global expansion strategy for Disney Plus this August. They revealed that they are thinking to prioritize markets to make Disney Plus profitable by 2024. To be specific, while they're going to continue to invest in local content in high potential markets, they will invest less in local content in mid-potential markets and may even shut down Disney Plus in low-potential markets. So this means that in some countries, Walt Disney might decide that following local content requirements is unprofitable and shut down Disney Plus. So far, I've shown the discussion in European and British Commonwealth countries, but from now on, I would like to specifically look at what is happening in Japan. In Japan, so far, there has been no regulatory discussion regarding the contribution to local content by video streaming platforms. I hypothesize that there are two reasons for this. Firstly, the regulatory playing field between broadcasting and video streaming platforms is relatively level in Japan. And secondly, Japan is a Galapagos market where broadcasters are not much damaged by US SVOD giants. So let me explain from the first reason. While broadcasting falls under the Broadcasting Act of 1950, video streaming is exempted from the Act. Therefore, I think it is safe to say that regulatory asymmetry does exist between them. However, such asymmetry is slight in Japan, as broadcasting regulations, especially content regulations, are much more relaxed than in other countries. For example, we do not have local content requirements for broadcasters like the European and the British Commonwealth countries. In this sense, broadcasting and video streaming are already placed in a fair regulatory environment in Japan. The second reason is based on the uniqueness of the broadcasting market in Japan, and there are two unique aspects. Firstly, unlike many other developed countries, including the ones we've seen in this presentation today, pay TV households remain in the minority in Japan. 80% of TV households watch TV via OTA signals, and private-owned OTA broadcasters are the most popular television stations. So this means that there's no direct conflict of interest between popular broadcasters and US SVOD giants due to the difference in their revenue models. Secondly, Japanese viewers prefer to watch local content, Japanese content on US SVOD platforms. The table on the left shows the result of a nationwide questionnaire I conducted in Japan in 2021. And it was revealed that people, both young and old, highly prefer to watch Japanese content, especially TV programs and animes on US SVOD platforms. And the figure on the right is from Bloomberg last year. It shows the share of the top 10 programs in major Netflix markets that also appear in global rankings. While the more to the right, the more overlapping their tastes, Japan is at the left end, which means that Japanese viewers have quite different tastes from global trends. And so when US SVODs arrived in Japan around 2015, most of us thought that they would be a significant threat to the broadcasters, to the domestic broadcasters. But it turns out that US SVODs are now just new channels for broadcasters to distribute Japanese content to Japanese viewers. However, does this mean that Japanese broadcasters are able to keep enjoying easy days? In my opinion, US fast platforms, which are gradually expanding globally, could emerge as a potential threat to Japanese OTA broadcasters if launched in Japan, as they are both based on the free advertising business model and thus have a direct conflict of interest. If that happens, some sort of regulatory discussions on video streaming might finally occur in Japan. And that brings us to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much. So all the presentation has been done. So just before going to the Q&A, just check the polling result. Just a moment here. Oh, unfortunately, only 5 voted side, and most of them disagree to regulators by government. Okay. So before going to the discussion, we wanted to know the presenters' polling result, or for the order of the presentation. Professor Jitsuzumi, please. What's your opinion?
I think, thank you. It's a very interesting presentation of all the presenters. First of all, I have to say thank you for the information. And for the questionnaire result, which you presented on the screen, I think my answer is that we do not need any regulation on this matter. But in the presentation, I said that concerning the existence of the externalities, some kind of compensation should be justified in order to make the resource allocation efficient in the market. However, to introduce a government regulation is a different matter, because concerning the information asymmetry, which the government had to consider when making some regulations, drafting a regulation in this rapidly changing market is very difficult and cause additional inefficiencies in the market itself. So my recommendation is to ask or to make the negotiation between the actual players as much as possible in order to come up with efficient outcomes, how much conversations they need, and which side should be obliged to pay the other side. So that instead of asking government to introduce regulation on these matters, I recommend the government to make those negotiations as easy as possible. For example, that it's very difficult for the small and medium-sized operators to medium-sized network operators to start negotiating with the export giant of the US, because according to the voices of my friend who is in the business of the small ISPs, they said it's very difficult to start negotiation, to start making contact with Netflix and other Netflix and YouTube's, so that maybe the government can dispatch some expert to start negotiation, or to start making some contact with the content giant to start negotiating with the efficient terms and conditions of those compensations. Or they can maybe introduce some alternative dispute resolution mechanism in order to prepare for the situation where the negotiation just broke up. So that is my thought about this question.
All right, thank you. Oh, it's my turn. I truly support the both. It's a minor one. Anyway, the reason is very simple, because the money is essential. And I'm not a content guy. I can't say the word much about the content. But about the fair contribution, yeah, as I said in my last slide, based on the packet charging is important. It will solve all of the problem. However, if the purpose of the fair contribution is for the broadband universal service fund, like to invest in rural areas, so I could agree it. That's my opinion. So, Ms. Cho, please. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh, yeah, okay.
yes, I can hear you. I think government needs to play a role in helping to negotiate well between companies rather than creating new regulations, because technology is developing very rapidly, but it takes time for governments to set the regulations. When the government try to regulate the enterprise on the issue of traffic related to VOD or something, and the need for fair contributions in network infrastructures, investment and maintenance, it is the need for need, but I don't think I think it not need a new or a regulation. Just government needs to play a role in helping negotiate.
All right, you also none. Okay. How about Yonetani-san?
I think I would vote to the fourth option, content, because I do think that the government has a role to play to make VODs promote local content, because I believe increasing accessibility to local content on digital platforms is one of the key elements to develop local digital economy. And it is hard to achieve by market forces alone. We've already seen in the broadcasting market that it is very difficult to achieve content diversity when there's a flood of cheap and exciting US content in front of us. However, I also believe that such requirements should only be imposed in two conditions. First, it should be imposed when the broadcasters are already under similar requirements and there is a need to reduce regulatory asymmetry. Second, the minimal requirements should be imposed on dominant VODs. Otherwise, the requirements would be an unreasonable entry barriers. And in terms of fair contribution to network costs, I think legally forcing VODs to negotiate deals with local telcos would be enough for now, because I'm not sure if the government is able to define the fairness. But also I have to point out that some countries are currently discussing to impose public interest requirements on video streaming platforms, including VODs. For example, some are debating whether to obligate video streaming platforms to distribute disaster alerts. And some are debating whether to include video streaming technology to ensure universal access to major sports content. So, if such requirements are imposed on video streaming platforms in the future, we would need even more robust networks than we have right now. So, considering such possibilities, I am open to the idea to widen the scope of contributors of network costs.
Okay, so your answer is none or partially yes to the content?
Yes, that would be right.
Partially.
Partially, yes,
okay.
minimal requirements.
Minimum requirement. Most of the panelists believe the market mechanism, all right? So let's start the Q&A and discussion sessions. Do you have any comment and questions? Anybody? Yep.
Hi, I'm
name, please. Yeah.
I'm Keisuke Kaneyasu from NEC Corporation. So thank you for your presentation and discussion. So it's a very informative issue. So I think it seems to important issue about network and net neutrality. So particularly difficult point is relation cross-border issue and each giant tech issue or computation law or right of no access to information or contents. So a lot of issue. And so I know some country made rule or regulation ongoing. So it's a very confusing issue. So give me more information to clarify. So do you have any other idea for new regulation to be improved to measure VOD operator like Netflix?
So you're asking is there any new regulations for the VOD operators?
Yes.
All right. How about Yonetani-san, please?
Thank you for the question. In terms of media policy, I think that most of the broadcasting regulations could potentially be applied to VODs, because there's even countries that have introduced licensing for VODs. But as a global trend, the most prominent discussion currently revolve around content regulations and accessibility rules. In this case, content regulation means prohibiting obscenity and violence and introducing age rating systems for the content. And accessibility rules is requiring closed caption and video description.
All right. How about Ms. Cho?
About regulation, in Korea has a duty to secure internet stability of content provider called the Netflix Act. Large platforms and VOD service providers, which have more than 1 million users a day and account for more than 1% of total traffic in Korea, are also obligated to maintain stability in the quality of the internet network. The name is Netflix Act, but Netflix has never been a problem. Only Korean companies failed to comply with Netflix Act. So I think mm, so regulation is possible, but uh, technology is also possible that new technology have already come out and solve the problems, the traffic about traffic. So I think we don't need new regulations.
Thank you. How about the process Jitsumi?
All right, it's a very good question. I think that the necessity, thinking about the necessity of introducing the new regulation of the major VOD operators. Let's focus on the discussion on the fair contributions. So I just thinking that what happened if the OTT operator or VOD operators refuse to pay fair contribution to the local network operators? I think what happened is that the QoS for the local viewers is deteriorated because even if they refuse to pay fair contribution to local network operators, they cannot local operators cannot block the infusion of the OTT content from abroad because there are lots of gateways to the local network, and that is how the internet was designed in the first place, right? So the incentive for the OTT VOD operator to pay the fair contribution is required, so that the one possible incentive to motivate the VOD operator to pay the fair contribution is to provide them the better qualities, the no congestion even in the peak hours, or the smaller latency figures. So that from the viewpoint of net neutrality, which is my major research focus, this situation is equivalent to providing a paid prioritization to the content providers. So that introducing some regulation to oblige the network VOD operator to pay fair contribution to only the major VOD player to pay fair contribution to local network operators is equal to allowing the fast lanes in the internet, which can be a very controversial issue in net neutrality. So that from the viewpoint of policy reason or the cultural reason, it's might be good thing for the local government to introduce such regulation, but from the viewpoint of net neutrality, it's very questionable. And I personally have to say that I'm not a strong supporter of net neutrality, but there is some supporter for net neutrality, and they will have a huge discussion against the introduction of the regulation, which is applied only to the major VOD operator. I think that's my impression.
Oh, all right, thank you. So now you're thinking about net neutrality around the world and there's some local neutrality in the country, right?
No, I think that in order to motivate the VOD operator to pay the fair contribution to some local network operators, there is some incentives. The incentive can be providing the better quality to the network operators. Otherwise, they just refuse to pay the fair contribution and to let the QoS of the services in the local market just deteriorate.
Oh, all right, thank you. So my opinion is, if the VOD goes to the news, or I mean the journalism, the cross-media ownership regulation should be applied, but I'm not sure about such other things. My feeling is such a VOD has a strong, strong power to the local countries. So the kind of the network or the content neutrality should be applied. That's my feeling. Is there any comments? All right.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. My name is Tomohiro Fujisaki from the Internet Society Japan chapter, but here I'm speaking in my own capacity. And my question is about regulations. So I already had some, actually answer in the discussion, but I want to know, so are there any potential drawbacks or unintended consequence associated with the regulations? Yeah, I know the regulation is very, very strict, and so I want to know the side effect of the regulations.
All right, thank you. So the bad effects of the regulations. Anyway, so how about the professor? So the professional of these regulations. First, the Jitsumi-san, please.
All right. It depends on what kind of regulation we are in mind. So that consider the situation when the government obliges the VOD operator to pay some amount of fee to the local networks. So in my opinion, that it's very difficult for the regulator to come up with the exact appropriate numbers, appropriate fee level, which the network operators, VOD operator to pay in order to cover the externalities and make the investment efficient from the viewpoint of economic efficiencies. So if the government officials are asked by some politicians or the research groups to come up with numbers, they have to ask the relative information to the operators themselves. I mean that they have to ask the network operators or the Netflix to come up with some figures. So this situation is called the regulatory capture and cause a different problem of efficiencies. And also that if they come up with some numbers, that it can be very high or very low. So if that they have to, I think that they will be more influenced by the local operators than the VOD giants. So that if the regulators introduce a fee which is higher than the efficient level, maybe that the VOD operators think that this market is not a high potential market, especially in Japan, which has an aging population and the lowering income in the long-term perspective. That if the government introduced a too strong regulation on this matter, that maybe the Netflix or the YouTube determine that we should stop, making business in this country and go out. So that I think that if that happens, that it will have huge negative impact to the Japanese economy. So that's the second reason I think that the regulation is not appropriate in this matters.
Thank you. Go out? Oh, it's a worst case. Anyway, so how about you, Tani-san?
I think the same can be said for local content requirements. If the local content requirements are too high, it may result in higher prices for consumers, and in worst case scenario, VODs might withdraw from the market, which means that consumers would have less choice of content. What is more, it might encourage piracy because consumers seek to access content outside the legitimate channels. So I believe that requirements should be non-discriminatory and minimal, because the ultimate goal of local content requirements on VODs should not be protecting local industry, but to ensure consumers access to diverse content.
All right, thank you. Any comment?
It's okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So it's the end of the time. So any questions more? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. It's oh yeah. So we want to ask the final comment from the panelists. Sorry. the first one, Professor Jitsumi. Okay.
Okay, that
Sorry.
okay. I have to. I don't want to, repeat my previous comments, but I just say that everything should be determined based on the data, not the political statement or the emotions. As an economist, we need data. Based on data, we can have a more rational conclusion or recommendation to the government. So in order to get some data, I asked all operators on VOD player to disclose. That's
All
my
right. All right. Thank you. Yeah, how about Ms. Cho?
Yes, thank you for listening. And I think regulation starts out always with good intentions, but technology addresses so quickly that another problem always arises. I think there is a need for more government organization to companies together like this workshop. I need more uh, negotiation and cooperation is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. You?
In today's workshop, the focus was on VOD, but considering the increasing popularity of linear streaming and live streaming, I think it is our future task to analyze the impact of those new streaming services to deepen our discussion. And also, as Professor Jitsuzumi mentioned about net neutrality during the discussion on fair contribution, I thought that I think that we have to consider platform neutrality or content neutrality when discussing on local content contribution. I hope we can have an open discussion again at future IGF. And thank you everyone for joining us today.
Thank you. It's truly ending. So thank you for coming. Yep.
So hello everyone, both on-site and online. Welcome to our workshop titled Lights, Camera, Deception, Sides of Generative AI. My name is Connie and I'm a 22-year-old biomedical engineering student and also a United Nations International Telecommunication Union Generation Connect Youth Envoy with a passion for internet governance. So in the next 90 minutes, we will delve into the multifaceted landscape of generative AI and explore its implications, both positive and negative, on our society, economy, and cybersecurity. We have three key policy questions that will guide our discussion today. So how can international collaboration promote ethical guidelines and generative AI technologies to harness their potential for positive applications in various fields? How could the prevention, detection, verification, and modification of generative AI content be improved through innovative interdisciplinary approaches and research? And what are the opportunities or impacts of generative AI use and commercialization on the economy, society, and cybersecurity, including accessibility, affordability, and intellectual property? And what policies and regulations could promote data sovereignty and responsible data use? As we all know, generative AI has ushered in a new era of possibilities, from enhancing productivity in agriculture to modeling climate change scenarios. However, it also brings in a lot of concerns about disinformation, privacy, and potential for misuse. Our panelists will be addressing these issues and more, seeking to separate fact from fiction, and we hope to shed some light on the complex landscape of generative AI. We will explore the benefits of AI development, ethical dilemmas related to its use and commercialization, and the challenges of cross-border regulation and enforcement. If you would like to ask a question towards the panel, we will have a Q&A session at the end for on-site participants, and online participants may use the Zoom chat to type and send in your questions, and my online moderator, Nelly, will be helping me with them. So without further ado, to kick off our discussion, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists who will share their insights on these pressing matters. First off is Ms. Dipali Liberhan, the Director of Regional Safety Policy and Regulatory Affairs at Meta. She has extensive legal and regulatory expertise, previously serving as Director and Associate General Counsel at Meta. And her background includes work with the Indian Antitrust Agency, intellectual property law practice, and a master's degree in law from Columbia Law School. Next is Mr. Hiroki Habuka, a research professor at Kyoto University who specializes in innovation governance in a digitized society, encompassing AI, data, digital platform governance. His expertise and contributions have been recognized globally, and he was honored by the World Economic Forum as one of the world's 50 most influential people revolutionizing government. Then we have Ms. Olga Kuriliuk, with a PhD in international law and a decade of experience in digital rights and internet governance. She currently holds the role of technical advisor on internet governance and digital rights at Internew's Greater Internet Freedom Project, and she also serves as the chair of Southeastern European Dialogue on Internet Governance, highlighting her substantial expertise in this domain. And Mr. Bernard Mugendi is a data economy advisor at GIC with a focus on startups and global development. His current role involves providing expert advice on data economy development in East Africa, designing innovative solutions, and fostering partnerships with public, academic, and private sector stakeholders in data governance. And lastly, but definitely not least, we have Ms. Valerie Yeager, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and an expert in internet governance and tech policy. Currently an associate at Bowman's law firm, she has also served as a youth ambassador at the United Nations Internet Governance Forum and has held fellowships with Internet Society, ICANN, and more. So now let's begin session 1 of today's workshop on harnessing the potential of generative AI for positive impact. And I would like Mr. Hiroki to take the floor first. So as someone with extensive experience in digital governance and policy, what do you think are the benefits of generative AI? And from your perspective, how can international collaboration among governments, organizations, academia, and industry promote the ethical development and responsible application of generative AI technologies across various sectors, while advancing research and detection methods to address evolving challenges in the AI content?
Thank you, Connie, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining the session. Even after lunch, I hope you enjoyed it, and our mission is not to make you sleep. So let me start talking about the brief history of AI governance. So AI started to be used in the society during the 2010s, maybe especially after 2015. And along with the development and implementation of AI technologies, a lot of organizations started to talk about AI principles, which includes most probably fairness, privacy, security, safety, transparency, accountability, etc. And that trend lasted for like 5 or 6 years, but now we have almost the harmonized concept of AI principles, as I mentioned now. So there may be like 6 or 7 pillars. And then some countries started to talk about AI regulation, so how to implement that principles into actual rules. So in 2021, the European Commission published the draft AI Act, and we expect that it will be established by the end of this year. And also Canada has also a discussion on new AI regulation on high impact AIs. Japan is not the country which tries to regulate the general AI, but Japan pursues more sector specific and more soft law approaches, but its soft law is a part of the regulation. So anyways, so now we have more concrete discussion on to what extent we should regulate AI or not. And then 2022 or 2023, generative AI came into the society, and it surprised a lot of people. And it has a lot of new opportunities, as you know, and I think other speakers will talk about more about opportunities, but since I'm a lawyer, I will talk more about risks. So we have to think about what are the differences between the traditional AI and generative AI. So we don't need to start from scratch because we have already a lot of discussion on AI governance. And in my perspective, the characteristics of risks are almost similar between the traditional AI and generative AI, meaning that fairness or privacy, transparency, accountability, all these principles are important for generative AI. But the difference is that since generative AI is more foundational model or more general purpose AI, so the risk scenarios are almost countless. I mean, you can use ChatGPT for different purposes like writing speech or writing emails, but also financial analysis or like teaching or financial analysis. I mean, for a lot of purposes, you can use generative AI. So that means the developers or service providers of generative AI cannot predict or expect all different risk scenarios, which means that our society has to accept or share the risks. So we cannot impose all risks to the providers or developers of generative AI, but as a citizens, we have to consider more about how to live with this cutting-edge technology. And maybe one possible approach is using more technological solutions. So since we cannot predict the purpose or use of AI, so maybe we can do some technological solutions to generative AI so that AI will not make bad contents. For example, a digital watermark, which is now discussed internationally, would be one of the solutions. Or maybe improving traceability so that we can trace who made this bad content after some bad accident happens. But again, here another concern will come up. I mean, if we improve traceability or transparency, then there will be more risks on privacy or security. And it's all these kind of balancing problems. So, and for example, the technical part, we can collaborate or use the same standards internationally. But the more ethical part or societal part, such as like privacy risks, I mean, what is privacy? Well, what is fairness? This part should be more, based on the democratic processes, and it's really difficult to implement democratic processes in international sphere. So that is the challenges we are facing, and that is why the international conversation, and it's not only intergovernmental, but also multi-stakeholder conversation is getting even more important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hiroki, for your insights. So now I want to move on to Mr. Valley. How is Meta actively contributing to international collaborations that promote the ethical development and responsible use of generative AI technologies for positive societal impact? And can you provide insights into specific initiatives or strategies Meta employs to enhance the prevention, detection, verification, and moderation of generative AI content on its diverse user-generated platforms? Over to you.
Thanks, Connie. I'll try and address the potential first and then talk a little bit about the international cooperation. I think, I've been with Meta for about 10 years and we've really seen the potential of AI. AI is really at the heart of what we do at Meta because it powers our apps and services. And some of the things that we used AI for is, for our news feed rankings, for providing personalized ads. But more importantly, for my field of work, which is safety policy, it's content moderation. And when I joined Meta, and this was almost a decade ago, we have community standards, as I'm sure some of you may be aware, on Facebook and Instagram, on what is okay and not okay to share on the platform. So we don't allow bullying and harassment, for example, or hate speech or any kind of child exploitation on the platform. Almost a decade ago, we used to rely very heavily on user reporting for us to remove that content. And we've invested heavily in AI and building technology to make sure that now we're able to remove that content even before it is reported to us. And we publish these, we publish these reports in our community standards enforcement reports, and you'll see that almost 90% of the content that we're able to remove before anybody has even reported it to us. And we're now, as Nick Clegg talked about yesterday, I don't know how many of you were in the plenary session, but we've open sourced our large language models, which is Llama 2. And we're also testing that in the field of content moderation, because with AI, we've been able to remove so much bad content on the platform. We've also been able to decrease the prevalence of bad content. Another example that was, that was given yesterday by Nick Clegg is that we've able to reduce the prevalence of hate speech almost 60% in the last 2 years, is really to use the potential of generative AI as we're testing it to see how we can keep people safe on our platforms. And I think that's something that is really important to us, and that's something that my team works on. In terms of international cooperation, one of the principles that we've incorporated is from the OECD. The OECD has published principles on AI, as has the European Commission, and we've incorporated these principles into our work on AI because we believe in building AI responsibly. And I just like to cover 4 of those principles. The first is really security and privacy and governance and accountability, and it's really important for us to build processes to make sure that the products that are using generative AI are secure. And we have extensive privacy review that we use for all of our products, and generative products are no different. So I know my co-panelists mentioned privacy, and it's privacy by design. So we ensure that we adhere to the 8 privacy commitments that we've made, including principles of minimum data use, data retention, etc. The second is, and I think that's something that's top of mind for everybody, is really transparency. We've open sourced Llama 2, and that's something that we've talked about extensively. It's almost, I think, 30 million downloads to this day, and even more, and we've published it with the responsible use guidelines to help developers also use safety and integrity processes in terms of how they're developing their own generative AI, their AI products. And so transparency is really, really important, and plus making sure that we're thinking about things like establishing provenance and having watermarks in our products that are using generative AI. The third principle really is fairness. And I think that's been talked about a lot, but it's really important to train train the technology on diverse data sets, and that's very important to ensure fairness in the process. And these are the principles that we've incorporated to make sure that we are adhering to a robustness when we're thinking about generative AI. And the last is really safety and thinking about making sure that the generative products that we are launching, that we are incorporating safety by design. And we do this by a couple of things, but three things that I want to talk about is, one is red teaming, and I know that there've been some discussions on red teaming, but really to test the products and have adversarial threats to make sure that we understand what the risks are and to build mitigations. For example, in August this year, we submitted our large language model in a conference in Las Vegas, where about 2,500 hackers actually stress tested the language model, and we've used those insights to incorporate it into our learnings. And the second is fine-tuning, and fine-tuning is really important as well. Fine-tuning a particular product to make sure that we're incorporating safety into the product. So I'll give you an example. If you ask one of the generative chat services, how do you bully John? And based on whatever the data set is, the response hypothetically could be, well, you bully John by being mean or by XXX. Fine-tuning lets you fine-tune the responses in such a way that when that question is asked, the response is, hey, that's not the right thing to do, and here are education responses. Or in the field of, for example, if a question is related to suicide or eating disorders, fine-tune it in a way that you're able to link to resources and education material. So these are some of the principles that we've incorporated, and we're thinking about to make sure that the generative AI products that we are building or we are launching have these incorporated in the design itself. And of course, we're supportive of the Hiroshima process, and we're very eager to see the draft. And I think that it's really important to have multilateral cooperation and multilateral principles and guidance in terms of how we should be thinking about this. And I think, as was very clear yesterday, the potential is really unlimited, and it's really up to us as stakeholders in the process to make sure that we harness the potential, whether it's healthcare or medical or just in terms of normal everyday use in the best way possible.
Thank you, Mr. Fali, for giving us insights into all the different principles that Meta is working on. And moving on to Mr. Bernard, how can startups and global development actors effectively leverage generative AI to address global challenges, including sustainable development goals like poverty alleviation? And also, what strategies and partnerships can be employed to maximize the positive impact of these technologies while considering local context, data privacy, and responsible AI use? Over to you.
Thank you, Connie. I hope I'm audible now. Thank you. I think it's really interesting to start at the very base of the question that you really highlighted in terms of how can you look at the local context. And I think one of the things that we should look at, or we can look at rather, is ensuring that there is remote access and affordability, at least at the very local levels, because in what we have realized, or what I have realized over time, is that there's a really huge focus, or there's a huge sort of challenge between accessibility, and now we're talking about not even affordability, but accessibility in the very local areas where where various actors would really benefit from the positive impacts of generative AI. And we find that a lot of communities, a lot of areas are still, at least in the rural areas, are still struggling with the challenge of internet connectivity. They are still struggling with the challenge of affordability of hardware and even software platforms, essentially. Because we know that over time that generative AI, I mean, for you to access, for you even to get access, you need some form of, you know, a smart device as an example. This is still a huge challenge in a lot of the areas that at least and I think it's also a global challenge in other areas, not just in East Africa where I'm from, but I've also exchanged with a few colleagues from Asia, and they tell me that it's the same challenge. So at least one, promoting the accessibility and affordability in at least the at least in rural areas, I think that would really be the starting point. And then from there on, you can then develop solutions or solutions that are really targeted or tailored to meet the needs of those target communities. And why is that really important? Because it's important to have representation of the communities that you're building the solutions for. I remember one of the ways that I remember working on a product that was really providing advisory to farmers in now this was on a use case in agriculture, and you're trying to develop a use case or a chatbot that would really provide some sort of information in terms of to improve the farming practices. But you realize that a lot of the farmers are really not understand. There was a language barrier in one of the areas. Or in the chatbot, essentially. And so you realize that you're providing a solution to a target group that does not really understand there's a language barrier in essence, which means that probably the challenge, the solution there was really thought out, trying to provide farmers with advisories on farming practices, at least to caution against climate, but then you find that the barrier really, or one of the biggest challenges there was that the solution was not really addressing the end users. They were not designed with the farmer in mind or the end user in mind. Because if you can't access, if you can't even access, if you can't essentially access in the language that you understand, you find then that's a huge challenge. And then lastly, I'd also like to talk about using data for good or data for value creation. And this is something that at least we are doing as part of the Digital Transformation Center, and more specifically on data economy in Kenya. We realize that for you to develop essentially generative AI solutions that are really tailored for the people, that are really human-centered, then you have to also ensure, then we also have to start with the base, looking at the data. And part of what we are doing is trying to develop data use cases or solutions that are really geared towards economic value creation. And we have done this in various sectors. And one of the things that one of the solutions that we have done is essentially trying to encourage this idea of data sharing, at least within the stakeholders, to ensure that at least any solutions that are developed, whether it is from the startups or from the whole innovation ecosystem, then everyone has some form of basic training data that they can run their models in. And one of the ways that we have done that is we supported development of the agricultural sector data gateway that is essentially supposed to be a data sharing application that is within Kenya, that where various private sector companies can access data, can access various data sets that would ideally not be available publicly. This also aligns then with the idea of partnerships, and this is one of the ways that I think also development partners and also partnership and startups can really leverage on the idea of public-private partnerships, because we realize at some point that yes, we need to promote this idea of data sharing, at least to develop products that are really geared towards creating a product or use cases that solve the development challenge or that are geared towards food security as as an example. But you also realize that it's a challenge. Development partners don't have all the data. Private sector actors don't have, they also have access to some base of limited data. And there's also an issue of mistrust. So how do you ensure that all these partners are gathered together, and how do you ensure that at least you create a cohesive environment where all these partners feel, you create an element of trust for these partners to generate and even share data that can then be used to develop some of these AI applications. And then that's now where trust comes in. And I think that has been mentioned before, trying to ensure that at least you leverage on the idea of partnerships. And this goes a long way. This has really worked for us because we realize that you can solve everything, whether you're in the private sector, whether you're this huge multinational company, whether you're, whether it's even from the public sector side. At some point, you will need innovators. At some point, you will need engineers. At some point, you will need the data. And creating an environment that really fosters trust has really been super useful. I think I'll stop there because of time for now, but I'm happy to engage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. And moving on to Ms. Olga, how can equitable access to the benefits of generative AI, including data-driven insights and sustainable development, be ensured for all, including marginalized communities such as women, while safeguarding individual privacy and data protection rights? And also what strategies and regional or international initiatives can be employed to maximize the positive impact of generative AI and address potential digital divides and ethical considerations, for example, in Southeastern Europe?
Thank you, Connie. So when I was preparing for this session, I was thinking, since we are going to talk about generative AI, let me also ask what generative AI is thinking about these topics that we will be talking about. So I asked ChatGPT what he thinks how his design ensures equitable access by marginalized communities to the benefits which we expect to have from the generative AI. And then the response was that this question is quite complex and multifaceted, that it creates a lot of challenges and risks. And then ChatGPT went with the whole list of those issues and principles which have been already mentioned by my co-panelists, starting from transparency and accountability, the importance of community engagement, accessibility, getting feedback, but also considering bias, which can be incorporated in the data sets. This is why I think what is important to focus on when we are talking about generative AI is the awareness and the literacy component, because the technology, as always, is already here. It is not the future. We always have to deal with the technology once it is already in place and once it is already widely used. And this is why it is always so complicated to catch up with those challenges and risks, because they are already real time, and we need to make sure that we can prevent them from aggravating as much fast as possible. And generative AI does not exist in vacuum, does not exist as separated from the human beings, because this is us who are using it, and that's us who can make either good or bad out of it. So I believe while it indeed can be very helpful in many cases, we should also understand that it's very important to teach and to educate people how to properly use generative AI, and also to give the understanding that whatever are the answers that we are getting, whatever is the content that is generated by AI, this is not always should be taken for granted as ultimate truth, because it can include also a lot of biases, it can include a lot of false information. So what it requires is also analytical thinking and critical approach to analyzing the information that we are getting from generative AI tools. And it's not probably easy to do for everyone, especially if you don't have any kind of understanding of how to use those tools, because they are so easy that you just drop the question, you get the answer, and you don't want to put extra effort into analyzing of what is that answer. But it is so often that the answers look so good even that you don't want to question them. But then it appears that probably this is something which is so much also not true. That's why I would say even starting from the universities and the high schools, we should not just close eyes and, let's say, be against the students using these tools. but we should otherwise help them to use these tools and to know how to use these tools. And probably even that would be good to incorporate that in the general school university curricula. Just even we could teach students those simple things like to find arguments maybe against those answers which have been generated by AI, or to see where can be bias there, or to see whether those how much those are true and how much they correspond to facts. So at least after this, we would be ready to use these tools in some conscious manner. We would be ready to analyze, to critically question what are those results that are generated by AI tools. And this is also important in terms that there is this statistics that in the future around 80% of jobs would be substituted by generative AI, and there is also this argument that we might no longer need to get higher education. Let's say not everyone, especially when we talk about marginalized communities. There is this belief that probably generative AI could be very helpful for those who have been usually disadvantaged and could not get access to proper higher education. So with the help of generative AI, they could get the same good jobs. And in this case, education would not be a preventive factor for them to get into the job market. And this is where we should be really careful because, as I said, it's not just about using the tool. This is about using the tool but being conscious that it's not the ultimate truth what it is providing. And in this regard, there are also already programs which are being run for reskilling and upskilling the workforce. For example, recently there has been the application period for grants by Microsoft and data.org for exactly this topic, how they can reskill and upskill the workforce and prepare individuals to use the generative AI tools. And I would say this is very important to focus on this, to include all marginalized communities, especially in this process, and to make sure that the collaboration exists between different actors, between different stakeholders, and that there is also joint understanding of those risks that AI is bringing. But let's say if we all unite efforts around this, and if we start from awareness and education, then we can make sure that we can prevent those large-scale risks. Otherwise, whatever we do, if we don't have proper understanding of and proper education around this, then this can be just very targeted short-term approaches, but that would not solve the core of the problem.
Thank you, Ms. Olga, for your response. And now moving on to Ms. Valerie. Drawing from your experience in youth engagement in internet governance and advocacy for digital rights, how can young advocates actively shape policies that ensure the ethical development and accessibility of generative AI technologies for positive impacts, especially in areas like sustainable development? And also, what role can youth, especially young girls, play in bridging the digital divide and promoting the benefits of generative AI to younger generations?
Thank you so much, Connie, for that question. And I think what we see a lot of when it comes to youth engagement and youth involvement is the question of what are these systems? Again, so for my background, I'm one of the co-coordinators of the Kenya Youth Internet Governance Forum, and we had one question: what is AI? And the answer you'd get, AI is ChatGPT. But is it really? I mean, generative AI is just a subset of what AI includes in total. So from that question, we understood that most people do not even have the understanding of artificial intelligence and the subsystems it has and how that can operate. And I think this is very dangerous, especially from the part of the world I'm from, because I'm from Kenya, and we look at Africa generally as having the continent that has the most number of young people. So if young people are coming onto the internet without even the understanding of what artificial intelligence is, what generative artificial intelligence is, then we run the risk of not being able to even have a positive impact in terms of what AI can do. And I can tell you, being a tech lawyer, is that generative AI is already here with us. It's already operational. And we're already seeing big tech companies coming around talking about the principles and even launching and rolling out these systems. And these systems are actually good for young people, because think about it. I like what Olga said about critical thinking, because if you go to ChatGPT and say, please write this email in response to whatever email you want to respond to, it gives you a prompt. So you're able to see what you can respond, but you need to go the extra mile to understand that the generative AI tool will not replace your need to do some form of critical thinking in order to achieve the best practices that you have. So one thing that we normally say within the youth IGF circles is that you need to know about these systems, because these systems are already here with us. We have ChatGPT, you have Bard, you have Bing. All these systems are already operational. It's up to us to understand and know these systems in order to use them for positive impact, but also responsibly. The second thing is to test out and pick out the flaws from the system. And you see what Olga had also said, she'd written this question to ChatGPT and gotten a response. Are we also actively taking our time to test and pick out the flaws that these systems provide? Because some of the colleagues that we speak to and also that we support from a law firm perspective always come to us and say, we are testing this out, we are picking out the flaws, but we can only test them and pick them out if the systems are being used and they're able to see the responses being generated. I'll give you an example. Bard is now available in Swahili. So in its initial steps, they had to test out in Swahili if it's going to give the same response it's giving in English. And funny enough, in English, it would give a correct answer, whereas in Swahili, it would give a completely different answer. They had to test out, they had to pick out the flaws from this system in order to make them better. So how, again, as young people, are we using these systems to ensure that we get the correct or sort of like the most optimum response that we require? And again, the issue of improving access on generative AI, especially in different languages. Because we now recognize that generative AI is being used in education, it's being used in creativity, and again, a lot of the young people being deeply within the creator economy, there's a lot of use of these tools. How are we improving access even in terms of localizing them in different languages? Because you'll come to find that a lot of the marginalized communities or a lot of the communities around the world do not necessarily just identify with speaking in English. And these are the tools that we're going to be using on a day-to-day basis. So I think for us, we are looking at that more actively. Again, I'll give you an example. Yesterday, during one of the sessions, the Office of the Data Protection in Kenya were launching an AI chatbot that will be able to assist people to understand better the Data Protection Act in Kenya. And the question is, do people even understand that this service is going to be available, how to access this service? Again, back to what Bernard was talking about when it comes to access. Again, back to what Professor was talking about when it comes to AI regulation. So those are some of the things that we need to be testing out in terms of youth engagement, even in our local communities, to understand where the young people stand. And again, now back to the whole creator economy and the creator generation, we're getting more and more issues around how generative AI is impacting copyright, it's impacting intellectual property infringement. So these are things we need to think about more. And I liked what was said earlier about putting in the safeguards and putting in the safety rails to ensure that the issue of privacy is dealt with, also to ensure that we have some form of content filtering. I like the idea of the digital watermark. Are we able to know what is AI generated versus what is not? I think now what we are seeing more in terms of international law firms and law firms in general, they're moving towards even having their engagement letters say that does the client permit for their information to be sort of like their advice to also have AI components in it. And I think this is one of the things that we need to understand as we continue to understand how to use these generative AI tools. So I think even for young people, the issue of self-education, the issue of understanding and advocating for ethical guidelines by the developers of these tools, the issue of joining organizations that are actively creating resources around generative AI, actively creating advocacy for this. I'll give you an example as well. Where we do our work in Kenya, there are many ICT organizations that usually come together when it comes to policy development and even when it comes to policy critique, when it comes to public participation, when it comes to legislative development. are there similar approaches that can be used across the world to ensure that now more than ever, we're going to be needing the multi-stakeholder model? Because the truth is that the generative AI tools are being developed more in a speedy way by big tech companies. So what we have in Kenya that works very well is that we are seeing more big tech companies being heavily involved in policy development. So they're coming in to say that this is the tool that we are creating, this is how it works. How then can you discuss with the civil society, with the private sector, with the technical community, and with governments to ensure that you're creating a harmonized form of soft law, like you said, because again, technology is so fast-paced in a way that creating the hard laws that are developed into acts are not fast enough to catch up with what and where technology is taking us. So I think these are some of the things that we're looking at as young people, Connie. Thank you.
If I can just make one point, I think the issue that you raised about languages is such an important one, and I think that that's something that we struggle with as well, and we want to focus on. I come from India, for example, which has 22 official languages and a number of dialects. And you know, when we're thinking about providing resources and transparency in education, it's obviously not enough to do it in English. It's really important to have it in the different languages, not just I mean, India is an example, but the rest of the world. And we find that working with local partners, that's why it's so important. And you know, just in terms of making sure that we're inclusive and we're diverse, and creating those resources in the education material and the transparency in the language itself, because languages are so nuanced as well. Something that I say in English, if you translate it into a different language, it just, to your point, it just doesn't work, or it doesn't resonate. And those kind of cultural norms, I think, are really important as well. So I think that's a really, really important point.
Thank you, Ms. Valerie and Mr. Pali. And now we move on to addressing ethical dilemmas and challenges in generative AI use and commercialization. So first, Ms. Olga, how can lessons from internet governance practices be applied to balance freedom of speech and prevent deepfake-related harm within the framework of generative AI use and commercialization? And also, what role should global and regional organizations play in establishing a regulatory framework respecting intellectual property rights while preventing the misuse of AI technologies? Over to you.
So I think what we can take from internet governance practices is, first of all, this collaborative approach towards finding solutions when it is related to technology, and in this case to generative AI. So there has to be a lot of communication between those companies that are developing generative AI, but also governments around the world who are essentially trying to regulate, for better or for worse, this new technology. And also with the civil society, especially with the inclusion of marginalized groups, because they are usually the ones who might not be able to properly and fully use the benefits of this technology if they are not also included in the process. So let's say this whole IGF this year is a lot about AI in its different shapes and forms, but it would be very good if after all these discussions, the key points which have been made would be taken further and transformed into some specific action points. And because there are so many, essentially here in this space, there are so many people who are either part of those creators of generative AI or those who are on the regulatory side, but also so many of bright minds from civil society. So this is exactly the space where these people can connect and further get engaged into some specific projects and initiatives, and then work together on making the usage of AI ethical and accountable and transparent. And also it is important to pay attention that there is always in place some oversight mechanism to make sure also that the users have the opportunity to report harmful content, but also, as I said, that there are in place awareness raising and educational programs, because if you have no idea what is deepfake, if you even have never heard about this concept, you would never even think that what you are watching might be essentially a deepfake, but not a real-time video. So this is very important to connect all these components and to connect all these stakeholders and while this all policies and regulations, they are still in the making, we still have a chance to shape them in a proper way and to consider that knowledge and skills which have been accumulated to date, so that we don't put in place the legal frameworks which would either be not enough because they just provide some general principles, or would be on the other side over-regulating the technology and in this way preventing the innovation. But on the other side, we already have a lot of legal norms which are regulating the harmful content, the illegal content, and this same can also apply to as much as it is relevant to generative AI. But we just need to make sense and to make sure that everyone who is involved in these discussions essentially understands what is generative AI, what it brings, what are its benefits, and what is its negative impact as well.
Thank you, Ms. Olga, for your response, and also thank you for joining the panel today.
Yes, and I also want to apologize because I need to leave for another meeting, but it was really a pleasure to be part of this discussion.
Yes, thank you. And so now we move on to Mr. Hiroki. So generative AI use holds significant opportunities and impacts on the economy, society, and cybersecurity. So how can international collaboration promote positive outcomes from generative AI and formulate policies and regulations addressing intellectual property rights, liability, data sovereignty, and responsible data use while maintaining public trust and information integrity in the age of generative AI?
Thank you, Connie. We've discussed a lot of different perspectives, different topics about generative AI, but all discussions went to the same direction, which is the necessity of multi-stakeholder policy making and multi-stakeholder dialogue for the better use of generative AI. And I also strongly support the position. And the reason why I strongly believe in the multi-stakeholder approach is that according to my experience in the government officer, there is always a limitation of accessibility to the technology or understanding of technology from the government side. And I'm not blaming the lack of literacy of the government, it's not, but it's just because all systems are so different and things move so quickly. So, nobody can specifically understand what this technology is or how this algorithm works. So we always need some input from the stakeholders who actually developed or designed the systems. So that's one of the reasons why we need multi-stakeholder collaboration. And also there are always the ethical questions. Ethical questions, we have faced a lot of ethical questions even before the AI, of course. But AI brought a lot of new opportunities. For example, you can now use AI for the cameras on the street to detect people precisely and even trace where this person is going and what did he do, if you want. But so this kind of activity was not possible before AI. Of course, the police could watch the video camera, but it takes a lot of human resources. But without any human resources, AI could do that. But is that ethical? Or to what extent you should balance the privacy risks and public risks by terrorists or other criminals? So these questions are cannot be solved by a single stakeholder, such as the government. We really need to implement the democracy into those technologies. And in this context, democracy doesn't mean that you select the parliament members and the parliament members decide the rules and just the government implement it. It's not that. For each technology, we need more democratic processes. And I hear that Meta implemented or did an experiment about the democratic decision making on your generative AI. And content moderation or like so. So I think it's a great initiative. So anyway, so we believe that multi-stakeholder process is necessary, and Japan, Japanese government launched the concept of so-called agile governance, which is not only multi-stakeholder, but also agile and distributed process of governance. So agile means iterative processes. So, okay, now you can decide your rules, but nobody can assure that this rule works correctly. And before, the technology didn't move that fast. We could just make rules, and we could just keep the rules for like 10 years or 20 years. But now, even 1 year after the rule was established, already this rule could be obsolete. So we always need to try to update the rules, but then our legislative process cannot move that fast. At least in Japan, it's impossible to make a new regulation, new law, more than every 2 years. So it takes a lot of time. So that's why we believe that the regulation should be more principle-based or goal-based, outcome-based, rather than rule-based. And then we still need some actual practices or guidances to translate these principles into actual operations, and that part could be managed or handled by multi-stakeholder organizations or even private companies or NGOs, and that could be updated in a flexible manner. So this is what is called agile governance in Japan, and a lot of other governments or other international organizations also are thinking about a similar concept. This iterative process is really, really difficult to implement in the international stage. Again, it takes a lot of time to make an international consensus, at least in the intergovernmental level. So first, we have to recognize that this cannot be done by the government only. So, and we should appreciate the private initiatives like big tech companies or startups, and also talk about what technology could be used for what purposes. Again, we really need the close communication with tech companies and civil society to make all principles and ethical values operational. So this is my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hiroki, for the comments. And now moving on to Ms. Fali. How does Meta perceive the economic, societal, and cybersecurity implications of generative AI commercialization, including accessibility, affordability, intellectual property, and the challenges of balancing content moderation with freedom of expression? And also additionally, what policies, regulations, and technological approaches is Meta advocating or exploring to ensure responsible data use, data sovereignty, cybersecurity, and prevent malicious uses, especially in the context of deepfakes and generative AI?
Thanks, Connie. I'll answer the question in 2 parts. I think the first is that I did talk about our community standards, which are available publicly, which make it clear what is okay and not okay to share on our platforms. And we have community standards governing a wide variety of what you call bad content. So, we don't allow bullying and harassment or hate speech or child sexual abuse material, and many other categories of content. We don't differentiate between organic content or generative AI content, and I think that's an important point to make. And so, even if it's generative AI, if it violates our policies, we'll still take action as per our community standards, which is what we'll remove that content. And I think that's what we do with the generative AI content. The second thing is, if content is being generated in the products that a company is developing, so for example, a chat model or any other kind of generative product. And then we go back to the earlier things that I've talked about that we've already started working on, because we do have rolled out a limited set of products in the US which use generative AI technology. One is extensive red teaming. We work with internal and external partners, many of them experts in their own field, to make sure that we're stress testing the service before we launch it out, and I think that's really important. The second is fine tuning, and as I've given some examples, it's really important that we fine tune it so that the output is controlled and safe in many ways, and also as an opportunity really to provide resources or connect people, particularly young adults who are actually looking for resources or seeking help, and that's something that that we should look at as a potential. The third is that incorporate a feedback loop into the particular product, and we want to do this because when when the product is generating a response, make sure that you're giving a user the opportunity to give feedback. Like, was that helpful? Was that spammy? Was that something that was that was something that was not useful at all? And incorporate that feedback into our products. So I think that these are a couple of things that we think about when we're either thinking about generative AI content generally, or we're thinking about generative AI products. The other point on international cooperation is that Meta has also founded an organization called Partnership for OpenAI, which is not just industry, but it's NGOs and it's academics. And I think it's so important for experts to come together. And we've had many consultations with the experts before we've thought about launching generative AI products. And even as we think about principles that we incorporate into our work, and one particular set of recommendations that this organization has issued is actually on synthetic media, because it's so important, not just for one company, but for the industry as a whole, to have or to adopt some kind of principles-based approach when dealing with synthetic media. And they have recommendations and practices for 3 categories. So if you're a creator of generative AI, there are certain practices that you should follow if you're a distributor, for example, or if you're somebody who's building or using that technology. And some of the things that it recommends is, again, we've talked about having a provenance, making sure that you're watermarking, providing transparency, providing education. And these are some of the things that, that we're collectively working on to ensure that we address the issue of deep fakes and other misuse of generative AI technology. The other thing is that, in addition to our community standards, we also have a manipulated media policy. And I think that's important to call out as well, because sometimes the content generative may not be hate speech, it may not be abusive material, but it may just be patently false and be something that is very easily believable to be false. And therefore we have this manipulated media policy to make sure that even that kind of content goes against our community standards and we're able to report it. The issue of freedom of speech, I think, is interesting, because in this policy we make an exemption for parody and satire, and that's really important as well, because I think we need to respect freedom of speech. And also, some of the most interesting content that is generated is parody, and it's satire, and it's an important form of expression. So these are the things that we think about, and we just don't think about these in isolation. We do consultations with experts, whether they're safety experts or civil rights organizations or government stakeholders, in terms of how we think about these things, how we think about keeping people safe on our platforms, how we think about educating. And one of the things that we also do is that, to the point that that some of the co-panelists made, that it's really important to know that you're interacting with a generative AI product. And when someone engages with a generative AI chat, for example, we provide education the first time, saying that, hey, this is what it is, these are the limitations, and this is where you can learn more. And I think that's really important as well, as you're interacting with, as more of us are interacting with these products, to have those points of education and awareness. And while we've only seen very early days of how these services are used, I think that keeping an open feedback loop, whether it's in the form of in product or whether it's in the form of continuing to consult with stakeholders. I think it's really an important process in how we're going to develop approaches and mitigations to generative AI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pali, for your insights. And now moving on to Mr. Bernard. How can interdisciplinary approaches, research, and collaborations contribute to improving the prevention, detection, verification, and moderation of generative AI content, ensuring responsible use and safeguarding information integrity and public trust, especially in regions like East Africa, with a focus on accessibility, affordability, intellectual property rights, and data sovereignty? Over to you.
Thank you, Connie. I think I'll just summarize my findings into three key solutions that I think would be, that I think would be applicable in this case. And I think one, I'll start with what Professor already mentioned here earlier on about collaboration. And I'm just going to, because he gave a very interesting example in transport. I don't know if we didn't talk earlier, because I had a very interesting similar example that was given earlier in terms of how collaboration really helps to facilitate and really helps to facilitate generating of positive or generating of positive impacts, or in the realization of positive impacts of generative AI. And here we look at our example in students development. If you look at transport as an example, you look at the role in terms of who does what. An example is, if you look at, for instance, the infrastructure itself. For instance, the public sector, the government in this case, is responsible for developing, whether it's the airport, whether it's the roads, or whether it's, in a form of infrastructure, right? And then two, you look at the role, what is the role of private sector in this case? The role of private sector is to, one, develop innovations, or develop, whether it's cars, or whether it's to develop planes, or whatever role, whatever sort of product that will utilize the existing infrastructure. And using that example alone, if you try to interchange this without the oversight of the other, because you will have, the public sector, you will have the government trying to construct, roads or infrastructure that does not actually meet the needs of the private sector, or the needs of the innovations that are, created every day. And if you try to exchange us on the other end, you find that, without consultation, you find that, the government or the public sector, from the public sector perspective, is trying to create infrastructure that does not actually meet the needs of what is actually being invented. And that is actually the same case in regulating and in terms of how we should approach generative AI, because it's not a one shoe fits all. It's not, no one sector or no one actor has really the solutions that that can provide a comprehensive or an ethical guideline. It's more of a multidisciplinary or more of a multi-stakeholder approach in this case. And then two, something that we're also looking at is this idea of localized research, and trying to one, understand the context and the regional specific cultural nuances. And one of why that is important is it's also dependent on the fact that we are seeing very little, or they are essentially looking at it from the positive side. We're trying to see if we can promote the development of more research and more innovative and incubation hubs that really are geared towards creating solutions that really solve the challenges of the regional specific actors. And an example is that we're seeing a lot of, if you compare the number of research and the number of really farms that are really doing practical R&D work, that are developing solutions, it's the differences in terms of funding around it's quite shocking actually. So the question then becomes, in terms of how can you then promote this idea of having to see or increasing essentially the funding towards having the capacity towards having even more engineers, like it's super interesting. Like one of the challenges that we seldom have, I seldom receive from part of the partners that I talk to, is that they have a very interesting idea, but they don't have an engineer or a data scientist who can maybe support in terms of fine-tuning a model that is, that really would work for the people, that would really speak to the data that is at hand. And we're seeing this over and over again in terms of that gap, even in terms of funding, especially in, I would say, in sub-Saharan Africa, for example. And then 3, this is now, I think also Dipali mentioned about this in terms of public awareness and transparency. And here you're looking at it from both a positive and from both the negative aspect, right? I'll give you an example of last week, I think the last 2 weeks. If you have been watching, if you are interested in the, in the launches that have been happening in terms of the phone industry, I realized there's one feature that was introduced by one of the companies. It's called Best Take Photography. Best Take Photography is a feature whereby you take a picture. So from the picture that you take, it's a new feature. From the picture that you take, essentially the AI generates multiple images, or it takes multiple pictures and then tries to render that into one. And then even before that, it gives you an option if you're, for instance, frowning, or if you're looking down, it gives you an option of having to, change some features of your face and trying to make it seem more lively, right? From a positive perspective, everyone likes a good picture. But then, you look at it at a second turn, or you look at a second take into it, and you're like, wait, this is actually a fake. The picture does not, it's another element of reality that does not really depict what really happened here, because it's not, certain elements of the image have been sort of tweaked, or certain elements of reality have been that have been sort of amended or edited in real time. And so you ask, and now that's just one of the examples, but looking ahead and looking into the future, and you're wondering, will we get to a point whereby we are seeing, in terms of realities, or you're making decisions based on realities, whether it's on text or imagery, and you don't know whether this is essentially image generated, or it's essentially, you don't know the differences between whether it's real or not. And this is an example in terms of how transparency can really assist, because in that example of photography that I gave of course, the idea is to look at the positive. That's what the company was really focusing on. But then what about also the negative implications of it? Who is also looking at what this potential, what is the negative potential of this, which is, it's an edited image of reality that seems to perceive, what is real. We don't have a lot of awareness raising sessions to talk about this, or, I didn't see that element being mentioned. So that's what I had. Thank you, Connie.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. And now moving on to Ms. Valerie. As a tech policy analyst with experience in legal frameworks and international internet governance forums, how can legal and regulatory measures effectively address the ethical dilemmas and challenges related to generative AI commercialization, including disinformation, intellectual property rights, liability, and cross-border enforcement? And also, how can youth voices be integrated into discussions and solutions for generative AI regulations?
Thank you so much, Courtney. So when you talk about legal framework, can you hear me? Oh, cool. Thanks. So we're talking about legal frameworks and how that can help in terms of the use of generative AI, disinformation, intellectual property infringement. First, we have to look at it from the beginning. So most countries you find do not have a specific law on artificial intelligence. Like Professor said earlier, what we have is soft law, we have guidelines, we have policies, which obviously connect to the entire ecosystem of the legal frameworks, but we don't have anything specific to do with artificial intelligence. I'll give you one. For one, in my country, Kenya, we were actually doing a study as to when we had all this artificial intelligence tools coming into the market, the question was, how is it going to be regulated? How is it going to be enforced? Who is going to take up liability? How is it going to be used? Because this was a big question. And I think a lot of the reports that are now going globally have seen what's happening in Kenya in terms of how forward the country has been when it comes to regulation and promotion of technology in the continent at large. So the first thing was, we have a form of guideline that could guide artificial intelligence when it comes to the financial sector. Again, like Professor said, it's very sector specific, and we don't have an overarching law in terms of artificial intelligence. So what the government has done is that they have gone ahead to form a task force, more like a working group that will enable them to revise all the legislative frameworks we've had over the years when it comes to ICT. And what that will do, it enables us as a country to look forward into the future and say, these are the technologies we are dealing with now, and they're not in line with the legislative frameworks that we've had over the years. And what I like about that task force is that they have successfully captured actually, each and every stakeholder group that we have within the Internet Governance Forum ecosystem. You have academia there, you have private sector, you have technical community, you have government, you have the civil society, because you constantly require that oversight and that accountability framework to ensure that the laws that you're coming up with are conducive for, one, innovation, but also regulate to ensure that there are safeguards for the people that you're going to present these products to. The other thing is that what I've found that's very helpful when it comes to legislative frameworks as well is that have the developers come onto the table. Because another challenge I'll tell you we face even from a legal perspective in terms of working in the private sector in a law firm is that we get clients coming in and saying, this is what we are being asked to do. We are being asked to pull down this content. We are being asked to regulate this content in this way, but we can't. Because from a developer perspective, I'll give an example of encryption. If you tell someone to break encryption today, you can't break encryption for one entry. You're essentially breaking encryption to all. So anyone can then enter that system. And I think what happens with legislators is that if you do not have that understanding from a developer's perspective that this can't work, and you put in a law that says, let's break it, then you essentially don't understand how the tools are working on the ground versus the legal frameworks that you're coming up with. So I think that whole multi-stakeholder model of the approach has really helped to better understand. Again, now from my background as an intellectual property lawyer, is that what we found with generative AI, a lot of the complaints have been around copyright. I'm sure you've all heard about what's happening with the authors when it comes to them complaining and even filing suits saying that their work is being used within this generative AI product. And I think one of the things that's very important is to also have an understanding of what safeguards can be put in place, even down to content filtering, to ensure that you then do not propagate an issue of copyright infringement, because you are trying to promote innovation, but also still trying to safeguard authors and what their intellectual property are. So I think that's also a very important process. And I think I really liked what Pali had said earlier about the open feedback loop. These tools are in their nascent stages. They're just coming into the market. So we are at the point of we are trying, we are testing, to then develop something better over time. And for me, I've always been very pro-innovation. So it has always been generative AI is here encouraging everyone to take part so that we have a situation where we are creating tools that are giving us a better future, a more innovative future, and a more empowered sort of workforce or a more empowered society going forward. Again, with the issue of ethical principles, there's always the problems that come with privacy, data protection, confidentiality. How much of your personal information can you then feed into these tools? How much of privacy should you be keeping in mind to ensure that you don't have a situation where all the information that is going there is then attacking the privacy principles that we have currently and that we are constantly trying to develop. So that's something we need to look at more broadly as well. Also, when it comes to legislative frameworks and the issue of enforcement, is that artificial intelligence cannot then survive in a vacuum. A lot of what we do now is very cross-border. You're working across countries. Do our legal systems and the legislative frameworks and the people in these different authorities also have an understanding of how cross-border cooperation can be done or enforcement can be done. I'll give you another example. Sometimes you're working with government and they would want you to give certain information. This information cannot be given where there's no what you're calling a mutual legal assistance treaty. So do our legislators look also onto the side of, we then need to be in spaces where we are saying, can our countries collaborate to ensure responsible use of artificial intelligence? And can they collaborate by coming onto the table, having an understanding of how these tools work, having an understanding of how governments can then communicate with each other to build a better legislative framework? I think if we don't have all these ducks in a row, then this is the place that we need to start developing, so that to ensure that we have a robust legal framework that, yes, does promote innovation, but also ensures that there are safeguards to protect the people that the innovation is meant to serve, and not have a situation where it's the other way around, where then regulation will be used to stifle development, because that's not what we're looking for. We're promoting innovation, but with proper safeguards and proper safety principles when it comes to privacy, data protection. And one reason I'm usually very excited to be in this kind of forums is because we're able to exchange best practices. You read a lot about what's happening in the artificial intelligence space, a lot about what's happening in data protection, privacy, intellectual property infringement, and you're able to borrow best practices from different countries to also allow you then influence policy and influence legislation in our own countries. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valerie, for the response, and thank you once again to the panel for their insightful and in-depth responses to the questions. And now that you've all heard what the panel has to say, please feel free to raise your questions. There has been a question from the chat which says, how can government or international community will continue to support the young people to continue to improve the development and learning of the generative AI technology education using different languages across their local communities so that young people will have more access to the knowledge of generative AI? Would any of the speakers like to take up this question?
I can start, but I'd love to hear the other panelists as well. I think that one of the things, at least, we think about and we've started doing a lot more of is consultations at the stage of creating a particular product. So I'll give you an example. For Facebook Messenger and Instagram, we've launched parental supervision tools. And for those parental supervision tools, we actually had, in more than 10 countries, we had consultations, not just with parents, but with parents and young teens and experts, often in the same room. And I think that was something that was really useful and helped us develop these tools, because sometimes when you're developing tools and services for young people particularly, you often don't have them in the room, and you're listening to parents and you're listening to experts. But young people have a voice and they have rights, and they definitely deserve to be part of the process. And I think that's something really important. And when we're thinking about, and I know that some governments are doing this as well, as consulting young people, and I think that's really important. When we're thinking about multilateral processes or multilateral engagements, how can we consistently engage young people into those processes as a really important stakeholder group is I guess the response that I would give. But I'm curious to hear the other panelists if they have any comments.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Young people are just so creative, so sometimes they use the tools much better than the adults do. So we shouldn't say that you cannot use generative AI for your study or education. Or, so instead, what we have to think about is how to just check whether there's any bad conduct is happening, or there's some students or mentally get sick because of generative AI. I mean, I don't know how it happens, but it could happen. So always checking what is happening in the study field is important, but prohibiting use of generative AI is not the answer, I think.
Sorry, yes. I also think the question is, what can government do? But also I feel like government cannot work in a silo, but other approaches that the government could take is that, especially getting into the school systems and getting it within the curriculums or within sort of like career days or academic days, if you have them, or something similar, if you have them in your countries as well, to ensure that there's just an understanding of what artificial intelligence is, of what generative AI is. And also I really like that we have these short courses that normally come up online these days. So some of these developers also come up with this, developers and companies rather, also come up with these short courses online that can also help to guide and make people understand what these generative AI tools do and how they work. So the government could go the formal schooling route, whereas other players within the private sector, within the civil society as well, could also take up trainings as well, just the same way you'd have an internet governance course that trains you on what internet governance is, then also similar trainings that talk specifically as to what generative AI is, its potentials, its risks, and what to look out for when using these tools. I also think is very important to ensure that young people are aware of these tools and how to use them effectively. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'll add slightly to what I think, Valerie, you already started on in terms of what government can do. You've talked about awareness also, but also like to give the example of, in terms of regulation. I was reading up the other day and I realized that Tunisia have this interesting regulation on the Startups Act. And the idea from the Startups Act is to pull more creatives, more young people, more innovators into the AI space, and not really specifically into AI, but more into the startup space that allows them to develop companies, allow them to develop their products. And then from the public sector perspective, the government, sort of provides some sort of a cushion just in case, through some form of funding as an example. And I found that to be super interesting because now you're allowing creatives to ideate and develop positive or generative AI tools that are geared towards, solving the most and tackling the most challenging challenges in our societies. But on the other end, the government has sort of set this caution for you and trying, allowing you essentially to innovate and be your best self while cautioning you financially in some way. I found that to be really interesting, and I think that is something that I think more governments, or at least our government, should do, to provide more resources for young people, for them to innovate, because they have the ideas, they have the potential, and they have the opportunity to do good.
Thank you to the panel for their responses to the question. We have around 4 minutes left, so if there are any on-site participants who would like to raise a question, please do so now.
Hi, I'm Vineet from Cyberpeace, and I have a question regarding AI-based misinformation, disinformation that is being spread, and targeting elections also at times, and politicians, and even the society at large. So what strategy should the nation, and even how can civil society, industry, academia contribute so that a large-scale awareness can be spread, and how do we counter these kind of emerging challenges, because sometimes it even leads to loss of life. So any suggestions on that from the panel, please?
Would any of the speakers like to take the question?
I think generally in terms of misinformation and disinformation, I think a couple of things that I talked about in dealing with generative AI products. I think from incorporating safety by design, stress testing, stress testing the products, red teaming, fine tuning, etc. And all of that is something that we do. But just in terms of when we're not thinking of generative AI, I think one of the things that has been partially successful is working with fact-checking organizations to debunk misinformation and disinformation. And I don't know if you know, but in a lot of social media companies, you get those fact-check responses, which actually I sometimes find helpful. And I know that companies have started using it for generative the AI as well. Hey, this has been generated by AI, or this is false and it has been debunked by a particular fact checker. I think those kind of partnerships again are really important, particularly during the election period. And I think also working to create education and awareness in terms of how content can be reported for violation of community standards, whether it's organic content or generative AI content. I think are the two things that I would mention.
Are there any other speakers who would like to add on?
I think I can also just slightly touch on this. I was reading up the other day and I realized that there's a whole element that is known as black box AI, and this is whereby you find that some generative AI algorithms can't really explain in terms of how they go to making a certain decision. And so if the generative AI can't explain in terms of how it achieves towards giving you an opinion and how it achieves towards generating a certain image or text, and then on one hand you have perhaps somebody else who is really dependent on making critical decisions, then perhaps they might also be in a position whereby they are spreading misinformation and disinformation based on their objectives or based on what they received based on the responses that they received. So I think one of the possible solutions is just being transparent, which means that content providers, and now we're looking also at companies, need to be really transparent in terms of explaining in terms of how these decisions are really made, in terms of how the model is really making the decision. And if they can't really explain it, then also be transparent about it, because as you've mentioned, a lot of stakeholders are dependent on making decisions out of that. So I think that's how I would also look at it.
Thank you to the speakers for their responses and our workshop.
No, just to agree with Deepaleen, just to give a bit of context. I remember when we had the situation, there was the EndSARS situation in Nigeria at the time. There were a lot, just like Deepaleen said, there were a lot of, when you would log on to X to see what's happening in the country, there was a lot of that fact-checking information that says, please note that this information is false, it's been verified this way, that way. So I think even moving towards, especially as a period of elections where things are extremely sensitive, the same way we sensitize people to make sure they're registered to vote, in that same breath, there should be sensitization around how to look out for what information is factual and what is false. And that starts all the way from the poll registering for the elections to the poll conducting the elections as well. Just that there's a verified channel of source of information, but also fact checkers to ensure that the information coming out, we're able to tell whether it's false or it's true. Again, now this ties with the campaign that Access Now has driven around keeping it on. Because I think if we have issues such as internet shutdowns, then we're not able to verify that the information being spread is false or true, or we are not even able to get the information to begin with. So I think getting a lot of resources around fact checkers, but also getting a lot of resources to be pulled into the process of elections from start to stop. So you're able to put resources not only in voter registration, but also in voter education when it comes to fact checking, and also just understanding the world we are living in now, where there's possibilities of disinformation and misinformation, and looking at it from a very human-centered approach, where you're looking at the human being to be critical of the information they're receiving and critical of the information they're spreading as well. Thank you.
Just for information, Japan also has a technology which is called originator profile, where publishers can watermark their name onto the article so that people can just confirm that this article was actually published by or written by this person or this organization.
Thank you very much to the speakers, and our workshop has ended today. Thank you for your participation and commitment to these discussions, and thank you for coming.
もしもし。もしもし、聞こえますか？もしもし、聞こえますか？
はい。アンディさん聞こえてます。こちらの声聞こえますか？
聞こえます。はい。
はい。アンディさんの声よく聞こえます。ありがとうございます。
はい、はい、あ、聞こえます。自分の声が聞こえます。
通訳聞こえてるか。通訳大丈夫ですか？大丈夫です。
はい、はい、はい、ありがとうございます。はい、はい、
どうもありがとうございます。
はい、はい。
福井先生、これは質問出るね。質問いっぱい来るわ。さばくの大変だ。質問、日本語で出る気がしてきました。しかもなんか言いたそうな顔してるやついっぱい。多いですね、これ。そうですか。かなりこれまで見た他のセッションと比べてものすごく。
オンタイムで始めてよろしいんでしょうか。どうしましょうか。オンタイムで。Okay, so thank you for joining us on this sunny day for the session, Manga Culture and Internet Governance, the Fight Against Piracy. This is Kensaku Fukui, and this session was planned by the Japan Publishers Manga Anti-Piracy Conference, or JPMAC, which was established by 5 major manga publishing companies and lawyers, and which has been working to combat manga piracy. Japanese manga is popular all around the world. It continues to expand with many anime adaptations, game adaptations, character goods, and fan events. Sales have also increased significantly. Many simulpublication apps are making new releases available to the public around the world in English and many other languages. The problem we are facing is the online piracy business, which has rapidly become a huge problem for creators and various creative industries. So far, there are 1,100 non-active piracy sites for manga only. The top 10 Japanese sites attract 150 million hits per month. This is the number of visits. The 3 major English language piracy sites attract even larger visits of some 200 million per month. It is estimated that free reading via the internet was 3.6 billion US dollars per year. They are offered by anonymous operators through a combination of various services on the internet. Often, the countries where the hosting servers are located differ from the countries where the operators exist, and both tend to be concentrated in countries where the legal pursuit is difficult for political and other reasons. In addition, they select and use registrars, CDNs, advertising companies, or other services that can be easily used anonymously and basically do not remove illegal content when notices are given. For 5 years, we have been working hard to combat manga piracy and have driven several huge sites to close through legal procedures overseas and cooperation with Japanese internet and advertising industries. As a result, the number of visits to the Japanese language sites dropped from 4 million per month hits of the worst period. However, new problems have arisen when trying to take countermeasures, such as repeated domain hopping, where the target site changed domains in a short period of time. And the number of visits does not decrease any further, but unfortunately, rather, the number of sites tend to increase and diversify. Manga is loved around the world, but the problem of piracy sites that impacts manga artists is still not fully recognized internationally. It is impossible to curb the piracy without cooperation and support from the rest of the world. Today's diverse speakers include a legendary manga artist and a researcher known as the father of the Japanese internet, a curator who opened a major manga exhibition at the British Museum and broke its record for youth attendance, and an editor who has worked in the manga business for more than 20 years in the United States. for the healthy and sustainable development of creative activities and the internet. We would like to gather the wisdom of everyone in the audience and discuss it together. Thank you. So, could you show the, yes, and by the way, this is today's speaker, Hagio-san's representative work. Anyway. Okay. Okay. So let me. Let's start. First, we would like to talk about manga's expansion throughout the world in various forms. And among popular manga, One Piece have had over 510 million copies in circulation so far and is on the Guinness World Record. But manga is not accepted only by publication, but through various ways, such as anime, games, products, movies, and fan events. Nicole-san, could you share your experience about creation and acceptance of manga overseas, including a recent major exhibition at British Museum?
I'd be delighted to. And I'm very excited to be here today to talk to you about this because it's an incredibly important subject. But first, I will tell you about the British Museum exhibition. Oops, gomenasai. As you can see, this is the British Museum, and we have what they call Toblerones, the ashiripa from Golden Kamui, the introducing manga at the British Museum from the very beginning when you enter the museum. This was in 2019. I've been reading manga since I was young, and I'm passionate about manga. I was a curator at the British Museum for over 15 years. My specialty is actually koge and three-dimensional objects, but I love manga. And in 2006, we created permanent Japanese galleries, and I put out a manga corner. So we always had manga on display. But the British Museum has been collecting manga since the 1920s with Kitazawa Rakuten and those types of objects. But they didn't display them. They were considered ephemera. What I did at the British Museum was occasionally display manga, for example, in the Asahi Shimbun display area. And in 2015, I displayed Saint Oni-san, Chiba Tetsuya's work, and then Hoshino Yukinobu and Nakamura Hikaru sensei. So 3 generations. It sounds like an odd combination, but it was fun, it was interesting in showing different types of manga production. What happened, though, was 100,000 people came and looked at it. And this took the British Museum by surprise. They assumed that people weren't really interested in manga, but they had to pay attention then. So in about a year or 2 later, they asked me, well, would you think about making a large exhibition? And I said, of course. And so I wrote up a proposal, and they put it to marketing research. I think that they believed it wouldn't work. I think that they really were setting me up to fail, as they say in English. But surprisingly, they put 5 exhibitions out, Samuel Beckett, Roman sculpture, a number of different exhibitions, and manga came in as #1. They were actually thinking they weren't going to do it, but then they realized they had to do it. So I got the manga exhibition. I was delighted, and it turns out that they gave me the most beautiful space. And this space is right here. It's called the Sainsbury Exhibition Galleries. On the ground floor, it's huge, and it's right next to where the Rosetta Stone is displayed. This caused a lot of issues within the museum. People felt, should Japan be displayed there? Should manga be displayed there? There was a lot of debate, but happily it went forward, and it was a huge, resounding success. And I want to explain just a little bit about some of the results for that. But we're giving you a sneak preview of the inside of what it looked like. The top two slides are just without people in it. And on the bottom side, you can see Captain Tsubasa and with people in it. It was incredibly crowded. The exhibition was sold out. It turns out afterwards when they did the analysis that it was the best-selling exhibition, and most importantly, it had the youngest audience that the British Museum has ever had. In addition to that, what was impressive is that it had the most diverse audience. So in Britain, they say BAME, B-A-M-E, but it means, you know, audiences that are not white came. And beyond that, it was also interesting, there were a number of certain types of groups. For example, people with autism were certain types of groups that self-identified that really loved the manga exhibition. So for the British Museum, this was a huge, surprising result. So basically, this summarizes the results of the manga exhibition. One thing I really want to point out, though, is that over half the visitors had never paid for an exhibition at the British Museum before. So this broke new ground all around. What the survey at the end found out, though, was that most people identified with emotional outcomes, not intellectual outcomes, but emotional outcomes. This means they identified with the material. The average dwell time was 1 hour and 33 minutes, which is very long for the British Museum paid exhibition. This is the exhibition layout and our different zones, but what I just really want to focus on here is that we created a counterclockwise exhibition, because in manga, you really have to read it from right to left. And this is fundamentally different from what in Britain, how you read from left to right, and even walking counterclockwise was really problematic for a lot of the designers and for the people in the British Museum, but we did it, and I feel it shows that you can shift people's minds and hearts, and it was a huge success. It won the Good Design Prize for 2020. These are just a few of the things that we put in it, and I don't have very much time, but I want to just explain a couple more things. We, of course, had the father of modern manga, Tezuka Osamu's sensei's work, but what caused a lot of interest was Princess Knight. The idea of kind of gender fluidity or different types of genders and different types of representations, this was a big surprise for many of our audience. We also had really important artists like Chiba Tetsuya sensei come and well, he didn't actually physically come, but he drew a rugby for the World Cup. Rugby World Cup, he drew a rugby picture for us and represented us, and this really made a big difference, although interesting enough, his work isn't translated into English, but still it seemed to reach people. But I have to say that the person who made the most difference to me was Hagimoto sensei. She's right with us, and she was there for us throughout the exhibition, but she came with her editor, who is extraordinary, Furukawa-san, and they gave many talks. They showed us how editors and manga artists work together. And this is a big deal, and something I want to just mention is what I learned from this exhibition is that manga isn't just a manga artist drawing and then it's published. It's I'd say maybe 50%, I'm not quite sure, but it's a lot. Once the manga artist draws, the conversations with the editors, the neimu, the storyboards, the work that the publishing house does, finally the end product. So it's this combination, and with Hagimoto sensei there, I felt that we could do it, and we did. I want to give one example of Ishizuka Shinichi, Blue Giant Supreme. Maybe some of you know this, but this is with his editor, Katsuki Dai, and during one of their conversations, they showed how they work with name, with these storyboards and what's in and what's out. But I want to draw your attention to the drawing itself. So this is, we have Dai, he's blowing on his saxophone, and you feel this music shower coming in. It's this immersive quality. It's an emotive, immersive quality that manga has that is so incredibly important. And we're coming to the end. I just want to say a couple more points. In the middle of the exhibition, we decided to put a manga library and the manga bookstore in a way. And the reason we did this was that one manga artist told me, manga is not what you put on the walls, it's what you put in your hands. And that really struck me. And so we put this library in, and at first the British Museum said, we're not a library, please don't put a bookshelf in the middle of the exhibition. But it was the most popular part of the exhibition. To have the books out, people could hold them. They said they would steal them. Not one volume was stolen. people would sit and read, even if it's in Japanese and they knew no Japanese. It was just the way of holding manga in your hands makes a huge difference. The paper quality was brilliant, but Viz was wonderful and gave us free downloads. So we had free downloads available. We had 50 artists, 70 titles. It was a very large exhibition, but in the end, just to summarize, manga material is incredible. You can have Buddha and Jesus living together in a gap year in Tachikawa drawing manga as a subject. You can have incredible subjects right here, or one was really popular from web manga to paper manga, One Punch Man. This was incredibly popular at the museum, but I'd really like to mention the power of manga and how it's not just in the paper, how it comes out into your life. So, for example, we had this fabulous, thanks to Kodansha, Attack on Titan, huge blow-up head. It became a major selfie moment for us, but people really identified, and it was almost like they had found their tribe, they had found their manga. So manga's power to me is because it can cross boundaries. It can cross borders. It's incredibly important. And these are the many lessons I learned from it. But what I also learned is that for the future of manga, we need to protect it. We need to protect the artists. We need to protect their ability to work with the publishers. And piracy is something that really endangers the thriving of the industry. And so this panel is very important.
Yeah, Nicole-san, thank you very much for your impressive insights. And by the way, you can keep the, yes. And, by the way, this is cosplayers or from all over the world, so it's other interactiveness of the manga and fans. And Andy-san, could you share your perspective on the rapid growth of the global manga market from the business side?
Of course, I'd love to do that. I'm Andy Nakatani. I'm the Senior Director of Online Manga at Viz Media. Prior to that, I was Editor-in-Chief of the English language version of Shonen Jump, which in 2012 we released in a digital format, and that the content for that came out simultaneously. As Japan released chapters, we would release them on the same day. So if we can see the chart, is the slide visible with the chart? I will assume it is. So this chart represents, is it there?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, so this chart represents manga sales, graphic novel sales in the US in units. The orange part is represents manga, and the blue is graphic novels that are not manga. So the total of the two is total graphic novel sales. We only have data from 2007 on this chart, so I just wanted to say a couple things about before. Manga was a very niche market in the US until about 2006, when it reached quite a peak. And the main reason that it became popular in 2006 was because of the popularity of anime on broadcast cable TV, and because of the prevalence of big box bookstores like Borders. Following that, around 2011, there was a little bit of a decline. Various market factors, also Borders started shutting down stores and eventually declared bankruptcy in, I think it was 2011. But moving on from there, there was steady growth, mainly because of the popularity of anime in the United States. And then you see this huge spike that's happening around 2019, 2020. And that, clearly that was because the pandemic happened and people needed entertainment and distraction, and they were staying at home, so they consumed a lot of manga. Now, I want to emphasize that this is for print sales. And let's see. If we can go to the next slide. And before I talk about the slide with the various simulpub platforms that we have, I do want to talk a little bit about piracy. So illegal content of manga, pirated content, there are various factors like the scanlation sites, and that's kind of like a portmanteau of scan and translation, and so a common term is scanlation to refer to the pirated sites. They release a vast amount of content, it's free, and it comes out really fast. And to sort of come up with a strategy to combat that, there are various official online simulpub manga platforms that are now available in English. Official platforms from publishers such as Viz Manga, Shonen Jump, Manga Plus, K Manga, Bookwalker, Manga Up. Most of these are from Japanese publishers who have released content in English. There are various business models for these, various combinations of free content, subscription models, microtransactions, points. But the main thing here is that the content is released simultaneous with chapters that come out in Japanese. So the translated content comes out at the same time. And for example, my company puts out Viz Manga and Shonen Jump, and we put out the first 3 chapters for free and the latest 3 chapters for free. And to access the chapters in between, you subscribe for a low fee. And so those are just kind of the various models that are out there for simultaneous content.
Okay. Andy-san, thank you very much for your insights. And yes, so Hagio-san, you are a living legend of Japanese manga. And could you share your personal view on the experience as for manga creation and acceptance?
はい、萩尾です。よろしくお願いします。私が漫画は小学校の頃から読んでいましたけど、それに夢中になったのは手塚治虫先生や千葉哲也先生や水野秀子先生やそういった方が本当に面白い作品を書いてこられたからです。漫画の魅力の一番はやっぱり面白いストーリーとそれからキャラクターの魅力に尽きると思います。私が小学校の頃はまだ漫画は、くだらないものだっていう、意見が学校でも家族でも社会でも大多数を占めていて、漫画を読んでると怒られていました。だけど私は手塚治虫を読んで、その中に一般の社会では学ぶことのできないたくさんのものがそこに詰まっていると思いました。それは普通はもっと勉強しなさいとか、もっとちゃんとしなさいとか叱られたり、そういった厳しい言葉を浴びされていたんですけど、漫画の世界にはいたわりがあり、慰めがあり、それから人間やいろんなものとの信頼する世界が書かれていました。私は漫画によって現実の厳しい世界とは別に人間同士が信頼していく世界もあるんだってことを学んで、それを知って漫画という世界にどんどんのめり込んでいきました。それでとうとうそういう世界を自分も継承したいと思って漫画家になりました。そういうものをやっぱり漫画の世界には求めていきたいと思います。
ありがとうございます。Oh, thank you very much, Hagio-san. So, anybody has any comments on so far? So,
could I just say that what Hagio-san Could I just mention that what Hagio Sensei said was so incredibly important. It's how manga brings you into another way of feeling. It's not just reading. It's the immersive quality of manga that's part of its power, and she explained that.
Thank you very much. I totally agree. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, impact of piracy. So, and from now on, you can keep the PowerPoints on every time. So, and it's a bit busy. Okay. Currently, there is approximately 1,100 known piracy sites, and among them, approximately 240 sites are piracy sites in original Japanese, and 400 sites are piracy sites with English translation, and approximately 460 sites are piracy sites translated into various non-English other languages. And on this slide, you can see the typical Japanese manga piracy site. As you see on the left hand, you can find almost all popular mangas. And you can just click on any images, then the list of chapters appear on the right hand. And by clicking on a chapter, you can immediately scroll to read the manga vertically in quite high quality. And visit to top 10 piracy sites in original Japanese for August 2023 is, as I said, more than 150 million visits per month. And 7 of them are believed to have operators residing in Vietnam by analyzing the disclosed information or other informations. And damages caused by the top 10 piracy sites in Japanese is estimated to be approximately 507 billion Japanese yen. It's an estimate by number of site visits multiplied by regular retail price. So there should be some argument about this calculation, but anyway, it's huge. And this is a typical English manga piracy site, but as you see, it's pretty much similar to Japanese ones, except for translated in English. And visits to the top 3 English manga piracy sites are even bigger than Japanese ones. Here are some 200 million visits per month. Andy-san, could you share your view on such piracy's impact on manga artists and the industry?
Sure. So first of all, obviously there's the loss of potential revenue of the manga artists, but maybe even more than that, I feel that piracy devalues the perception of what manga is and devalues all that the manga artists put into their work. It kind of fosters a sense of entitlement for people who read the pirated content, where they come to expect that they're going to read the content for free, and they expect to be able to access it as soon as possible. And at times, that's even before the official release of the Japanese content.
Thank you very much. Hagio-san,
はい、どうも。
Do you have any feelings
はい。
about these piracy activities or readers who read piracy sites? If you have any vision or
漫画をこう書いて売ってる方にの方としてはやっぱり海賊版だとお金が払われないわけですね、作家の方には。昔2000年代に、会社で漫画をデジタル化してネット配信するって企画が持ち上がって、で次々と自分の作品もネットに上がることになりましたけど、その時に思ったのが、このように非常にイージーにネット配信されるからには漫画はこれからずっとただ読みされてしまうだろうなっていう懸念でした。ところがやっぱり会社とはしっかりしたもんで、ちゃんと読まれた分だけその後印税が入ってきます。新しい作品だけじゃなくて結構古く書いた作品も読まれてちゃんと印税が入ってきます。それで生活してまた次の作品を書くことができます。ですからやはり書き手にとってはお金を払ってもらえないということはやっぱり非常に辛いことです。辛いというか悲しいことです。だからなんとかまずユーザーの方にできるだけ海賊版を読まないでお支払いしていただきたいと思います。私もネットで漫画を買ったり Kindle で読んだりしていますけど、一応こちらはタダで読みます、こちらは有料ですっていう時には、とりあえず作者さんに敬意を表して有料の方を選んで読んでいます。お金のある時は。ものすごく貧乏だったらどうなるか分かんないけれど、はい、だからまあ気持ちの問題、そうしていただけるとありがたい思います。はい。
Thank you very much. Now, Murai-san, you are another living legend of the internet world. And is this the only problem for manga piracy, or do you think it has broader relation to internet at large, or any other insights or views?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you very much. This is Jim Rai, by the way. The known as the biggest fan of a manga in this country, right? And so, like Hagio Sensei, I've been kind of grown up with reading a lot of mangas, and then probably you don't believe that how I like. How I love the manga for my life. So, Fukui Sensei's question, the pirates thing is very much kind of a digitally, internet has been providing the open space for exchanging the idea and many of the things. And so I remember this is IGF forum, Internet Governance Forum, by the way, and then so I kind of when the very beginning of the internet space, then the first things we encountered are the internet community. That time in it's actually the early 90s. Some of the people on the world intellectual property came to the internet space, IETF people, and then they started to discuss how the global intellectual property is going to be addressed on the cyberspace, right? On the internet space. And that was a very much first experience of mine. I was a representative from IETF, and then there are several representatives from World Intellectual Property Organization. That we started to discuss about what the intellectual property to be addressed on the internet space. Because digital information can be copied, and it's exactly the same copy we can generate, and then the multiple copies. for everyone. So very easily and then instantly. So that impact the kind of any copyrighted material to be in danger in a sense, right? For the things. So not only manga came later, but then the music industry woke up on that thing, and then the movie industry as well, and so various industries started to struggle with that kind of thing, and the free copy of the digitized, the intellectual properties copyrighted material or intellectual, the material with the copyright. So we have a long history to work on that. And then specifically with the sources, I mean, people who got, kind of rights to the manga artists, of course, right? And the music artists, and then movie intellectual property copyrighted the movie and etc. So at the same time, then the industries of those areas, including the publishing area, they started to think about how to extend their business over the internet in various ways. And so the encrypted materials and the other things, I mean, other technology to support the, the subscription technology on a web standard. Those technology has been provided to protect the sources of intellectual property contents. So basically, the important thing is the working together type of a thing started that way. So it's always kind of crimes related thing, like a pirates is a crime, right? And then also the technology support to protect that against the crime for the kind of owner of the intellectual property. So that has been worked, sometimes good and sometimes damaging the existing industries in a sense. But then from a broader view of a history, then it's a very much working together type of things has been very important. That's also the spirit of IGF, multi-stakeholder as well.
Thank you very much for your insight. And in order to work together, we need to know how piracy sites work. And so let's move on to the next part, that part. And let's see how such, I'm sorry. Okay. Let's see how such piracy sites work. This is only a rough picture of how they work. Piracy site operators usually contract with hosting server at center. Located in different countries where data loss are relatively tolerant. And operators contract with relay servers too, which is called Contents Delivery Networks or CDN, so that they can amplify their ability to accept users at low cost and at larger scale. Their income typically comes from advertisement, which is on the right hand. The piracy operators select and combine registrars, hosting servers, CDNs, advertising companies, or other back-end services. And as you will see on the next slide, some essential services these illegal sites use, like registrars or CDN services, as you see, concentrated on one or a few companies that can be easily used anonymously and basically do not remove illegal content when notices are given. And there is another problem called domain hoppings, which is repeated move with redirected domains during a short period of time. For example, this is a real example, and a piracy site called A has changed its redirection 10 times to 5 different domains within 3.5 months only. And when the domain is so rapidly changed, the effort for countermeasures must start over again. So let's see each such countermeasure and walls confronted a bit more closely. Okay. And first step of such measures is sending direct removal notices to the sites. One publisher, for example, hires an anti-piracy company to make approximately 250,000 removal notices requests monthly. Then next, pursuing legal procedure. Because that many of such removal notices are ignored, or even if deleted, posted again. So next we'll pursue legal procedures. Since May 2020, we pursued legal procedures against approximately 50 piracy sites in the US only, and identified names and other information related to more than 10 personnel of interest. But it's difficult and time-consuming to uncover their identities, and servers often relocated before uncovered. Once we discover the identity information, then the request for cooperation to foreign governments. But some countries often respond too late and too little. For example, since October 2020, we offered identity information and asked making investigation to certain country, actually foreign government, through diplomatic channels, and held even regular meetings with the police department in charge. But so far, only one administrative penalty is charged in that region. Or requesting certain registrars, registries, and even ICANN to deal with malicious domain or domain hopping problems. In this regard, many communiques and public comments have been made at ICANN. Also, we sent direct requests to registrars, but no meaningful action has been taken by subject registrars so far. Or asking certain CDN services to delete illegal files and stop providing their services to obvious piracy sites. It's simply rejected. So a lawsuit is ongoing. Or another major things we are doing is cooperating with internet and telecommunication industries, making effort to raise awareness. Actually, the situation is improving in Japan, but international awareness has not significantly improved in this regard. Or removing advertisement placement in order to cut their source of income. In Japan, advertisers and agency organizations and rights holders cooperated to establish a framework for not placing ads on piracy sites. So the situation improved to some extent. But again, outsider advertisers, for example, non-members of any industry organization, often do not cooperate. So there are still many mainly adult-oriented ads on these piracy sites. Finally, removing search results of actual names and domains of piracy sites and reducing their spread through SNS. Since 2021, we have removed 28 malicious massive piracy sites through cooperation with Google and the courts. So this is our current situation. Murai-san, do you have any insight or comment on these efforts or even ideas?
Yeah, actually, yeah, the process has been done in a very, I mean, of course, I'm involved, and then you are involved, and then we've been working on those approaches. So, yeah, one of the approaches. Oh, by the way, maybe I should explain that in Japan, we've been working together for this issue for a long time, and with the industry and the internet community, in that internet industry actually, and also with the, if needed, then we are working and asking the government to move. So when the so it's been effective sometimes, and sometimes not effective. I mean, the Fukui sensei used the word rejected, but then there's some of the industry in between the passing the data and the caching the data, like a CDN. It's very difficult to identify that by their decision that this is good or bad, but then from the crime side end to end, and then the pirates is a crime, and so crime hunting type of a mechanism could work, and so I think the Japan have been utilizing all those possible ways in the past to fight against the piracy of manga, right? And sometimes effective in terms of the international, like the police to police relationship with certain countries. And talking about the ICANN, then when we started the ICANN process, then the government agency is going to be one of the stakeholders called the Government Advisory Board. And then the Japan government raised this issue to the GAC, Government Advisory Board, and then being listened to by the many government representatives in that group, which is good. And also some of the issue remain that question, can ICANN impact the use of a domain name for the unwanted purposes? And it's very difficult for ICANN to, because domain name is a huge hierarchy things, and ICANN just dealing with a top level domain, and therefore the entire internet infrastructure, then ICANN, there is a limited things that ICANN itself can do. So that is a combination of two things, right? ICANN worked very effectively in terms of sharing the issues with other government on this issue, and they properly discussed. And I'd like to thank Japanese government has been working that way. And then also the I can discuss on this, but then there is a limited thing that I can do. I can do. I'm sorry, not I can do. One more thing to add is that again the piracy impact need to be working with very much different parts. Working together. So we need a legal expertise, and we need the international legal expertise. We need the crime thing, and then also the internet service provider. So that's a reason why in Japan, in order to deal with this issue, then we have various places to discuss about that and the exchanging from the. One of the examples is that we are having every 3 months, then specifically for this subject, then the CEO of internet service provider and the CEO of a publishing company having a breakfast together to discuss about that periodically, to be reported by people like Fukui-san that what is the current status of this issue. So I think we are on the right process to work against that.
Thank you very much. And so, Nicole-san and Andy-san and Hagio-san, I'd like to ask your thoughts on or feelings for such efforts against piracy sites and or future of manga at large. So first, Andy-san, could you start? I'm sorry, Nicole-san, could you start? Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. I feel that manga is one of the most important, or one of the really precious treasures of Japan. It's becoming worldwide, but it's really something very, very special, and that needs to be protected. I mean, in a way, you could say it's like any art form, ukiyo-e, that wasn't protected, or even sushi that wasn't protected, and then you can see what's happened to it in the West now. But if you have manga now can still be protected, and I think it should become registered in some sort of way. But manga artists, editors, and publishers put their heart and soul into creating content for us to enjoy. You can see this with Hagiomoto Sensei and our editors. It's really, really time-consuming. And if we're not going to pay for that content, in a way, it's like stealing their work. It's just something that we need to stop doing. And I think that we need to stop doing it. There's ways of stopping all these internet providers, but it's in a way like drug use. You have to stop with the users. We have to stop using pirate sites, and we need to work towards that. In 2025, I'm going to be curating a new manga exhibition in San Francisco, at the DeYoung Museum. And I'm hoping you'll all support me in that. And what I'm hoping by 2025 is we'll see a shift in manga piracy, and we'll start to see that artists are being paid for properly for their work. I'm going to also address this topic in the exhibition as well. So I invite you all to come and see, and hopefully there'll be a good solution by then.
Thank you very much for your enthusiastic opinions, and will it be 2024? 25 in San Francisco. Okay.
April 2.
Okay. So, I believe everybody will be there. And Andy-san, could you share your views on the countermeasures or the future of the manga? Yeah.
Yes, of course, and I'm very looking forward to that exhibit in San Francisco because being based in San Francisco. So, being part of the publishing industry, piracy has really kind of plagued us for so long, and I'm never enthusiastic about public speaking, but being part of this panel was actually a great experience because just interacting with all the panelists, is so encouraging to me that there's so much work being done, so much research, so much expertise, such great efforts happening. And I think, as others have said, it's not just the people here, but also it'd be great if we could continue to get cooperation from the multiple industries involved in this. So it's very encouraging to me.
Thank you very much. As a long time, from the Andy-san's long experience in the publishing industry, the last word is quite impressive for me too. And Hagio-san, could you share your thoughts?
はい、ささやかな提案なんですけど、例えば海賊版の作品があって正規のお支払いして読んでいただける作品があるとしたら、この支払いいただける方に何かしらの特権をつけたらどうかっていうのをちょっと友達と話していて考えたんです。例えばポイントをつけるとか、作家の音声でありがとうございますのが作品の最後につくとか、もしくはそのポイントを貯めれば何かの特権がもらえるとか、まあ一つの提案ですけど、で読み手の人にとってみればただの作品を読んでもお支払いした作品読んでも感動は一緒です。だから、じゃあただでいいんじゃないかと思われる方もいらっしゃるかもしれないけど、支払いしたら支払いしたユーザーの方に痛みが生じるお金を払うと。だけど支払わなかったら支払えなかった作家の方に痛みが生じる。だからそこら辺のことを考えて正規のルートで読んでいただきたい。どちらを選ぶかっていうのは一種生き方の問題じゃないかと思います。私は漫画を読んで世の中に正義というものは存在するんだと学びました。だからそういう漫画を読んで何かしらの感動を受けたのしたらそれに対して代価を払っていただきたいと切に思います。はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for your valuable opinion. And incentive to the readers of the official version would be impressive, and we should think about that. So anybody have any comments on the points raised? Murai Sensei, how about you?
Well, that Hagio Sensei's message is very strong, and so I'm very much moved. But being a big fan of manga, not the internet expert or anything, and then so I've been thinking about start dealing with this one. I was thinking about the music industry was also damaged by the internet sharing of music, and so by the way, this is a personal story. I'm sorry, but my mother is a musicologist, and so she always told me when I was a kid that the music is a live music. And then the recorded music is basically the extension of that to outreaching to the other people. So the important thing is live music. So we're going to the live music. So if this story is applying to the manga, then so all the sharing of the music, and then if you like music, and you go to the live music concert or whatever. So that model is becoming pretty much successful for the music industry these days, right? And so after the internet, and then pretty much suffered by the internet, and then coming back to the very active concert and the theater type of thing. So I've been wondering how the manga is going to be. And the manga is, if you like manga, if you understand manga, manga is a combination of the author, artist, and then editor, and they're working together for the paper printing art. There is a lot of new things coming in with the digital format and the new format thing. But the printed manga is the origin of the art we are talking about this afternoon. Okay, if that is the case, then publishing companies should make a lot of efforts that inviting the people. I mean, digitized printed manga is different of a digital manga, right? I mean, the new format. So digitized manga is basically the art of a printed manga. And then, so publishing companies should, I believe, I'm asking the publishing company to work on the continuous work with the legendary manga artist and also the young, new-coming artist for the format. This is quite a format. I think Nicole-san and Andy-san has been working, and outside the country also, the kind of value of manga, and that they love manga, and the lovers of manga around the world. And so that's what they are working on. So I really respect publishing companies' efforts to extend the value of the printed manga to be digitized and then outreaching to the greater community of big fans of manga.
Thank you very much. Preserving the value of the what is not easily substituted by digital copies would be something worth to be considered, worth considering. So maybe there is a big hint within the Murai-san's points. And please, Nicole-san.
What I think Murai-sensei was saying is really very, very important. Paper, the paper copy, we can read it in digital copies, but having the paper copy of manga is incredibly important, and I think it was a plea for this to continue, just looking at it from a museum perspective. It's about the archival qualities of this material. Digital access changes. How you access digital content 10 years ago is different from how we access it today. So what will happen to manga 30 years from now that we are having today? If we don't have it in paper, it may not survive. We just don't know. But paper is incredibly important. We just hope, I think this was a plea for paper, and I would like to add my voice to that.
Thank you very much. Andy-san, do you have any thoughts or comments on it? Yeah.
Yes, that's actually pretty much exactly our strategy with our streaming services, to kind of create a large funnel and attract readers, increase exposure of the manga, and then kind of guide them to purchase graphic novels, whether that be digital graphic novel or print. And particularly in the United States, the print industry is still very strong. So it's exactly what our strategy is.
Thank you very much. Okay, so if there is no further comments, then let's take next 20 minutes or something for Q&A sessions. Anybody with question or comments, please stay in front of micro. Oh, they are already doing that. Thank you very much. And please try to keep your comments or questions short within, say, 1 minute, so that many people can speak. So, first, speak.
I will try to be brief. It's not easy. I'm Vittorio Bertola. I'm known as one of the founders of the IGF, a pioneer of the Italian internet. But I'm really here speaking as a lifelong manga and anime fan. Because when I was 8 in television, I saw Mirai Shonen Conan by Miyazaki-sensei, and that changed my life forever. And so I saw what the music industry. I saw the music industry doing the same meetings 20 years ago, and they failed. So I am afraid that you are doing the same mistake. The mistake that you have to be careful not to do is not to confound just the straight piracy, like the people that really take like the last issue of One Piece and Kimetsu no Yaiba and put it online for money, with what your fans are doing. Many fans are doing piracy because it's the only way they can get access to manga, at least in the West, and maybe not in Japan. But in Italy, many manga are not available or are only available many months later. I'm reading like Arslan Senki comes up 8 months after the Japanese version. And I wait for 8 months, but many people don't want to wait for 8 months. Why cannot you make it available in 8 weeks or in 8 days? I think today with the technology could be possible. Or there are like 15-year-old kids that have, one manga tankobon costs 1,000 yen. If you're 15-year-old, maybe you can buy 1 per month, but they want to read 10, and so they go to Manga Fox for the other 9. But then maybe when they will be 20, they will have money and they will buy more manga, so they will be your customers of the future. So don't be too hard on your fans. Go against the people that really steal the money, but don't think of your fans and think of ways you can be nice to them and involve them and give them cheap, readily available manga in their language in timely manners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So take another questions and then the answer to at once. So please.
Okay, thanks. So first, just some clarifying question or comment here. We saw a lot in the presentation about the countermeasure, about piracy, but what I didn't see is, did you really try to understand why people try to access to pirate website? Because at the end, it showed that there is a demand for that content. And I think for Japan, maybe need to learn about other experience, because if we talk maybe more than manga about the cold Japan, about all the artistic content, you have your neighbor in the West that is succeeding. So maybe this is a question also for here to think how to improve in that area. Finally, you talked about the artists and their royalty and so on, but I want some clarification, because unfortunately in Japan, the industry doesn't have a good reputation in terms of working condition for the artists and all those who are involved. So it's important to clarify how much they get at the end, because you created that causality between the piracy and loss of revenue, but it seems it's more for the publisher. So if you can clarify more how the artists are earning and how you can improve their condition, because at the end, those who are making the manga and that content that people are looking for. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And sir, please.
Yeah, okay. Alexander Savnin, Pirates Parties International and Russian Pirate Party. I'm really sad hearing that in this audience on international governance forums discussed, chasing and punishing end users. Because talking about, users distributing to each other any contents, it's against freedom of information, it's against of possibility to people to access it. After you start going after users who sharing their own contents, maybe previously booked, you will start going after ones who creating fanfics or another stories or even parodies for something like this. And then you went into censorship systems, which might be used as political censorship also. I'm sad that I have to remind you that there is 21st article of Japanese constitutions, which guarantees Japanese citizens freedom of distribution of information. Please try to distribute your information freely without blaming end users, because again, so-called anti-piracy actions could really start making censorship, economic censorship, start chasing girls who are wearing goods which might be counterfeit and something like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, okay, so please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julia. I am a youth program delegate from Brazil. And I am here to make a point about accessibility and also a reconsideration of some points exposed in the panel about the problematic regarding piracy. As other Southward fellows have introduced, piracy is, for us, is a symptom of inequality rather than a problem of greed. So the strategies presented were interesting, but they are considering the total accesses of the piracy consumer and only as a matter of choosing free or paid. Many are not in the position to choose. I would like to reference Mrs. Hagio example, very good example, and a very touching presentation about why we should support the authors. But, for example, a $1,000 camera in my country is worth 5 months of the minimum wage in our country. So they are definitely not buying $1,000 cameras, although many can buy $1,000 cameras. And then I'll make another point, that there is much to learn from manga, and I'm very fortunate to meet Shigeru Mizuki lessons in Nononba, though I only had access to it because I know English and I had a relative living in Europe at the time where they bought it in Europe, brought to me in English. And my peers don't know English, so they will never meet this issue because there is no possibility. We translate roughly 500 types of brands of manga, as in like Demon Slayer and so on, One Piece. Roughly only 500 types of the brand, and they issue every year new issues of the same manga. So we are not expanding the translator market, and then piracy comes in, facilitating people doing the work for free. They are fans and they know Japanese. We have a very verdant community, Japanese community in Brazil, and they translate it for free. They published online for free, and we have access to it. So I have a collection of manga, which I only gathered through my life and my new opportunities in jobs that I know that many of us can't do. So there is passion in translating the works for us to access. There is relevance and importance and respect in trying to access such great content and such profound knowledge. But sometimes we have no options and we resort to it. So my question is there a room to consider that piracy might not be exterminated, but solved in its whole complexity? Which actions are in place considering this problematic?
Thank you. So, yes, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is José Arthur. I'm also part of the Brazilian Youth Delegation. And I love to learn about this exhibition that was displayed at the museum, as well commented by Nicole. And I would like to know if there are future plans to include awareness actions about manga piracy in these exhibitions.
Okay, so we have already 5 questions, and there are 3 more. So let's take this time to respond the question and the comments so far. And so could you please a bit? So first, there is the difficulty to obtain new episodes. I think this is for Andy-san to answer first.
Yes, if I may. So I think we are making efforts to put out more content, and with those streaming services that was on the second slide that I had, different publishers are releasing more and more content, and I probably should have explained it a little bit more in detail, but for example, Shonen Jump, the Shonen Jump service releases chapters the same day they come out in Japan. And we're doing as many series as we can. Right now, currently we're doing every single series that comes out in the Shonen Jump magazine in Japan. And we release these chapters for free. The three most recent chapters are free, and then you pay a low price. It's $2.99 a month in American dollars for access to all the back chapters. So we are trying to address putting out more content, making it easy access at a low price for more people to access. And then the other publishers are also doing the same thing with their streaming services. We know it's not comprehensive, but we are making efforts.
Thank you very much. And yeah, does anyone? Yeah, Murai-sensei.
Yeah, I care about that gentleman standing there. So, you wanna hear from him, or it's too much?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, another round. All right, then yeah, I just want to take a kind of a two kind of technical and IGF type of a question. May I? Okay. So the first one is thank you very much for the all the questions. I think it's a very much the reasonable question, and then also the some of the important questions I need to address. The the over pilot's action is going to be kind of against the freedom of speech type of a discussion and other thing, which is leading to a censorship and the over censorship maybe. And this is a very important and a serious issue always in a general in the history of the internet to address. So it's we are one of the area. I mean, the multi-stakeholder type of a discussion. When we started the ICANN, then ICANN put the kind of government advisory board, but then all the other stakeholders can be kind of starting the discussion equally. So which is very much the format to address those issues in different stakeholders had a different voice, and then listening to them. So IGF is one of the place to understand that one. So well, anyway, probably the balance of that kind of business advantages on a certain area of industry, and also the listen to them is very important, and then also the over censoring situation should be avoided for the kind of more the open internet environment. So that's probably a very important discussion, and then applying to this area of a discussion. But probably it's taken for all the process in Japan for the manga piracy. Another very interesting question from the lady sitting in there was accessibility question. And then it's really important that the manga used to be the late. I mean, comparing with the music industry, movie industry, other industry, then manga culture value was kind of late to start addressing to the all over the world. So I remember in the middle of 2013, then I visited the French manga shop, and then all the books in Europe is kind of opened up this way, and then suddenly the manga is turned out to be a Japanese way, which is different from open from the right. I was very much surprised that kind of those European fans of a manga accepting the basic culture things to address the manga, and then I heard a story from the very, very, very famous soccer player from Spain that he was talking about I started. He's a big legend player. He said I started the soccer from the reading a manga, but why the Japanese soccer player is all lefty? So that was a printed reverse in the reverse world. But anyway, so that power was recognized quite recently. Therefore, a lot of things, technical approaches happening for the accessibility of the manga, I believe. The manga is now the language layer, and then other drawing layer is separated. In many of the manga artists are utilizing digital tools, and then so that the replacement and then the multi-language approach would be easier for the things. And then one of the reasons why the pilot's going to be kind of very much extending for the kind of outreaching was that the translation of the language has been very expensive and could not be provided from the origin of the manga publishers. So that is one of the examples that then you listen from the two people from the outside the country that they are making a lot of efforts, and then although the publishing company of Japan is working with them to address those issues about accessibility for the world. So it's going to be a very important comment and the question. Thank you very much, and then probably continuous approaches to the Japanese manga space going to be very much beneficial.
Murai-san, thank you very much. And one of such efforts includes Manga Plus by Shueisha, where the English, Spanish, Thai, Indonesian, Portuguese or Russian, such a language in 190 countries available, and for 1, 2, 3, episode 1, 2, 3 available. The latest 3 episodes are available online for free. And it's just information from the one publisher. And there was also a question about royalty rates for the manga artist, and I can say that typically it's a 10% of retail price. So I think that that's the kind of standard here. And is there any other? If so, there is a gentleman standing there. So could you please, and you first, and then you, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles Shaban from the International Trademark Association. Again, I'm here as a fan too. And of course, I was very happy to see this session from the beginning, in fact, because intellectual property is something important to know properly. And to be honest, I was a little bit puzzled now from some of the comments, but it's as our father of the internet here, June, whom I met 20 years ago in ICANN, mentioned that it's good to hear for all the different views. So in fact, I think I blame ourselves as some of the people in the intellectual property field that copyright maybe is not known, but at the same time, copyright is something important, and it has a version that it says that copyright is mainly, there is something called fair use. So when you say fair use, it's so when someone sees it for his own benefit, for learning. So it's not against the knowledge. It's part only to protect the owner of the copyrighted material. To be sure he gets his own royalty, as was mentioned, the publication, and make the knowledge even more important. And it's just a comment, so I have no special question, just to thank you for what you done here, and to tell you that even in the 80s, I used to attend many of these programs you showed, by the way, even the older one. I'm older here. So even in the Arabic language in Jordan. So it's available before the internet even. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, please.
Hello, I'll be quick, I promise. I'm Felp, I'm part of the Brazilian youth delegation here, and I'm also a Brazilian illustrator, so that panel is really important to me. My art since my childhood has always been very influenced by manga. And even on the other side of the world, the artistic power of manga influences many artists, other artists like me. So, however, in my childhood, the possibility of purchasing manga was very restricted where I lived. So I read and was inspired by the few titles that I could physically access that time. So thinking about this power of the manga artistic market, also being able to feed new artists that will come from all over the world with the internet, which ways of distributing manga online legally in Latin America do you envisage that at this time, when we have so much piracy in countries that often don't have platforms to access them in a legal way, that values already established artists and enhances artists that are yet to come?
Thank you very much. Okay, so, yeah, please.
Hi. Well, my question is this. How much do you involve the youths in this fight against piracy? Because, you know, most of the pirates arise from our generation or maybe the following ones. And I would think that if us, as in my generation, and the following ones would understand how much manga is important and might disappear as a result of the piracy, they will stand up as the first, you know, army line against their fellow age group members and probably share the same technologies, as in there'll be new technologies and everything. So how much are the youths and the coming generations involved in this fight?
Thank you very much. And as for the
Well, yeah, thank you very much. As many of the youth, you know, participants on the IGF raised the voice, and which is good, and then make very sure things. And then I remember the software pirates was around, and then other software users and the PC software users and game users. There was a very much youth people, young people standing up, and then they started to work on a kind of a phrase that we don't use or illegally copied software type of a thing. And so I believe that if you visit the booth of a publishing company about the pirates, manga pirates booth, I mean, then they have a very much attractive campaign for the other people, including the young people. So I think they would be kind of a very powerful supporter about this movement.
Thank you very much, Murai-san. And it is what exactly I tried to say. So, yeah, again, thank you very much for valuable questions and insights. And so it's already 16:14. So, yeah, now it seems that we are running out of time. There is also a good question online, but yes, this is for another day. Again, thank you for joining us for this session. And as Murai-san said, please visit our booth at number 2 IGF Village. The Arigato video is now being shown. And manga written by 16 artists handed out. It is in English. And yeah, finally, give speakers and staffs a warm hand. Thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okaresama desu.
yes, yes, that's brilliant.
Ask back the question, what if you have you
what about your material?
how do you
Yes.
material sense?
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes.
just a
Thank you.
thought,
That's
not a
beautiful.
criticism.
That's
Thank
beautiful.
you.
Thank you very
Nice to
much.
meet
That's
you.
really well spoken. Thank you.
Hi, just wanted to stop by and introduce myself.
Oh, yes,
My name is
of
Kevin
course.
Coppermode. I'm from the embassy.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you. Which embassy?
Our embassy.
Yes. Oh, in the U.S. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. You have to forgive me because I'm American.
Yes.
I was born in New York, but I've lived in England for 30 years. I'm back in America, and so I'm just not connected as I should be. And I would like to be connected.
Sure,
And
absolutely.
plus, so I'm living in Massachusetts now.
Okay.
And I'm doing this exhibition in San Francisco in 2025. A very, very large Manga exhibition. And so I would love to be able to talk to you about that.
Yeah, so I'm in our economics section. However, I know that our public diplomacy office would probably be very interested in
Yes.
in what you do in your work.
Okay,
I mean, we
this
do
is
a lot
my
of
American address.
wonderful.
I'm a Totorino.
Oh, fantastic.
Wow, nice.
Sugoi.
I work with Kevin.
Oh, okay, fabulous. Thank you. I'm in Marblehead right now.
Ah, okay.
Massachusetts. I don't know if
Wonderful.
you know
Yeah.
that area.
Yeah.
But I'm originally from there.
Oh, okay.
And,
Okay. And just strictly as kind of
I would love to actually come and talk to you if it's appropriate.
Yeah, I'm happy to connect you to our public diplomacy colleagues. They do our cultural and educational exchange.
Oh, I would love that because I worked very, very closely with the Japanese embassy in Britain when I was working at the British Museum.
Sure.
But I have absolutely, sadly, no connections with the American embassy, and it's so important to have that kind of connection. It made all the difference.
Oh, yeah,
in
absolutely.
the exhibition when I was doing the British Museum exhibition.
Yeah.
It really, really, really helped. And I could get advice from you, but also what we're trying to do in this exhibition, as opposed to the British Museum, is I'm working with the publishers and the artists, and we're trying to display what's actually happening in manga now.
Yes.
So it's not the history. It's
Good morning. Just an audio test if the organizers are on there, if they could just know how this goes.
Walk and talk. So yeah. No, that's terrific.
Good morning, Don, or good afternoon, evening.
What?
Good morning, Don. Good morning, or hello, Don. Hello, Berna.
Popular session.
Hello, Dan. Can you hear me?
Hello, Nikem. I can hear you.
Oh, great. That's great. That's great.
And obviously you can hear me, so there we are.
Sure. Yeah, I can.
We at least are good.
Yeah.
Whether or not they can hear us in the room is a different question.
Yeah,
We're doing it.
I guess so. All right. Four, right? Yeah. Okay. You can relax now. Hello, thank you.
So, you are the organizer of this session. Okay, nice to meet you. I'm managing this room. So, may I have your... please have a seat.
Yeah, okay.
May I ask you some question? So, how many speakers on site?
On site?
Three, okay. How about online? Two, okay. So, do you have any slide data or something? Any slide data? So who will
Our online
project online speaker?
We may do.
She will also project from her computer.
Okay.
She can be a co-host.
Co-host, yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Berna should be a co-host. She's on my also.
Hi there.
Berna's going to follow you.
Okay, that's fine.
and any other speaker online need to be host, co-host?
Yeah, to Dan.
To Dan?
Dan will need to have, and
You two write down?
So,
her name?
Confusing, Dan and Don.
So Dan York.
Dan York.
And then Kem Osigwe.
Okay. So they needs to be co-hosted? Okay. So and oh, I will make you co-host.
We're listing all the people who need to be co-hosts.
Good morning, Don. Good morning, Berna. Well, it's morning for me. It's afternoon for you, I guess.
Berna, if you want some water, that's not open. That's not open.
It's morning for you too, Dan.
It is.
Early morning.
It's all right. It's a little bit before I normally get up, so it's a big deal. I have gone in and tested. I can share my screen from here.
We've asked for your screen to be shareable. There we go. Something's happening.
Yeah.
Yep, you've been made a co-host.
Yeah, it works. I'm able to work through it. So we're good here.
So you've got slides from me.
Well, I have my slides.
What?
I have my slides. I have my slides and I have Berna's slides. But if Berna wants to do it directly there, that's easier. I have Nikem's photos.
Yeah.
I don't have any slides from you, Don.
I sent them today.
Yeah, that's fine. We won't say anything rude. Is it working?
And you do that project your data.
No, Don's got some slides, but they'll be run by the online moderator.
Okay. I thought so, but you can't.
Okay, so you also need access then. Okay, I'll write down his name.
No. He's on web.
Is he? Yes. So he
Also Zoom.
So he will be.
Okay, so
I will log in so that then you can show your slides. Okay. So go to the.
Yeah, Don, I'm not finding them. I'm looking through all my email.
All right, just click on there.
okay, so
That's the.
Oh no, sorry, that's not us. Oops. We'll find it.
I'm not connected.
It'll be fine. There we go. It'll work.
Okay, can you see my screen on Zoom? Dan, does it hear me?
Yes, I see your screen.
Okay, so it works. So I'll do mine.
and when you speak, please use microphone. Please keep your Zoom mic and mute.
Mute.
I can be your microphone.
I think we have two apiece.
2 minutes. Refresh. 5. There we go. That's a ticket.
All right, Don, are we good? You got your slides?
Okay, we're live. Good morning, afternoon, evening to everyone who's here or in person or online. This is workshop 468, broadband from space. Can it close the digital divide? That's our question. The setup for this is the idea that we've entered a new era of satellite communications. They're not new satellites, they've been around for a long time, but we're seeing new types of satellites that have new capabilities, especially in low Earth orbit. We'll hear about that shortly. And the possibility of satellites in multiple orbits coordinating to create new kinds of services. My name is Don Means. I'm the director of the Gigabit Libraries Network. Each of our speakers will introduce themselves. Our time is short today, so we're going to try to get through this pretty quickly and have time for open discussions. I just wanted to make a couple of points in the beginning here about barriers to adoption. The question that we're posing here is, can satellites actually close the digital divide? Can they contribute to this solution, to this long-standing problem that we've had? The reason we've had this problem is just the basic economics of infrastructure that says the farther away you are from the core of any network, the more expensive it is to reach you, and you probably have less money to boot. So that's why there are 3 billion plus people that are still not participating in the global digital conversation. We've identified these 3 barriers as availability, affordability, and usability. So affordability, of course, is a difficult question if you approach it from the standpoint of how much can a family afford to spend every month for access. It depends on how the value is set. What can they gain from that? Does it change their economic calculation in the first place? Like, you buy a car because it allows you to go to a job, but could you afford it without the job? That kind of a thing. Usability is the most comprehensive or largest kind of topic here, because it covers everything from skills to devices to an environment. But it's absolutely critical to adoption. Availability is slightly different, because if you don't have availability, then affordability and usability are moot questions. So that's what's interesting about satellites, especially low Earth orbit satellites, is they can connect anyone, anywhere, given that the country has given them permission to operate, with high performance, robust broadband, low latency, 100 megabit connections. There are lots of issues around this related to, well, I'm not going to get into all those, but there are. Hopefully we'll get into those. So the goal here, at least from Gigabit Libraries network standpoint, is this is a real opportunity to connect every community. Now, this is not connect every person or every household. That's a dream, but it's a reality that we could set up a community hub in every community. I mean, if we come up with a number, it's 100,000 or some number of communities, either neighborhoods or small communities everywhere. That's doable. And what do you have with that? What do you have with this community network that is basically no fee or low fee? Well, those are questions. But for us, this is a baseline standard functionality to allow virtually everyone access, even if it's not everything that everybody wants. It's something that is there for everybody. So we're going to hear more about what that means and what are the implications of that and how the technology is built and what makes it different from our next speaker, which is Dan York with the Internet Society. Dan, welcome. And Dan is also the co-coordinator of the session. Dan?
Sure. Thank you, Don. Welcome to everybody. I am delighted that we're having this session, having this conversation. You should now be able to see my screen, correct? Okay. So my role here is really to talk about a bit about the technology and to help us understand this as we look at this discussion and this debate. As Don mentioned, satellites are not new. for internet access. We've had them for decades, really. And they have been satellites that are in the geosynchronous or geostationary. And those are ones that are way out at 36,000 kilometers. They have the great capability that they can basically be parked over one part of the Earth. And you can have basically 3 of them and be able to get worldwide global connectivity. The challenge is they're expensive. They're typically the size of a large bus. They take years to create, millions upon millions of dollars, and they're launched out into that distant orbit, which is great. It has provided internet access to people all around the world. But as a challenge that it takes a long time for a packet to go from the Earth out to that satellite and back. In networking terms, we talk about latency or the lag, the amount of delay, and that can be 600, 700 milliseconds, even a second. And that would be impossible for me to come in over this Zoom connection. I could not do that. So the exciting part about why we're here is this new generation of satellites that operate in low Earth orbit, which is the opposite side of that is down underneath 2,000 kilometers. There is a medium Earth orbit, which is in between those two areas, and there are a couple of solutions. There's one company, SES, which operates a network of satellites, and there you can have fewer. You can only need maybe 11 or 20 satellites, but they're in motion, and they have longer latency times. But the excitement is all down in LEOs, because now we have things that can have very quick low latency. So you can have maybe 40 milliseconds, 50 milliseconds, which is well within the range of things like video communication and pieces like that. The challenge is that you need more satellites. And so our picture looks a lot more like this as we start to grow this. And I'll talk about this in a little bit. The components, this interest is coming about because we have this demand for these high speed, low latency connections. There's also been this massive reduction in costs for satellite development. If you are watching this space, you can see that companies like SpaceX and Amazon are in fact, they're mass producing satellites. I think I saw a report from one of Amazon's things. They're able to pump out 4 a day out of their factories. SpaceX is similar. They're creating large numbers of this. And we've seen this massive reduction in the cost of launching. SpaceX with its reusable rockets and pieces like that. The 3 components, which are critical, and Berna will get to this when she talks about the policy side, are that you have the satellite constellation, which is, of course, what we all know or we talk about. You also have the thing on the ground. Now, the satellite industry calls this a user terminal or a ground terminal or something like that. For a consumer, we might talk about it as just the antenna or the dish or something like that. It's a little different from the past. With traditional satellites, you had a fixed antenna that you put on the side of a house and you pointed out at the satellite, and that worked because the satellite was always in a location. These antennas look more like a pizza box. They have electronics in them to be able to interact with multiple satellites, and they're very different. They also sometimes have an access point. It's packaged differently in different ways. And then you have these ground stations, which are also called gateways, and those are important pieces of how this all works. And let me just show a quick picture to show how this works. In one way, your satellite connection goes up, bounces off a satellite, and gets down to a ground station. In LEO environments, you're actually probably interacting with at least 1 or 2 satellites. The satellites are typically overhead for about 5 minutes. And so you have multiple satellites, and that's part of what happens with these antennas that are there. Now, one interesting development that's happened with LEOs that's made it even more interesting is some communication between satellites, because before and with traditional satellites, you had to always be in range of a ground station. And so that meant that you could only interact, you had to have a ground station every maybe 900 kilometers or so across the Earth. Now, the satellites are actually able to connect in between them, using what are called intersatellite lasers. And this allows you to connect to a satellite, go across the Starlink constellation in this case, and then drop down to a ground station. SpaceX has pioneered this with Starlink. All the others who are out there are looking at similar kinds of ways. And so it provides some interesting aspects to be able to connect people in very remote areas that are far away from where you might be able to have a ground station. The Internet Society did create a document about this. You can get it at internetsociety.org/LEOs. It's there. It's something you can be able to look at that goes through a lot of these questions and things. I want to just touch on a couple before I pass it on here. Don mentioned the question around affordability. Can we actually make this affordable to everybody who needs it? Will it have the capacity to handle everybody's devices? Because we want to go and connect. Everybody has many devices they want to connect. The big question from a technical point of view, quite honestly, right now in 2023, is getting the satellites up there is one of the big challenges we have right now. It turns out that at this moment in time, SpaceX is the only provider that's really operating at scale. There's a number of other launch providers that are working in this area, but they're all caught in transitions right now between rockets. The United Launch Alliance, which is a traditional US provider, has been around for decades. They're in the middle of going from an Atlas V to the Vulcan Centaur. Arianespace has run out of its Ariane 5, but its Ariane 6 is delayed. All of these things have caused a delay in us getting there. It should be temporary, but it is one of the challenges right now in getting these systems up there. There are smaller launch providers, but one big question is, can they launch at the scale? And to give you an illustration of that, just in the past 2 months, SpaceX has launched 7 rockets each month. Just this month, they've launched 2 already. They were supposed to launch 1 this morning, actually, but it got delayed because of some high winds, and now they're just trying to figure out when. But this gives an example of the scale that is needed to go and launch at this kind of level to provide this kind of support. We'll talk. We have our paper outlines, and we have room here to talk about some of these questions around security, privacy, interoperability. Space debris is a big question. There are questions we don't know yet. We don't know whether all of these different proposals can actually work. We're not clear on the environmental impact of launching all of these rockets and also of having these satellites burn up in the upper atmosphere. And there is a strong concern about impact on astronomy and pieces, which we don't yet understand. So the reason we need to be having this conversation here at IGF and in other venues is that there is a lot of activity in the space. Over the next few years, we're expecting to see Starlink complete its first phase, what it calls its Generation 1, and go on toward its next one. Right now, the first one is about 4,400 satellites. The next shell, the next part of the constellation, has been approved for 7,500 and is going on toward ultimately around 30,000 satellites. OneWeb has completed which is now part of Eutelsat, so it's actually now Eutelsat OneWeb. They've completed their initial group, but they're looking to go on toward building a second phase. Amazon's Project Kuiper, just this past week, successfully launched its first 2 satellites for demonstration, but assuming all goes well, they're looking in the first half of 2024 to begin launching, growing up to around 3,200 satellites over the next while. China from what we can tell from the outside, is looking to build its own competitor, Starlink, which will be around 13,000 satellites or so, 14,000. And the EU, the European Union, is looking to create what it calls its IRIS-2 constellation. So the timing, the reason we need to be having these conversations is to understand that over the next 5 years or so, there's going to be a massive amount of capacity coming up there online. The opportunities are tremendous. And just to give you a sense of the satellites that are here, it's conceivable from the filings with the International Telecommunications Union that we could see 40,000, 50,000, maybe even 60, or maybe even 90,000. It's hard to know how many of these will actually make it into space and be able to work. But it's a huge number of satellites. There's a huge opportunity, but there's also a lot of questions and things we just need to understand around Don's points around affordability, availability, and also usability. So with that, I want to just say thank you, and I look forward to answering questions as we go through this more.
Thank you, Dan. Very nice summary there. So now we will turn to Nakem Uege. I never get that right quite, Nakem. But welcome. Nakem has been working on a project in Nigeria with libraries there. Nakim, please introduce yourself and tell us what you've been up to with these satellites. Unmute, Nakim.
Oh, apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. So I am Kemo Sigwe. I am a librarian. I work for the African Library and Information Associations and Institutions with headquarters in Accra, Ghana. That is AFIA. And when Don started talking about this Leo libraries, you know, this satellite thing, it was like, is it possible? I don't know how it's going to happen. Can we afford it? Who can afford it in Africa? Then through his engagement, we were able to get free internet using Starlink for 5 libraries in Nigeria, 1 in Lagos, in the city center. Then we have 3 in Abuja and 1 in Kaduna. These are really urban areas. And what I had envisaged was that maybe it could be possible in rural areas, but I think that the rollout first was to urban areas. So we got those 5 around from June. We took delivery between June 6th to around June 29th of this year, 2023. Initially, there were plenty of challenges in setting them up. There were issues. In fact, I took a picture. I took a picture of a library in Abuja that had complained that they were not getting the internet after the unit was set up, and it was because of trees that covered the dish, so to speak. But right now, all of them are the 5 of them are up and running. There are still some challenges because they are saying that the coverage doesn't extend much to outside of the libraries. Because when I was telling them about it, I asked them to imagine a situation where something like, maybe, we hope not, COVID-19 happens again. What happens when the library doors are closed? Can they still be able to offer services, even if it's only internet services? So right now, the internet is strong, fast, stable inside of the libraries, within particular areas of the libraries. But once you move outside a little bit, the signals become weak. Now, we had asked the libraries to find out who will benefit most from this, or who can benefit most from this free and fast internet. And my idea was, young people that are seeking for employment opportunities or want to learn digital skills or want to assess their assignments, or lifelong learners. But I didn't envisage another critical group. And when I found this out, it kind of made me elated that, oh, so this is possible too. We didn't configure in the open community, the open knowledge community in Nigeria. Who are these people? People that, like the Wikimedia users group, we have quite a number of them in Nigeria. Nigeria, we have more than 500 languages. And some of these groups, and some of them all have user groups within Wikimedia. And why am I talking about them in particular? If you have ever edited any of the Wikimedia projects, you find out that if your internet is slow, once you edit and you want to publish, it kind of hangs. But with this now, the people, those of them that use the library, because we introduced the internet to them, and they say that when they go there to edit, whatever they edit, it just goes fast like that. It doesn't hang up. It doesn't. It doesn't give them much issues. And also, then we're also working with open license and OER enthusiasts, because we are beginning to realize that most of the knowledge resources, educational resources, stories, and so on, we hardly find those in mother tongues. And considering the fact that we have so many languages in Nigeria, we are beginning to ask librarians and others to please use some open platforms where we have storybooks for children, to translate them into our local languages. And they've been using the internet a lot, quite for that, quite a lot on that. And right now we have a digital library on Storyweaver, and we are building another one on African Storybook. And all these things are made possible because of this internet from Starlink that makes it easier for you to translate, because when you translate a story on these platforms, or when you're translating, the internet slows down where you started, or you get tired. But now with that fast internet is really better for libraries in Nigeria. These 5 libraries that have free internet from Starlink. And for the National Library of Nigeria, that they have it in Lagos, in Abuja, and Kaduna. They are saying that is a game changer, that although the traditional library users, those ones that we are sure will always use the library, it's not as if it's not as if they make use of it so much, but it's really the new people that are being attracted to the library because of the internet, that are making use of it, especially, like I said, the Wikimedia group, users group, and then the open license enthusiasts, and those that are interested in OER and stuff like that. So that is what I can say now about what we are doing in Nigeria with this. But we had a meeting on September 26th. Dawn was there most of the time. I wasn't there most of the time, but I spoke with them again this morning, and I asked them that there are things that we need to do. And that thing that we need to do is to collect more and more data. Who are these people that are now using this internet? Because they are slightly different from our regular users. What's their age range? What do they do? What stories do they have about the use of this internet? Then what's the speed for them? Does it drop? Does the speed drop at a particular point in the day, and so on? But the challenge also is that, because these are all government libraries, they work only from Monday to Friday. They don't work on Saturdays. So we are trying to see how to get staff to run shifts so that they can open on Saturdays for others that need them on those days. Then also, hello?
Can you wrap up? We'll have questions.
All right. Oh, okay. Once light goes off, the router stops, it becomes a problem. If the routers came with inbuilt inverter libraries, batteries, maybe that could be better for us. Thank you very much. Okay. Done. Thank you. I'm done. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, there's a slide of the dish mounted on a mast to get elevation. Some flyers that went out around Lagos and Abuja to show this new service was available, and people word of mouth is getting around. People are interested in it, they're coming in. Stephen Weiber will talk to us here. Stephen's with the International Federation of Library Associations, a longtime associate. And we talk about this hub concept for sharing. And so, Stephen, what's the best hub?
Thank you. So I think I'm going to sort of build on what Nkem said in a less enthusiastic way, given where I come from. I think one of the things that makes libraries interesting here is that we are a pre-digital public infrastructure. That it's an infrastructure that was there ahead of the internet in order to help actually achieve goals in real life, in order to help people improve their lives through access to information, through access to knowledge. And so what they're doing is trying to apply to make the most of the opportunities that digital tools provide, but with those same goals of actually making a real difference. And I think it's something that really came out in what Nkem was saying, was that what libraries are doing by bringing in the Starlink connections, by drawing on the satellite internet connections, is actually it's making the difference between availability and impact. As you talked at the beginning, that okay, obviously you can make things available, but then how do you actually make that bridge from availability to full-on impact? And that's what the libraries are doing, and it's through some of the more basic things about simply it being free access, and so there's not a paywall, there's not that sort of limitation on access, but it's also through the fact that you have a staff and a space that are actually dedicated to thinking through how do we make a difference, not just we provide something and see what happens, but actually thinking it through. And I think that there's a number of characteristics about libraries and about the philosophy and the modus operandi of libraries that mean that they're pretty well placed to do that. And I think some of these actually resonate quite well with the themes picked for this IGF. I think there's the talk about meaningful connectivity and the fact of connectivity being more than just about a cable or a satellite link or whatever is something that's been at the heart of the way that libraries have worked with the internet for a very long time. It's not, the success of the internet is not measured in the number of people covered by a signal. The success of the internet is measured in how many people's lives are improved. There's a strong focus on it being rights-based, that everyone has this right to access to information, to be able to use information to improve their lives. I think beyond that, there's the role of libraries in localizing, in thinking about the context and thinking about what's going to work, building on their knowledge of their communities and really being responsive to the needs of individuals. And we can highlight the interest of libraries as being a public interest and known location within the community. There was a fantastic example of an internet backpack, so another technology for bringing people online in Ghana, and they used the library because it was the one place where all the local schools felt it was okay to come and it was okay to be the center in order to get people online. Two other things to mention. I think there's the potential of libraries as a federator. Again, they're not seen as wanting to shift their weight around or try and dominate things, but they have proven to be quite good in a whole variety of different settings in taking all the different local actors, bringing them together in order to think how collectively can we make the most of connectivity. And I think in Kem's examples of working with Wikimedia chapters, working with different groups is really powerful here. And then I think that the final point I'd say is that libraries are not just about connectivity. At the risk of sounding rude, once upon a time there was the idea that internet cafes and telecentres would take over from libraries, but that's not been the case. No, we don't really talk about telecentres anymore because they were a purely digital infrastructure. With libraries, you have a pre-existing infrastructure that offers other services, that has a whole variety of ways of adding value. And I think that's also probably what helps make it, and I think the examples that Don has supported in the US and the examples that Nkem's been involved in Nigeria demonstrate that when you add connectivity to this mix, you can really make things happen, and you can really make sure, as said, that we make that link between availability and impact.
Very good. That said, I mean, libraries represent to us anyway the quintessential example of a community center. But if there is a center that the community supports and trusts, fine. It's just that the library offers a certain model for a range of services, support services, training, all the things Stephen mentioned that make it a go-to in the absence of an alternative. So now we'll hear from Berna Gur, who's with Queen Mary University at London, about various law and policy aspects of this, which there are not a small number. And then we'll open it up to questions. Please send them in through the chat or wait for the opportunity after Berna finishes. Thank you. Berna, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with such distinguished panelists, so thank you for inviting me. My intervention will focus on the regulatory and policy aspects of satellite broadband, with a particular emphasis on addressing the global digital divide. Let me see if this works. Yeah. Here at IGF, as an international community, we strive to achieve a more equitable internet use that reduces global inequalities rather than increases them. And it's only when connectivity becomes universal and meaningful, it can be utilized to create social and economic impact, which can lead to economic development and innovation. Now, meaningful connectivity has broader requirements, but the underlying communications infrastructure for universal access remains crucial. Recent advancements in space-based technologies, particularly mega constellations like Starlink, offer a promising solution for providing broadband services globally with minimal additional terrestrial infrastructure. This technology does not have to be considered as a standalone solution. It complements existing global communication infrastructures. However, its successful integration at the domestic level requires careful consideration of each country's unique circumstances and needs, as well as domestic laws and their international law commitments. So first, the policymakers and regulators shall make informed decisions by consulting other stakeholders about the best way to utilize this. They can then intervene by utilizing laws and regulations to maximize its benefits. They will not need to start from zero, as there's already an understanding of how satellite services are regulated at the national and international level. To start with, the provision of satellite services in a particular country is subject to that country's laws and regulations. These are called landing rights, and the countries decide for themselves the terms of landing rights. Satellite communications are not new, so the regulations regarding landing rights are already in place in almost all jurisdictions. These regulations, however, at times need to be adjusted to the unique circumstances, requirements of technological advancements. Mega constellations, I believe, qualify as such. Let's start with the ground station, the gateway. Dan explained satellite systems connect to the internet through these ground stations. They need to be, at the moment, the Starlink technology, need to be set up at least every 1,000 kilometers. For that, they will need authorization from each relevant jurisdiction. Let's say that your country has a smaller surface area and there's a ground station in one of your neighbors. Do you want to use theirs? It means that you will rely on your neighbor to not disrupt your services at all times. There may be other cybersecurity implications as well. In another example, let's say that your country has a very large surface area. You may need regulators to facilitate the authorization of more than one ground station. Suppose you want to create a competitive environment by authorizing multiple satellite broadband companies. In that case, you will need to arrange the location of these ground stations to avoid interfering with each other's services and all other wireless services in the area. The United Kingdom's regulatory agency, Ofcom, for example, has been very proactive in updating its regulations through frequent consultations with, with various stakeholders. Now, this brings us to the use of frequency spectrum. The satellites require the use of assigned frequency spectrum for their uplink and downlink connection with the user terminals and also the ground stations. The frequency spectrum is a limited natural resource, the global coordination of which is which ITU regulates. Under the coordination requirements of the ITU, the frequency spectrum assignment in a particular country is subject to their jurisdiction, but coordination at international and domestic levels is necessary for uninterrupted provision of all wireless services, including mobile connectivity and satellites. The coexistence of operators in proximity may require technical cooperation amongst themselves. A licensing requirement for licensees to cooperate with each other may be a good solution to resolve this problem. So the range of these licenses and authorizations also changes with the business model. For example, Starlink's direct-to-consumer model would likely require an internet service provider license, whereas OneWeb plans to provide backhaul services primarily to incumbent telecom operators. These are subject to different, they will be subject to different narrower set of regulations. Another essential component of the satellite systems are the user terminals. Satellite broadband companies need to export equipment to facilitate the use of their services. The use and importation of user terminals are subject to licensing and import requirements of the national authorities. These terminals must be installed at the user's premises and have been subject to standards and conformity assessment procedures by national regulatory agencies. Sometimes these licenses are combined with the internet service provider license. From an international law perspective, the treaty obligations under the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, shortly GATT, and the Information Technology Agreement, plus preferential trade agreements can become relevant. Regulators will have to check their commitments under these agreements. The customs duties applicable to user terminals will be an affordability, will be important to the affordability issue, especially for LEO broadband companies planning to provide their services directly to consumers. Again, depending on the type of service, data governance regimes and privacy concerns may come into the picture. Shortly, what I'm saying is that host countries are expected to comply with their international law commitments when exercising their domestic regulatory powers. It is an extensive subject, so if you find this topic interesting and want to learn more, you could take a look at our research project funded by ISOC Foundation. There is a report on the global governance of satellite broadband, which covers the topics that I mentioned here. And there are shorter policy papers for governments and civil society organizations, as well as links to academic papers if you are interested. I want to conclude my intervention by referring to our policy paper. We advise developing countries to reevaluate and update domestic regulations related to licensing and authorizing satellite broadband services, consider different business models and the potential impact on cybersecurity and autonomy when deciding on gateways. Forming regional alliances can enhance the achievement of policy goals. 2, participate actively in the International Telecommunications Union, which manages limited natural resources like frequency spectrum and orbital resources. Members should engage in decision-making processes, especially at World Radio conferences. If this is done through regional alliances, it will again enhance achieving desired outcomes. 3, reassess commitments under trade treaties. Consider interests and priorities associated with satellite broadband technology. And the last one, participate in the UN Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space and take advantage of capacity building opportunities offered by the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs. Awareness of international space law, is essential to make informed decisions. By holistically considering these actions, countries can ensure that their initiatives align with their sustainable development goals, technological autonomy, and cybersecurity considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Berna. You've made the point that this whole system is incredibly complicated on so many levels. The intellectual property, the licensing, the technology, the multiple technologies, the ecosystem. We're really just at the beginning, and I wanted to make that point first, that this is not an advocacy, if it sounds like that, for this new technology. It is, however, I would say, an advocacy for exploring this technology. And everyone who's worried or concerned with bridging this actual digital divide for people that are beyond the terrestrial infrastructure especially, or as a backup for people that are connected, should know firsthand how this technology works. It's still unfolding, the prices change, there are so many questions about it. Before I'm going to ask for any questions from our live audience, I want to give Dan organizer prerogative to make a follow-up comment on Berna's presentation. Dan?
Sure. Thank you, Don. And thank you, Berna. That was great. I want to just emphasize one key point, partly that you said that it is new, it is emerging, right? I mean, 2 years ago, we didn't have this capability the way we do. Right now, we have primarily Starlink is our only option for this kind of connectivity. OneWeb expects to go live with their systems later this year to have connectivity by the end of 2023, they say. And Amazon's looking to get theirs up by the end of 2024. So many more. The important point is, this is an incredibly dynamic and evolving space. One other deployment challenge, I just want to build on what Berna said. If you look at what she talked about with each country, when I started this work, I naively thought that, you could just, once these things were up there, you could bring a dish anywhere and it would just work. And technically it actually could. But the reality is all of that legal, all of those conventions that Berna mentioned are critical. And one question we often see from people is, when will, Starlink or OneWeb or anybody be available in my country? And it comes back to what Berna showed on that slide. In each and every country, the regulator needs to approve the spectrum that is being used for the uplink and the downlink between the systems, also has to approve that user terminal equipment to be distributed. And so there's a lot of regulatory work. These providers, whether it's SpaceX or OneWeb or Amazon, they have large teams of staff whose job it is just to go and talk to the regulators of each country. And another critical piece that Berna indicated was this sharing of spectrum. There are some countries that actually can't use any of these systems because the frequencies that are needed are being used by that country's existing government systems or pieces. So there's a lot of complexity in turning it on for each individual country around the world. So it's an exciting time, but there's a lot of complexity, and I see already some fantastic questions that people are asking. So thank you all for paying attention and for being here.
Thank you, Dan. Complexity is the word. In spite of the fact that the technology itself, from the user standpoint, is actually plug and play. We have a question from the audience here. Please identify yourself and try to make it quick.
Hello, my name is Uta Meyer-Hahn. I'm with GIZ, which is the German Agency for International Cooperation. We also look at this topic, and I would like to leave one very short remark and a question. The very short remark adds to the very specific title of this session, how LEO satellite internet can contribute to closing the digital divide. And one thing that I have not heard, but that I find particularly important, is when presented with the argument that LEO satellite is so expensive and that it's so unknown and it's so uncertain and all the other limitations, and why we shouldn't be more active in supporting other kinds of infrastructure, terrestrial infrastructure, mobile infrastructure, then I think it is important to remember that the digital divide grows larger with time. So it's very important to start closing it quickly, and that is one of the very specific qualities of LEO satellite internet, that it allows deployment much quicker than the build out of terrestrial or mobile infrastructure. So it has a role in complementing these efforts. I feel like that is good to add. And my question relates to the coordination specifically among countries that inquire about the use of LEO satellite internet and that try to choose providers. At this moment, there's not so much to choose, but with a view to the future and the past, first the past that has shown that sometimes providers may not live long, but integrating their services requires from those countries to make investments, both in hardware and in establishing the institutional setup, as you just said. There may be the assumption that the sort of the power as consumers, if we regard those countries as consumers, could be enlarged vis-à-vis providers to have good conditions by coordinating. And my question to the panel goes to the direction of how you would suggest improved coordination among those, if you will, customer countries. Thank you.
Wow, there's a lot we could unpack there.
Thank you. We actually didn't mention politics among the various complexities, and certainly in telecommunications is just rife with politics. How you integrate that into the ecosystem is a challenge in every country as well, and the business model and the ecosystem impact is another TBD. Dan?
Yeah, I think one of the interesting aspects you mentioned was the quick deployment, and that is a critical element. You can drop a LEO's dish anywhere, and you can be in a country that has that permission. And as long as you can get power to it, right, you can get that access and be able to provide that. We see it certainly as a complement to existing infrastructure. You know, we talk about a low latency in LEO connection. Obviously, you can get even lower latency in fiber, right? If you can get a fiber connection, you can get a fully synchronous, even higher speed, lower latency. That's great. But the challenge is you can't get fiber everywhere, right? And so there's a complementary aspect to this. There's also a really interesting aspect, which is that LEO connectivity can get out there first and can actually build the interest and usability and help people build the digital skills to be using internet connectivity, so that when other terrestrial connectivity can catch up to that, they find that the people are already excited and interested and want that. So sometimes, I mean, there is a tension between terrestrial providers and the newer space-based providers. But one interesting aspect is they actually work really well, and one can lead to the other and can support both in there. That coordination among countries, one challenge that we have at the moment globally is that everybody's looking to build their own systems, right? SpaceX has its own ground stations, its own antennas, its own systems. OneWeb has its own antennas, its own ground stations. Amazon's Kuiper is doing the same thing. So we're building multiple infrastructures. We'd love it if they'd cooperate, interoperate more, but these are commercial entities that are on their own market space around that. So we'll have to see. As far as the international cooperation, perhaps Berna could speak to that. I'm not.
Dan, we've got actually quite a few questions, and we're running low on time. There was one online. Maybe you could address that related to the reselling. This has been a big question about Starlink and their licenses and the ability to use it as backhaul for commercial or even open community networks.
Yeah, and this is an open question, and we don't know the answer precisely, but the question is really, if you get your Starlink connection, can you then resell it to other people? Can you do other things like that? This goes to what Berna mentioned about the different business models. Starlink right now is very focused on a direct consumer, a one-to-one relationship. So you get an antenna, you go and you use it for yourself or your library or your piece. OneWeb, their business model is very much focused on reselling. So their model is to work with partners, to work with people to be able to resell that service. So they have a very different model in that. Amazon has indicated that they're also going to do the direct-to-consumer model. But in all those cases, they're testing other models too. So I think we don't have a definitive answer right now around that. I know in some cases, Starlink has allowed their connection to be used as backhaul into a community network, with the backhaul being the connection back to the rest of the internet. So they have allowed that. Not clear yet whether that's broadly applicable or whether they're doing it on a case-by-case basis. But it's one area I think we just have to kind of watch what models happen here.
And actually part of what that model is by testing out those limits, in fact. And so what will they permit? The Starlink business model continues itself to evolve rapidly. They change their pricing structures and their licensing, and they go for different markets, the end user consumer market, and now into commercial use, ships, planes. So it's highly dynamic, the business model. So I just would encourage everybody to try one out and see what you can do with it and see when they start to object. We have, it looks like 3 people here in the room. Could you each ask your question briefly all at once, and we'll try to get to all of them.
Hello.
Sir, introduce
okay.
yourself.
Yeah, okay. My name is Nils Brock from DW Academy and from Rhizomatica. I wanted to make this longer, but I will make it really short. I think there's an undermining question, which is ecology. So, and you said there are many doubts. My question, I will turn it around. Firing up 10,000s of satellites in space, satellites that have to be renewed every 5 years. So why do you put this as a rhetorical question, if this is sustainable or not? So please tell me give me one argument why you think this is environmentally sustainable as a technology. So I don't see it, and I think this kind of, we have to see there is a competence, and maybe, yeah, there are the companies competing against each other. Let's see what happens in 5 years. Do we have this time? And this question, well, would come from my daughter, 11 years old, not having a cell phone, opting out because we are all crazy and fucking it up because on the resources. Thanks.
Good question.
Yeah, and it's an excellent question, and there's lots more.
Dan, let's collect some questions. We'll kind of answer all of them. That's a good one.
Sounds good.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. Okay, +1 to the environmental question. The other question is just about the regulation or observation of the people who are putting these satellites into space, especially when they're able to turn them off or throttle or change the service provided. They're sort of at the whims of these individuals. How do we monitor that? What's the accountability structure? And then also just to give raise a hand that we are a nonprofit called Measurement Lab that measures the interconnection points, speed and quality of the internet around the world, and are very interested in being able to monitor the satellite space. So if anybody is curious about making that data public.
Could you repeat that last one, please?
We measure interconnection points about the speed and quality of the internet around the world, and we make that data public. It's the largest public data set about internet performance that exists. So if people are interested in monitoring satellites, please come see me. Thank you.
Okay, that's a lot. Carlos.
Hi, Carlos Rey Moreno, Association for Progressive Communications. My point is around whether it can close the digital divide or not. I think there are very laudable efforts, and we hear from Nigeria in libraries where they have access to power, where they have access to free, to pay the connectivity. But what does it happen in other communities where a unit that it needs, 150 to 200 watts, that costs a capex that is, 300 to 400 to even 600 US dollars. I mean, how do you upfront those costs when people don't have actually money to get to the end of the month? How do you do the recurring payments? There are many questions to actually consider this as a business model for the communities themselves or for the small operators. But then there is a real question that is being asked by some researchers, that is the sustainability of Starlink itself. If it needs to continue, the environmental question is a real question that I would like to get answered as well, but would the Starlink continue being sustainable, or it would be Loon 2.0, right? Steve Song, one colleague of mine, has been starting to do that research in the economics of the amount of money that they require in revenue to be able to continue putting 12,000 to 20,000 satellites in orbit to cover everyone when they cannot do more individual connectivity, because it doesn't make sense because people don't have the money to pay for the capex and the opex. I mean, is really Starlink going to be sustainable in 5 years? I don't know.
Thank you.
We don't know either.
One more here.
Me. I'm Terezinha. I'm from Brazil, and I'm here represent the youth program from the Brazilian Committee about Internet Governance. And actually, I would like to have the point of view from the speakers because talking about the Brazilian experience with the Starlink, I think we had a kind of naively expectations about how the Starlink would be great, the meaningful connective, especially in the Amazon region. But what we are seeing right now, especially me as a research, is that the Starlink has been most used in the Amazon region, in the really wild and remote areas, to support illegal gold miners and drug trafficking. And they are exactly the group who is killing the indigenous people, and they are responsible for the indigenous tragedy. So we had a kind of promise that the Starlink would provide internet for the schools in the Amazon region, but it didn't happen. And so I understand that this is probably related to the affordability key, but I would like to hear from you what do you think about that, especially because I think we need to talk about business ethics, because I think people that work in Starlink know that this broadband is being used in order to support illegal groups. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank all those are excellent and difficult questions. There are many difficult questions with this technology and the system. There is the environmental impact. I should say that it may seem like we're promoting Starlink, but we are not. We're just pointing to it as a new and unique phenomena in the telecom ecosystem. It seems to us important what it is, how it works, what's its impact. This is a single global last mile network. That's really different. Now, what does that mean? Let's find out. It's really our case here. So I don't feel I should be defending Starlink, or if anybody else wants to, they're welcome to. But the satellite turnover, impact, there are trade-offs. So, for example, should we allow nuclear power to deal with the amount of carbon that's accumulating in the atmosphere? I'm completely against nuclear power, generally speaking, but in the context of the crisis, maybe we have to. So I don't know if that's a good analogy, but I want to make the point about trade-offs. It's
going to take us a whole different path.
Yeah. So this is great. Dan, I think you should point everybody to your discussion environment that you have, where a lot of these issues are aired out every day. And I think that a lot of these could be dealt with there, but take a shot at anything you've just heard, and also tell where people can go.
I know we're hitting the end of time, and these are great questions. I mean, to the person who asked about the environmental issues, there was just a paper published recently that's the first we've seen sort of in analyzing the research, looking at the cost, the carbon cost of the launches of these systems. And that's a real question. And that is this trade-off. Can we use these as a system to go and connect the unconnected around the world? Can they be affordable? That's the huge question that's being asked here. Can they be that? I have a larger question. Right now, these are all being built by commercial enterprises. Do we want internet access from space to be only under the control of, several commercial entities that are owned by eclectic billionaires? The EU is taking a position with their IRIS constellation of trying to have one that is coordinated by a set of countries. Will there be other models? The larger question that was asked here, are these sustainable? We don't know. People have been around here for a while will recall there was a LEO burst back in the 1990s with Iridium and Globalstar and some other countries, entities that were creating constellations for telephone access. And that petered out. It wasn't there. It died away. Although they're still up there. They're still being used. They're looking to come back in some ways for data. But it's a real question. The thing that the importance of bringing it here is for people to understand that this technology is happening. It's going on. There are, rocket launches happening every week that are putting more and more of these satellites up there. And we have to understand them. We have to understand where they can fit, what trade-offs we will make. What are they? Is the carbon cost, is the trade-off okay to be able to get the connectivity that we all need? Are there ways that we can mitigate that or make it better or do it? What happens to all these satellites when they burn up? Somebody mentioned it there. We didn't really hit on it here, but these things only have about a 5-year lifespan due to the pull of gravity, atmospheric drag, lots of other reasons. So the satellite providers have to be constantly launching new satellites in order to keep these constellations up. Is that sustainable? Is there enough people who will buy it? Is there the capacity to support it? I don't know. None of us do. The measurement lab, a question around that. We don't have access to that data yet because a lot of it is all happening in proprietary systems. And also there's only one up there in full global operation right now. Lots of questions. These next 5 years are going to be very interesting. And I think we all just need to keep our attention focused on there to see what are the opportunities, what are the trade-offs we have to make, where does it all work, will it all work?
Very good, Dan. There are more, of course, issues. We didn't talk about space junk. We didn't talk about astronomy. We didn't talk about the stability of this billionaire. There are just a lot of issues. So tracking this is important. Involving everyone in it, or as many people that are actually interested in it, is important so that these questions are not just here in a room, but are part of the public debate. So I encourage everyone to investigate more deeply into this extraordinary technology. And I'll take a prerogative here to add a use case that is usually not mentioned. We talk about education, we talk about health information, access to public services and public information. But having basically a connectivity point in a community that is impervious to disruption, to disasters, speaking of carbon and weather, this is increasingly the world we've created and we're living in, or going to be living in it for the foreseeable. So all those people out there that also don't have access to educational opportunities, commercial health opportunities, are also people who are not contributing to the carbon accumulation, but they are impacted more heavily by the results of what industrial economies have done. Giving them this capability is one very powerful way to give them adaptation capability. And we think that's part of the equation as we calculate how these things should go. So with that, we've run a little bit over, but I want to thank our panelists and our audience and everyone involved in this. Thank you very much. Way to go. I thought it was okay. It was just too much to do in an hour.
It is. And I wish we could have gone to Berna and Nakem a bit more too, but we had so little time. Thank you. Well, but then we wouldn't have had the background or the context for the questions.
I know. How did we end up with an hour? That's what I want to know. We didn't check the right box.
Well, thank you for doing all this and being on the ground there.
Get some sleep over there.
It's time to be up now. All right.
All right, Dan. Great. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Okay. Bye. Bye.
Bye, Nikem. I wish you all the best with your deployment there. It sounds great. I loved your use cases and your story there. That was awesome.
Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you.
And I like your statement that you made about libraries are larger. It's a deeper sentence because just like internet data train teachers to use it so that they can answer cases. And then what I found during the focus group is that it's not just about contributing to digital transformation, but personal connectivity.
I never thought of, so I have a student who recently graduated works in Starbucks. I don't think libraries are symbolic. Yeah, exactly. So it's a good thing to mention libraries.
I wanted to go and make a statement at the time of that, but that was not very powerful.
It's amazing to me because when we were doing the earlier survey work, I was Carlos. People don't, a lot of snobs don't think endpoints are an endpoint. I think in a lot of communities it's the only answer. Yeah. Well, back in the day, though, it's funny. The phones worked. Then they did. Then we shifted. Then we shifted to VoIP. They don't work. And the cell phones don't work. And it's funny when we had like the major hurricanes come through. All the fire stations just put up charging stations. Everyone loves it. Yeah. Thank you. I hear the skepticism. The reality is, for the last X%, single, whatever it is, it's satellites or nothing. There's no other way we're going to reach satellite. Yeah, I know. Well, that's the big fight. We don't actually know. I don't want to have that fight. Regardless, the last link is always going to be satellite. There's just no other way. And so it's a question of how, not whether. And it's going to happen anyway. I also find people are worried about well, the answer is there's locality rents of all different kinds. You get trade-offs. At some point, that's a political decision. This is why I object to the. I don't think it's helpful to talk about broadband access as a right, because if you do that, then it becomes a government obligation to do it. Yeah, but also. But proper rights analysis, when it's done, it should have proportionality and some notion of balance, but they're always used as trumps. And so once we put it in the rights, they've tried to put this in the human rights frame.
careful about the cup. I mean, especially.
Thank you. We are all organized. Smile for the camera. And Ed Chung is here.
Are you online?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Hi, initially I mentioned my name is Lily. I live would carry scraps or break apart e-waste to be able to find valuable metals, go out there and sell to people in the hopes of making money. So what people saw as trash, for people in Agbogboshi, it was treasure. And the way that these materials were broken apart and the way that they were recycled, that's probably if e-waste was not done, recycling was not done in a good way, would harm the environment. It took, or it still takes a lot of education and awareness creation for people who do some of these recycling as a livelihood to see reason as to why they should do it in a way that is pretty much sustainable. But that is just something that is currently ongoing, and essentially it will take maybe some time to get people to understand the why. And when we are talking about connecting people, we want to see even how we can explore refurbishing some of these e-waste for communities that are underserved. And that is also pretty much an issue that we see in Accra and across Ghana. There are places that don't have access. One of the biggest hindrance is access to devices. So if these devices probably had a home where they could be refurbished and redistributed, who knows, they wouldn't end up in dump sites to be recycled in such a way that it's in the long run affects or negatively impacts the environment. So some of the things that I'm seeing from research, and because I'm doing a research, I did my master's thesis in e-waste, was essentially how across the US, there are cities that have implemented in their inclusion strategies some things related to e-waste management. And I will also switch from the context of Ghana to the US. So the best practice that is a recommendation that some of the cities could implement, it's actually city level, is that their inclusion strategies that look at refurbishing, redistribution, and reuse. All these 3 R's are in such a way that it's contributing to making sure that all of the things that are probably dark as e-waste do not end up in the dump sites, and probably would find a home with people who probably would use it also for their work, or just to make, or just to learn, for like students who need access to devices. In essence, these best practices can only come to fruition if there are resources for gathering this e-waste, housing them, if there were skilled experts to repair them, and if there was a way, a program or something to be able to redistribute them. So in essence, my perspective is from the e-waste angle, where I look at alternative to connectivity through e-waste refurbishing. And it's because of the background I have with the story I just shared about the case of Agbogboshi, and what it is that I found out that cities are implementing by way of e-waste strategies in their inclusion strategies in the US. And some of these cities, they are tagged the trailblazer cities, and they are usually they have reports that sends out what it is that they're doing that people can also implement for their own context, and it's something that others can replicate and customize for their own situation. So I know probably there are questions or comments that can come from this submission. I'll drop it here and then hand over the floor to Carson, who would give us some more nudges and guiding questions to drive the conversation towards the aim of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lily, and that was quite interesting what you shared, the local context and concept of what Ghana does. Well, let me start with a simple crisis question. What is the solution to a problem if the solution is the problem? Because when I think of climate change now and the internet and everything, that is where I lie, and that was the context when we were discussing about this session. It is a high-quality question that we really need to discuss, and I believe here, all of us have a lot to discuss. There is the climate change agenda, and there is the climate reality. Now, when we live in the 4th industrial revolution, when we have an intersection of energy, transportation, and communication technologies highly embedded with the internet, I believe that the internet could do more rather than contributing to the 3.6% of emissions that are happening. So I would like to start with you, Dr. Monojit. If you'd like to share your context towards our obligation today, what do you think the people want to hear, and what is the agenda behind in trying to create an internet that's sustainable and serves its purpose to the people?
Okay, thank you, Gabriel. My understanding, I'd like to share about my understanding, because I may not be the whole and soul of internet or what exactly, but I'd like to share about my understanding. There may be different stakeholders out here. whether it's the government, academia, the civil society. But if we try to go deeper into a little bit, if you see government is actually dependent on the civil society for votes. And the civil society is dependent upon the technical companies or the big giants for funding, because they don't have their own. And if you go to academy, you still need a subsidized funding from the government. So everyone is, somehow or the other interrelated with each other. We cannot deny that. So whenever we are going to a civil society events also that talks about free speech or anything, it is somehow or the other the company has their own agenda behind it, and whether you accept or not. So, and if you see, if the countries, those who have trying to develop their own internet in terms of, you can say, the censorship or building up of the firewalls or anything as such, they're just trying to frame a security layer of their own, so that, internet, the whole concept, I believe, was introduced when it was as a preventive measure under the DARPA, or that was a military thing altogether, it's all about. So, so everyone has their own interest, and I believe that it will continue. It's an unending, but probably there can be some sort of convergence on the topics that can be worked upon together without any differences. And that is although where we all come together, that we have all agreed that environment can be the one. So, and because here you don't have any differences. Every stakeholder will agree. Because in the morning when we send good morning, it is not just the good morning text that is taking 1 KB of your data, but at the same time it is going through a lot of submarine cables, because we are not having dedicated satellite for us. So we are using those data centers to power your or save your images. It takes a lot of energy. So this energy is not coming from, most of the cases, although Microsoft and other companies are there saying that they have been trying to, put it underwater, but it's not all 100%, So what we have tried to find out is that there can be probably some areas where we all can collaborate in this, between this debate of multi-stakeholder and multilateralism, is to come up and promote energy efficiency. And that when we talk about, it can be largely on the devices, as my co-panelist also mentioned, Lily, about the e-waste. Utilizing e-waste has been, she has already elaborated, I don't want to, because she has explained it in a very better way. The transition to renewable energy, because powering data centers, it requires a lot of energy. So instead, if you can harness the solar power, using the solar panels or the wind, any such that, all the scientists, experts are there. And in terms of when I say the regulatory measures, and there are regulatory measures that, have a moderation or in terms of using of the contents, what to be, but in terms of using of the resources, there can be a uniformity. Everybody can agree on this point. And particularly when we talk about the submarine cables that are optimized, data, we have to be dependent on someone or the other, because we as an individual, there's always debate between the security and privacy. That initially I was a student, and still now I'm a student of security studies, so I understand on the perspective of security much better. Either, there is a debate, we have to give up our security or for privacy, because we cannot ask for privacy when we don't have our own utility. For using the social media, we're still dependent on the social media platform to give us an opportunity to convey our message. So here what we can do is that, these submarine cables, when they are laid, it should be laid. Now more and more cables are being laid on. At least we can focus that this do not disrupt the coral reefs, or particularly it doesn't pass through the sensitive areas where the rich sources of, the marine animals are there. So this can be little bit of the areas where we can all collaborate. And then the rest, the debate can continue, and I'm sure many of us, we all know that everything, the debate between the multi-stakeholder has to continue for long, because it is an unending process. And with this, I'd like to say thank you to the moderator, and please continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monojit. And I believe we live in one world, one sun, the same air we breathe together. So this is something that it is for us. It is people-centered. It is a people problem. And there are so many solutions we've heard, like using satellites and high-altitude connectivity devices to help mitigate the risks of the climate change and climate agenda as brought by internet connectivity. So if we pivot to solutions, let me go to you, Ihita, coming from India, a place where you actually feel climate change, but it's also quite technologically progressive. What other solutions do you think that might contribute in creating an eco-friendly and green sustainable internet?
Oh, thank you so much, and I think great points by all of my panelists here today. Excuse my voice, I have a sore throat. You know, when we are looking at technology and connecting it to environment, you tend to think about how it's affecting environment, right? But one major component, or maybe I would say one a different lens, would be how do we leverage technology to let's say, monitor various environmental parameters, monitor and track them, and also add intelligence to it, so that when we conduct research, come up with standards and regulations, all data-backed. So in that context, I just want to talk about my personal experience working with Internet of Things, IoT technology. Back in India, working on smart cities. We were looking at, IoT-enabled smart cities in India, where we were looking at multiple verticals or multiple use cases around air pollution monitoring, energy monitoring, water quality monitoring. And it is not just from a city perspective, even in a small room, how can you monitor the CO2 levels? And even in the kitchen of the households, we had placed IoT sensors, and we were able to find out the kind of food that was being prepared and what was the carbon footprint of that particular, let's say, type of bread that is being prepared in the kitchen. So I feel like the issue gets worse the issue of carbon footprint, it's becoming worse if we don't have accurate measures of determining the emissions derived from certain processes, products, services, and technologies. I think that is where I want to bring in IoT. So when you talk about Internet of Things, it's all of these technologies. It's Internet of all dumb things. That's how I would explain. You have your smart refrigerators, you have baby monitors, all of these items are connected to the internet, and they have sensors that monitor various parameters, send it over the network, and then you have a lot of data from all of these IoT devices. One really interesting use case would be having IoT in an agricultural domain to monitor, let's say, the soil moisture. And you can have IoT for monitoring the health of a forest also. You can also predict when a forest fire is likely to happen, right? So all of these are really important applications of IoT that help you have data-backed results and actions. When you look at smart cities, IoT-enabled smart cities particularly, they also help you with urban planning, smart waste management, and traffic management. Right? So these are some aspects that might not necessarily seem relevant in a local context, but at a global context, they have a lot of impact on the carbon footprint. And another important aspect I want to highlight upon is the importance of environmental compliance. Right? Every country, every region might have their own set of issues or factors contributing to the footprint. But compliance or having global standards is really important. Back in India, I've seen people talk about, or let's say NGOs or even big organizations talk about how cost is a factor, and that is why they don't, let's say, follow environment-friendly services or products. So having global standards around this will help you streamlining certain processes, so the cost itself does not no longer stands as a barrier. I think that's the thought process that I wanted to share with all of you. I'll hand it over to Carson now.
Thank you very much, Ihita. And you mentioned a very key element of having evidence, fact-based mechanisms. And I got something which you said, we have to develop a mechanism to have clean traffic. How can we measure the clean traffic of the internet? Because that can be a source that can help us guide the study and the research that's needed. Because now there is so much centralization when it comes to technology and the climate change. And I believe the only solution is having grassroots voices, because in the end, people, processes, and platforms are the things, when they're connected, help in mitigating these issues. And I'm really happy to see you all, the multi-stakeholder approach with all your voices here. The climate debate can be sorted when we all speak. So I would like to welcome you, our dear audiences, to share your remarks, to share your questions, and most importantly, just share your voices, because I think we owe it to the next generation to be accountable so that they can be an internet 100 years from now. One Earth, one internet. Let's protect it. So please, audience, we are open to your remarks. Maybe Mr. Edmund Chung might have something to add, right? Let me give you the mic.
Thank you for calling. Oh, hello. Thank you for calling me on. This is Edmund Chung from Asia. I think it's a great conversation, and it's a conversation that, especially as last speaker mentioned, it is a conversation that can make a difference from younger participants and from the youth. One of the things that I guess I will just add to this, I think how we what the narrative is and how we think about measuring the eco-friendliness of the internet infrastructure is something that is very important. And actually, for Asia, we have been working on this since 2020 with the with APNIC Foundation. And actually come to our booth, and we have this ecointernet.asia report, or you can check it online, ecointernet.asia. And what we did was exactly as was discussed, is the concept that it's the internet not only, of course, the internet has its own carbon footprint and you know, has its own impact on climate change, but what about the positive impact? How do we think about that? And that's sort of what the Eco Internet Index was trying to do. And this is the first year we're releasing kind of a ranking between different jurisdictions, between different countries, how eco-friendly the internet infrastructure is. We look at three axes. One is on economy, and we look at the balance, I guess the replacement of digital economy versus the old, more carbon-heavy economy. And then the energy axis, really the energy source that powers the internet. And then the third area, which you touched on just a little bit as well, is the network efficiency. The network itself can also be more efficient. So beyond the ranking, one of the things that are more relevant to this, this conversation we are having is also what are the things that can be done, right? I mean, as users, as young people, maybe the policy intervention are going to be important, but I think a grassroots movement to actually make this awareness that we can be more carbon conscious users of the internet and call for, you know, data centers to be using more renewable energy. Also, one key kind of finding in the report that we found really interesting is that digital inclusion, that is a lot about talked about here at IGF, actually comes hand in hand with sustainability, because the most remote places, it's better to use solar energy, it's better to use off-grid energy and build that capacity rather than, you know, try to build the more carbon-heavy way into the remote areas. So, in fact, these are things that can, I guess, jumpstart people's awareness and consciousness that you know, how the network itself and the infrastructure actually has an impact, but the network itself can also help. And the balance between them is kind of what we want to achieve, and the being conscious about it is very important.
Thank you very much. Lily?
Thanks. So the submission was spot on, and it got me to remember something that came from the 2019 main session on environment, and it was how somebody had mentioned that there was like you shared that outlook or people's interests to see how we can use technology in essence to solve climate issues, and in the long run we have the issue of technology contributing to what it is that we're trying to solve, right? And that's always a dilemma that people are trying to, like, how do we balance and all of that? But the conversation had steered from the angle that there has been for the longest of time a focus on the economic angle of technology, like how technology can foster development, how it can bring profit, and there was that part of there was little to no consideration for sustainability and how we can essentially, there's another angle that was mentioned, there were three of them, but it got us to see that there is a need for people, or I mean, everybody involved to reconsider what it is that we focus on for like technology beyond its use, to see how it can also impact, I mean, the world we live in, right? So beyond profit, what else? So that continuous focus on economic angle for the longest of time didn't help. And so the impact part is something that's, or the impact both positive and negative is a part where people would want to consider looking at again, and also would consider seeing how we can use or leverage technology for building sustainability. While I say this, there's been a question that has come in the chat, and I'll read it because I'm co-moderating with Karsan to be able to steer the conversation towards those lines. So somebody, that's Keja from Ghana, has said that some of these solutions articulated in the past that have been spearheaded by government are quite historic and doesn't take into an account a bottom-up approach. How do we bridge the gap then? There's a question for us. So
Thank you, Kaiga. First of all, just to add on that, I believe we are caught in the mis and disinformation of what the climate agenda is. And this is due to poor quality data that most of our governments have, not fact-checked. And I would like to thank Edmund Chung, who just provided a lot of solutions which are grassroots. So when we bridge that grassroots and governmental conversation, I think, which can be brought by the multi-stakeholder approach, it could be a mechanism to build on that. But I would also like to call on Dr. Monojit, because you have some experience working with government and academia. What are your points on this question?
Thank you. Particularly in this point, like, it has to start from somewhere. So probably that somewhere can be us, and that is although the reason you see that all the individuals in this panel, you see, we are also associated into many things, like when it comes to security. She has spoken on artificial intelligence, she spoke again on security, privacy. But we feel that this is something, the environment, that there should be, as a contribution to the society and the environment that where we are living in. We can try to bring out a little bit from our time to take in the efforts to not just the networking we are doing outside this, but also actually on ground to find out that where can be the synergies to collaborate and find out that why the dilemma that exists between the actual implementation on ground and on paper. So here, but there are two terms, as I mentioned, that why the debate between the multi-stakeholder and the multilateral, it exists, and if you relate that it will continue to exist still long, I don't know whether IGF will like it or not, but it's actually here to stay, because there are differences, and which is not going to be very easy to solve. But on these particular lines, as we discussed, that finding out that how much internet was, communication was sent between friends, that can be started from basically friend A to friend B. Whether my home is net, compliance, is having the compliance of environmental friendly or not. So in this way, where it is going to be sent, whether his or her house or the gender they follow. So is that having the same, carbon neutral policy or not? So this can be some sort of a step, probably some ideas from there can be raised, and it can be then implemented, because internet also, the world we are connecting today did not happen it one together. It all started in a small lab, probably little bigger than this, with different computers. So now it has moved across the state, and sometime other places also we are connecting. So this can be just the start, and we can be the change. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'd like to go to Annette. Much has been spoken about policy and the role of policy in mitigating our crisis here. Annette, if you'd like to share, because Kenya is a country that is quite a pioneer in terms of circular economy, and this is built on the traditions. Just a fun fact, it comes from the Maasai culture. The Maasai culture is a form of people and traditions who are quite incredible in their ingenuity and the use of indigenous processes to cultivate circular economy based on their mechanisms. And I believe there is where we can get the solution. So, Annette, you have 5 minutes to share your points, if you can hear me.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Carson, for the opportunity. And for me, I would really like to maybe shift the discussion a little bit and also give an example of Kenya. And first and foremost, last month, September, we had the Africa Climate Summit happening in Kenya. And one of the call to action items was, and I quote, a call to access to and transfer of environmentally sound technologies, including technologies that consist of processes and innovation methods to support Africa's green industrialization and transition. And that was just a step in the right direction in recognizing that, tackling the internet's environmental footprint is key in driving the key agenda. And this is therefore a call to, collaboration and cooperation of all different stakeholders in tackling the digital footprint. And also, it's often said that we are creatures of habit. We also should question what we can do at individual levels to tackle our own internet's environmental footprint. For example, are we always, buying new gadgets? Are we creatures of trends, or do we focus on functionality? And those are just some of the mitigation efforts that we can use to reduce the internet's environmental footprint. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You talked about inclusivity, and that is key. Well, since I like putting people on the spot, Ernest, you're quite potent in the field of standardization. So what can standardization aid in terms of mitigating the risk of the internet that's sustainable? Please, Ernest.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Kassan. You caught me off guard on there. All right. I liked what Hita said about carbon footprint, measuring the carbon footprint. I think that's what I'm going to focus. So I believe this is one of the very important aspects that standards can play in measuring the, providing a consistent framework to establishing and quantifying reports on methodologies and data collections on how we can measure the carbon footprints and other issues. So I believe that by following these standards organization, we can effectively track and manage their carbon emission, identify areas of improvement, and have informed decision. For example, we have various standards that talk about environmentability. I'm sure most of you know about ITU. You can just go to ITU-T standard on environmentability. We have standards that talk about issues to deal with climate change, and also on how we are mitigating the issues of data and how we're spending the data on the internet, and also just our internet footprint and how we are using the internet and everything. So I believe standards plays a role in shaping an inclusive policy on how best we can shape our environment to be more sustainable and eco-friendly. Yes. So, and the other thing that I would also like just to suggest is that collaboration in everything is key. We have a private sector, we have a civil society, we have the technical community, and we have the government. So it's best that we collaborate together to shape one ideology and one agenda to ensure that the internet becomes more sustainable. Because we can talk about the environmental friendly, but we have the experts from the technical community who can provide us insights on the best ways on how we can do it. We've got civil society who can provide the awareness aspect and also reaching out to many numbers and masses. And also we've got the private sector who have got the infrastructure and also the technology at the end of the day. And we've got government who can provide policies, and also, like they have the final say, they have the plumbers. Some of us, we're just, we are pipes, but they have the plumbers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we're going to come back online for anybody who has a question or a contribution. But because we want to hear your recommendations also, we'll pass a microphone around in a bit. Before we do that, we are going to ask Ahita to also respond to the question around how to bridge the gap, especially when government initiatives aren't doing what they have to do, and how do we bridge the gap, as was asked by Keja online.
Actually, that's a really important question for us to think about. I'm not sure if we have like a definite answer that will just go into action right away, but there's something that we should all think about and discuss. The first thing that comes to my mind, looking at all of you in the room, is consultations, right? You're looking at different stakeholders coming together and discussing on where do we start, right? Every small or a big effort will definitely have a good or a bad impact. So we're looking at a good impact in terms of reducing the footprint, making sure our environment is sustainable, it's healthy. But what is a realistic start for us, I think that's something we have to all ideate on, and consultations that, let's say, a government facilitates in their country, making sure the private sector comes together, civil society come together. Those developing technologies from a design point of view itself are incorporating in their supply chain, in their products, environmentally conscious processes, right? So I think consultations is one. The second point I think is in terms of cost, right? Like I mentioned in my previous message, is that cost is a factor or is considered as a barrier for people to develop environmentally conscious services and technologies. So incentives from the governments to the private sector or those who are making an effort to reduce the footprint, I think that's another point I'd like to highlight. And we, all of us sitting here individually, also have a role to play, right? We have to be conscious ourselves as to what our daily activities, how are they contributing to the global environment, what is the type of effect that it's creating? Is it a bad rippling effect? How are we propagating this? So, and I really like that Ernest mentioned standards. He took an example of ITU standards for environment. And I think standardization is the third aspect, because a lot of standards, not just at a multilateral level, also multi-stakeholder organizations coming together to develop standards. So I think that is where an echo of how environmentally sound decisions need to be made in the digital space come together. So I think, yeah, those are my inputs.
Thank you so much for sharing, Ahita. And we're going to start hearing from you. Is there anyone who has heard, read, experimented, or probably just learned of a best practice with regards to sustainability in the case of technology that would want to share? If you'd want to, by all means, put up your hand and I'll reach you with a microphone. So we want to, as much as possible, also learn from you. And if there was anything that has worked in any context that you know of, please let us know, and we can add it to the recommendations that we have. So any idea whatsoever, you can put up your hand and I'll give you the microphone. Right, would you even have a question? You have a question for the panel, maybe? None, right. Anybody wants to contribute to this conversation so far?
Kindly welcome the professor.
So, oh, the professor, right. We'd want to add to.
Though I came a little late, but I really appreciate I have been interacting with you from last 2 days. And I really appreciate the perception and the efforts which you are putting for the sustainable cyberspace. So I think it's hats off to you and Lily, Dr. Monojit, Ibrahim, Ihita, all are working great hard for this thing. So I think asking a question to all of you would be a challenging part for me also, because everything is so fine and filtered. Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you. Thanks for, coming to support. We appreciate you and the friendship. Anybody want to ask a question about sustainability in terms of technology, green technology, clean energy? You can put up your hand and ask, or if you have a submission, a recommendation, you can also put up your hand and I can give you the microphone to share. We have? All right, okay.
Hello? We are all addicted to hydrocarbons, sadly, and this is something that powers us. In this situation, there are things which work and things which do not work. So our session is mostly about listening to all of you. So I will pass the mic to each and every one of you just for 30 seconds. Tell us, what is that one idea do you think we can work on? Because this is a small group and this is where change happens. So please, respectfully, just one thing share with us. Beginning here.
No, I think the not a lot of idea to add to it because we are working on it as well, and we want to listen. But I think a way to the narrative and the measurement is really important, and if we can come up with a way to really talk about this, and I think that would be important. But I would encourage you to, tomorrow morning there's going to be a main session on environment, which we will be talking about this, you know, in the plenary hall. So I do encourage you to bring some of this discussion there and ask those experts there. Actually, I'll be moderating that session as well, but please bring today's ideas there. Now I will help you pass.
Okay, everyone speak. So hi, I'm Jasmine. I'm with Admin actually from Asia, Hong Kong. I don't know what should I say. Maybe something I'm not sure with the terms, but like there's some solution that I would like to share. It's actually for more about sustainable housing solution. So there's one startup in Hong Kong called AMPD Energy. So what they've been they're using some kind of special materials and also technology to reduce the carbon footprint and also emission when it comes to, you know, like that kind of transactional housing things and also warehouse boxes. So I forget, because I'm not an expert, so I do not how to, I forget the term how to name the materials, but I'm just quoting AMPD Energy because I have been kind of like talking with them before. So this is one of the good cases that I would love to share, especially housing. You know, as you guys know, it's quite like serious problem in Hong Kong. So definitely we want to reduce more carbon footprint and also impacts when it comes to housing materials and infrastructure. So that's just a little thing that I could contribute. I just think about it. So I'll just pass my mic to younger generation. Also from Hong Kong.
Yeah, I'm from Hong Kong. All right, so my name is Ethan, so I'm from the One Power Foundation. This foundation actually aims to reduce paper waste and give books second lives by doing book crossing in internet methods. So actually, we have already some results in 1 year, since it's actually a pretty new idea, or you can say, or a company. And I think, and we will have a lightning talk on Wednesday. So if you guys are free to join, we're very welcome you to join. Yep, and yeah, that's all.
Hello, thank you for your invitations. I'm Danny, also from One Power, from Hong Kong, and we have actually we are the same group from doing the IoT, solving the book reusing scenario. And after having your joined this session about how to build a sustainability environment, I have some point to share have encountered in Hong Kong. Because everybody wants to talk about sustainability, talk about protect the environment, but when you going to want to implicate it, you will find that you always need to have a business model, and you always have to raise funds. You always have to someone who can who will give you money. But if you really want to just raise fund, or the money is come from government, it's always very difficult. So I find that many people have the awareness to protect the environment, have some initiative, but to the final round, no money, no business to support. When you go into the business, they always want you to make some impact, but the impact is not social impact. It's about the business impact. So I think it is a gap to bridge between the commercial world and the sustainability initiative. And I believe, so that's why we are here. I believe when we have some synergy, we have to develop many kind of synergy to make it possible, to make the ESG environments possible. If just one initiative, I think it's always hard to drive, because no financial support always. So that's what I encounter and want to share with you all, and hope we can have some synergy or whatever ESG solutions. Thank you.
Hello, we come from the same group. So because Danny has already mentioned about the things that happen in our company, but I want to address some situations that the world may not know about Hong Kong, because sometimes people will think maybe Hong Kong is a well-developed city, but in terms of the SDGs, we have a very slow pacing of growth, because right now we are just doing things like, okay, recycle the bottles and recycle the can and recycle the paper, and that's it. So what we are coming over is how we make use of the technology, and then how to make the sustainable, the path move forward. So that's why we come here to absorb the technology, the method or the works have been done over the world, so we can bring it back and then give some provide some solutions to maybe the government, or maybe even how can we promote it within Hong Kong to chase it, the steps of how the world is working on. So these are my kind of thoughts that we would like to share with you. Thanks.
Okay, then thank you for giving the mic. So I need to present myself. I just do research at University of Namur. I'm Noemi Bontrader. And yeah, I was just hearing a bit earlier at the main session on artificial intelligence. I was hearing Seth Center saying you must use the most powerful tools to address the most powerful issues, including climate change issues. In my opinion, it's always interesting to point out that, of course, there are some possible possibilities with AI to address issues like climate change, but we always need to stress that it has an impact on climate change. And then a question could be, shouldn't we wait and research first on reducing the impact of AI before trying to develop these technologies to address the issues? So that would be a question for you, actually. It's a question.
Oh, thank you for. Thank you. I'm also, my name is Terry, and I'm also from Wamhao, from Hong Kong, so I skipped the part. Actually, from the speech, from the talk, you all, I'm always thinking about the question is, what can I do? Like, what can me as a youth from other side, can contribute to the youth, to the people in the global south, in Africa, because as we know that we are facing different situations of digital technology. For example, digital inclusion. In Hong Kong, although we have the most advanced access and also availability of internet, but our digital literacy actually is not very high. But in Africa, maybe in the global south, is another situation. Maybe you are still working on how to get the digital devices. So this is a lesson, or maybe is a question for me to think about: what can I do for you? What can I do for the other side of the whole world? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have two questions right now. We have the first one on, shouldn't we be researching more on AI to see how the impact of AI wouldn't negatively impact the environment before we develop it more? Thus, how do we make sure that AI is serving us and serving us well and not contributing to the issue? One of the things I think Ennis hinted was around policies. Usually when we say policies, it feels so far-fetched, but it's some of the recommendations that we give to government for them to be able, for them to be able to see why they may be a disadvantage to something that they deploy as technology. And I see that because technology is fast evolving, one of the things that we usually would see is it just really fast outpaces policy. People adapt technologies, probably do not even have the basic infrastructure in place, how to make sure that it is deployed within the confines that protect humans and within the confines that can make it beneficial to society. So it's what we're seeing as a problem. Policies that ensure that there is the right deployment, right usage, sometimes are missing. And the process for building policy is sometimes bureaucratic, so lengthy, it's not swift to implement. And so for a long time, the disadvantage will be felt before there is a curative approach to addressing it. It's usually not done before things happen. Nobody thinks of it till it's really an issue, and that's what we are seeing. So if there were policy that probably were even global, that people are learning from, countries are adapting and customizing for their context to be able to deploy AI for environmental protection, for climate change initiatives, who knows, it will probably be helpful. So my first thought goes towards policy because it helps us to be able to create a certain kind of guiding principles for how some of these technologies are deployed. You can add to it, right? So Ahita also wants to add to the point.
Yeah, thanks, Lily. So she's given a policy dimension to it, and I think it's really important. As she said, it's guiding principles. But when you're looking at AI, I think it's definitely here to stay, right? So, and we are already, I think, past where, I don't know, we still use the term emerging technology. I think it's quite emerged now, and quite integral part of basically everyday life, especially those who have, let's say, use the services regularly. But in cybersecurity, we use the term security by design. So can we have something similar when it comes to environment, right? Can we have something environmentally conscious by design? Like, I think it's a great question because at the very starting of a supply chain, when you're designing, then comes development, then maybe comes you are deploying it. Can we have something there? And I think that is where if you have policies starting right at the beginning of coming up with the technology itself, then the whole chain itself is very conscious and to what could be the repercussions of not following a particular policy on the carbon footprint. And that's the kind of thought process that I have. Be happy to add more to it, but given the time, I think I will hand it over to the moderators.
Yeah, in addition, as one thing, like, you mentioned a question that whether we should first focus on how much, potential or how much threat can AI pose to us, then we can think on the extension part. But, it is an unending because you see in few months back, the very top CEOs decided, we should stop researching on AI for 6 months. Probably that was in the news going around. But did they stop working? Did the company stop? No, they didn't stop. So it's like, they're working and they want others to stop, So at least they want to be on the advantages side. That's what I feel. So first of, this is a parallel thing because unless and until we research more to what extent we can go, we cannot find out what can be the drawbacks. It should be parallel, We have to build a house, then only we can find whether it's earth resistant or not. Unless you can shake it, because before that you can't make a 2-story and then think whether the 6th story will fall or not. We have to build the 6th story and then probably we can shake it to see whether it falls or not. So that's.
I like the analogy at the end with a 2-story and a 6th-story. Like you've got to test it to see if, that's interesting. There was a second question actually, and she said, what can I do? Right? We're talking about sustainability. The question is, what can we as individuals do? I think we've been demanding from different stakeholder groups. The question is, what can we do? I would start from the awareness creation. So you've heard something from here, you want to go and probably just, you can use the social media. That's sometimes like very little, but if it were consistent and continuous and creates awareness and probably in such a way that people are seeing, then people get to know that there's an issue and there is a demand for some hearing, for people to take some action. So I would take that angle. I know some others would want to add to it. So for me, I feel like one of the things that people would need to be able to swing into action is the knowledge. And for you who know, you be the knowledge sharer. You be the one to create awareness and help people to swing into action. I would want, who wants to add something? What can individuals do?
Thank you very much for those contributions. All I want to say is what we should do is an important question. Be bold, be vocal, be accountable. It's one internet, it's one world. The solutions are here. We need to provide solution digital leadership. And I'm so happy for our colleagues from Hong Kong and all the room who shared this perspective. It shows how much we are connected. The internet, interconnected networks, but behind those nodes are people. And the solutions are always people-centered. The first, second, even third industrial revolution, it came with challenges, but they were mitigation based on challenges. We see how eco-friendly design has gone in hardware. We can do it as well on the internet to make it sustainable. So I will welcome my panelists to finish, to give some parting words. Just mine, I remind you, be bold, be vocal, and let's do it, let's cooperate, and thank you all.
Thank you. Your turn.
Well, thank you. I feel if you see in this way, like the topic that we have come, you might have attended other sessions as well. So this topic itself, getting selected and getting an opportunity to present in front of you, and you opening up to say about your vision, your idea, itself speaks that this idea is a success. And I'm sure the success has already started to come out with from yourself. And with this, as my co-panelists have highlighted, that it can be started with the small steps, taking initiative from, making groups, and that will itself lead it to us. Probably in the next session, next year, we'll be having a bigger platform to discuss upon. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think I love the motivation and the points by Carson, and I also agree with the points made by Lily. Awareness is very important, and that is something we'll be able to do with the internet, right? And at the end of the notes, the people. So we'll be able to talk about what solutions we require, what are our concerns, and we should leverage the internet for that. In addition to that, what I like to say is that there are organizations, initiatives that are working and putting in their efforts to create products and services that are environmentally conscious, right? And we should be identifying them and supporting them. So I think that is something we should be working towards and helping them grow moving forward.
So I get a last say, and this is a thank you to all of you for being an engaged audience, for you online. Thank you for making the time to be a part of the conversation. We've come to see that technology essentially can be helpful for mitigating what we see when we talk about climate change agendas. We talk about the negative impact of technology, and also can maybe be contributing to what the problem is. In all that we've said, we have made a point clear that it behoves us to start the conversation, get government, get authority, get people to be aware. And at the end of this, let us know that connecting the next billion, connecting the unconnected is inherently a matter of sustainability. Thank all of you for coming. The notes will be shared with all of you, and let's create some change. Thank you.
We can all come here and join us for a group picture, please. So please, let's get a group photo. And thank you very much. Arigato.